Zapatistas. Documents of the New Mexican Revolution. We put this book together because we believe that the Zapatistas should be heard in their own words. In their hurry to analyze the Zapatistas, many have ignored the analyses that the Zapatistas themselves have developed through years of struggle. As far as we know, this book is the largest collection of their communiques, letters, and interviews in any language anywhere in the world. We think that people wishing to understand the Zapatistas should listen to them. This book was produced through the donated labor of a large number of people around the US and Mexico working in solidarity with the EZLN. All of the people who worked on this book believe in the justice of the EZLN's demands and the legitimacy of their struggle. The efforts that helped to make this project a reality are greatly appreciated. Not everyone has the time or the desire to read every word of a 350-page book. If you aren't going to read all of the material here, you can get a fairly good idea about who the Zapatistas are by reading. This book project was conceived of and coordinated by the editorial collective. We are Zapatista solidarity activists, revolutionaries, workers, dreamers. We work for wages and we also work for ourselves. We pay too much rent and don't get enough sleep. We are inspired by the vision of the Zapatistas because we, too, dream of a better world. Dima, Eugenio, Matt B., Matt M., Pablo, Sarah, Todd nothing for themselves, so that we would have everything. Sarah and Todd. A note on translation: we have done our best to create a book that is both easy to read for English speakers and true to the original Spanish. There are several language and translation issues that make this difficult. This book was translated by a large number of volunteers. This effort made the publication of this book possible, but it made consistency in the translations difficult. We think that it is important that the same words be translated in the same way each time, and all of the translations have been checked thoroughly for consistency. Another difficulty in translation was the original Spanish. Most of the Zapatistas are not native Spanish speakers. Their Spanish is sometimes awkward, and the concepts that they use are not always clearly expressed in Spanish, and are even harder to translate into English. Readers should be aware that there are many possible translations for some words, and should keep this in mind as they read the text. A note on sources: we have tried to authenticate all the materials in this book. We have been able to trace nearly all the materials to their first publication, either by the EZLN or by the media. We have included the original sources when we were able. Many materials came from the book La Palabra de los Armados de Verdad y Fuego, a documentary anthology of the EZLN published in Mexico. We hope that this book is a useful resource. Hope lives in our heart, the editorial collective. Introduction by Harry Cleaver. TJL time of revolution has not passed. Despite celebrating the collapse of Soviet-style communism and promising yet another social and economic renaissance, the world capitalist system is in deep trouble, east and west, north and south. If you listen carefully to the celebrating voices, those of the rich and the powerful in their corporate offices and government buildings, you can pick up a nervous undertone. If you watch the policy makers closely, you may notice that the smiles are often thin and the hands that hold champagne glasses sometimes twitch, involuntarily. If you listen even more carefully, you can discover why. In the background you can hear another set of voices, those from below far, far more numerous. These are voices the powerful do not want to hear, but they are having a harder and harder time ignoring them. Some of these voices are quiet and determined, talking together in bare tenements. Some are singing and reciting poetry in the plazas, or stirring young hearts with old tales deep in the forests. Some are discussing, planning their future, inventing new worlds. Many are angry, increasingly impatient, sometimes shouting on picket lines or chanting in the streets. All are talking about revolution, whether they use that term or not. The policy makers of capitalism have good reasons to worry. Global crisis. Throughout the North, the old Second and First Worlds are both in deep crisis. In the East, the imposition of Western-backed austerity has brought ever wider unemployment and the destruction of social protections. Factories are closing, beggars haunt the streets. The budding free market is in the hands of Western carpetbaggers and local organized crime. Opportunistic politicians are fanning smoldering economic unrest into the flames of ethnic and racial hatred. In the West, which ex-communist countries are supposed to emulate all-time high unemployment, vicious attacks on wages and welfare benefits, and experiments with economic and social restructuring have failed to produce a new cycle of growth. There, too, factories rust, homelessness spreads, and politicians channel discontent into racism and the fear of others, especially immigrants. The capitalist societies of the North, in short, are reeling, and can no longer offer attractive models for the South. The situation in the South, in turn, is even more dramatic. A decade of debt crisis, austerity, famine, soaring unemployment, and spreading disease has spawned only a few isolated pockets of profits and growth. Here and there, multinational corporations have reopened their runaway plants, taking advantage of cheap wages guaranteed by police-state repression, example Mexico, China. But for the most part, the post-war development project is a fading memory, and talk of sustainable growth has the ring of fantasy to it. The smiling human face of capitalist development, the rising tide that lifts all boats, has been replaced by the ugly snarl of international competition, underdevelopment, racism, ethnic cleansing and mass murder. The grimness of these days is that of a historical impasse. For over 20 years the very survival of capitalism has been threatened, its ugliness grows out of its desperation. For over 20 years the voices in the background have multiplied and grown louder. Protests, strikes, guerrilla war, and cultural revolution threw Western capitalism, North and South, into crisis back in the 1960s and early 1970s, as new desires joined old to outstrip the ability of the system to cope. Persistent and pervasive passive resistance produced rigidity and technological stagnation in the East, bringing crisis in the 1970s and 1980s. Perestroika, the last desperate effort of the old regime to cope, was swept aside by the vast, popular uprising in Eastern Europe. For over 2 decades people have been demanding change and better lives. Instead, capitalist policymakers have responded with superficial political reform, monetarist austerity, sacrifice and the imposition of ever more work. Squeezed by this reaction, people have grown angrier, but also more self-reliant. When business is unable or unwilling to provide acceptable jobs at acceptable wages, when government is unable or unwilling to ensure the well-being of its citizens, people turn away, they begin to listen to the voices of their own desires, and to each other, to find their own paths into the future. Such is the genesis of revolution. Who are those with desires not met, those increasingly inventing their own solutions, their own ways of meeting their needs? They are diverse and can be found throughout society. The simple antagonisms of the 19th and early 20th centuries between factory labor and industrial capital have fragmented and become more complex. The colonization of the whole of society by business and the state has generalized both the alienating constraints of capitalism and the antagonism to them throughout the globe. Listening. Everywhere voices can be heard if we will only take the time to listen. They are voices from up and down the hierarchy of capitalist society, throughout the world. They are the voices of all kinds of people, both better and worse off, the relatively powerful and the sorely exploited, those who would live better and those who hope only to survive. And listen we must, because these voices are talking about the impasse in today's society, and discussing ways out. The conversations are numberless, and their content as varied. Please note, I am not talking about the familiar debates of the Cold War. Neither of the old choices between some variation of Western capitalism or Eastern socialism is appealing, with both in crisis. There are, of Kauksay, institutionalized pundits still stuck in the past. But for growing numbers of people the old words have grown stale. And as they reject the old words, they are searching for new ones. They are rethinking not only their vocabulary, but the world. But learning to listen is not always easy, even today. To clear the way, we have to learn to cut through the noise of official discourse, to recognize and avoid debates over how to solve the crisis within the old frameworks. We have to learn to decode the official jargon, to cut through the euphemisms that cloak the business as usual of subordinating desire to investment and growth, to corporate profits and state power. We have to recognize that adding an adjective to an old concept really changes nothing. Example: sustainable development is still development, and that project has failed. The very diversity of alternative dialogues is daunting. There are many voices, of many people in many lands. They have many cultural roots and speak many languages. At the same time, desires and needs are not only multiple but cut across time, space and daily life. Nevertheless, whatever our diversity, we all share a common antagonism: the constraints that business and the state seek to impose on us, and in our common seeking for alternatives there are infinite possibilities of sharing and learning from each other. Conversation is not only possible in the absence of universal truth, it can be endless and fruitful. Will we learn to listen? This book provides a vital and important opportunity for just such learning. In it you will hear new voices, voices from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast that have only been speaking to the world for a very short time. Yet, as you will learn, these voices have been talking among themselves for much longer. Draw close and listen well, for the voices in this book are multiple and complex, direct and filtered, deadly serious and sometimes very funny. They are the voices of people in struggle. The Zapatistas. The voices and writings collected here come primarily from the Zapatista National Liberation Army, AZLN, the army that woke up the world on January 1, 1994 by seizing 4 towns in Chiapas, the southernmost state of Mexico. The AZLN has organized itself among some of the most dispossessed people of the world. Its composition is almost as diverse as the outside world to which it speaks. Its soldiers are drawn from the forests, mountains, and small towns of the region, both from the indigenous and linguistically diverse Mayan population, and from immigrants from central and northern Mexico. Its soldiers have been subsistence cultivators and landless wage laborers. They have grown and marketed their own export crops, and they have worked on the plantations and ranches of others. They have cultivated their milpas, corn plots, on rocky hillsides and sought temporary manual work in the towns. They have toiled as unskilled laborers and skilled artisans. A very few are intellectuals drawn to the area over a decade ago by their ideals and hopes. For those of us outside this movement, these deprofessionalized intellectuals serve as mediators to help us understand the larger political processes out of which the AZLN has emerged, and within which it continues to operate. They have drafted many of the communiques and served as the public voice for both the army and the wider community. They speak our language and speak to us in words that are familiar. We can understand them easily because we all share the forms of discourse common to Western political traditions. But, the words they speak, and the way they speak them, are translations of other words and discourses rooted in other, much less familiar languages and ways of being the diverse Mayan cultures of the region. Fortunately for us, the Zapatistas are very self-conscious speakers, and often speak to us about their own speaking, so that we will understand the words that come to us through their mouths. They are the words of those who have gone before us to the people of Chiapas. They are the voices of people who have learned to listen. As some of the statements you will find in this book make clear, the spokespersons who speak to us today are different from the urban intellectuals who went into the mountains years ago. Those intellectuals carried with them a whole left-wing baggage of theoretical and political preconceptions which proved totally inadequate for communicating with the local population. In the confrontation of those preconceptions, which they now call undemocratic and authoritarian, with the collective decision-making traditions of the people living in indigenous communities, those intellectuals were transformed, as were, undoubtedly, the locals. In these documents we only get glimpses of this transformation, but it seems to have been a remarkable one in which the authoritarian relations of the Zapatista army came to be subordinated to the democratic processes of the communities. In the process the interlopers seem to have learned to see things with new eyes, to do politics in new ways. Along the way they seem to have acquired a simple, vernacular way of speaking which makes reading their communiques and their interviews refreshing in comparison with the familiar, jargon-laden political diatribes of old left guerrilla groups. It is probably this quality which has made the motivations, hopes and aspirations of the EZLN and the Cayapancos so accessible to the wider Mexican community and beyond. The Mexican state's efforts to portray the EZLN as a group of outside agitators, of professionals in violence, quickly collapsed in the face of the obvious. Theirs were not old voices but new voices, and their language was not that of ideology but of frustrated desires, urgent needs, and committed determination. Their words, the spokespersons tell us quite explicitly, come from the collectivity, not just the individuals. This, they say, is one reason why they wear ski masks, so our reception of their voice can be divorced from the face, the personality of the individual. The desire to avoid caudillismo, someone being singled out, or even putting themselves forward, as the leader of the revolution, is quite explicit. This approach, of course, is primarily symbolic, as the individualities of the speakers inevitably do come through, as in the best-known case of Subcommander Marcos. Thus formed through a political process of dialogue and collective struggle, the voices in this book articulate two fundamental messages. First, they explain why they reject the current institutions' AID development projects of Mexican business and government. Second, they explain their own new political synthesis and their own political proposal for the future of Mexico. Let us examine the content of these two messages. The refusal of development. In the North we come across the use of the term development rarely, usually in regard to plans to restructure the relationships between poor communities and the larger economy, example community development, urban development. But in the South development has been the accepted framework ever since the defeat of overt colonialism. An essential ingredient of the Cold War debates was competing strategies of development, of how underdeveloped regions or countries could develop to the point of becoming part of the developed world. Since the beginning of the EZLN offensive, considerable commentary from both the state and a variety of independent writers has used the language of two nations to talk about the situation in Chiapas. The two nations, of course, are that Mexico, whose growth will be spurred by the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and El Otro Mexico, which is backward and left behind. The solution proposed, as always, is development. Within a month of the EZLN offensive, and following the political defeat of its military counterattack, the Mexican government created a National Commission for Integral Development and Social Justice for Indigenous People, and promised more development aid to the area to expand the investments made through its previous development project, Solidaridad. On January 27 it was also announced that these regional development efforts, and others in similar backward states, would be buttressed by World Bank loans of some $400 million, loans that will increase the already staggering international debt that has been at the heart of class struggle in Mexico since the early 1980s. The EZLN's responses to these proposals have articulated the experience of Mexico's campesino and indigenous populations. They have denounced these development plans as another step in their cultural assimilation and economic annihilation. They point out that there have never been two nations. Cayapancos have labored for 500 years within the framework of capitalist development. They have simply been held at the bottom. In their initial declaration of war, the EZLN wrote, "We use black and red in our uniform as our symbol of our working people on strike." In other words, the Zapatista refusal of development quite consciously articulates a refusal of capitalist-imposed work. Not surprisingly, the state's negotiator, Manuel Camacho Solis, early on called not only for an end to hostilities but for a return to work. The indigenous also know that further development means a continuation of their expulsion from the land, which has gone on during economic booms, example oil/hydroelectric boom of the 1970s, as well as busts, example the debt crisis/austerity of the 1980s. Reduced to wage earners, they have sometimes benefited from economic upturns financed by government expenditures, and have also discovered how transitory those benefits can be as they were subsequently devastated in downturns. At the best of times, rising income is differentially distributed, accentuating inequalities to the point of splitting communities. Even worse, development can mean a role well known to Native Americans in the U.S., attractions within the tourist industry as strategy for areas with primitive peoples that takes advantage of their comparative advantage in exotic culture. The government, one EZLN spokesperson has said, sees the indigenous as nothing more than anthropological objects, tourist curiosities, or part of a Jurassic Park. But Salinas and Clinton have promised that NAFTA will open U.S. markets to Mexican exports. Mexico will develop faster. This, too, the EZLN understands all too well. Chiapas is already an export-oriented economy, it always has been. Chiapas loses blood through many veins, through oil and gas ducts, electric lines, train cars, bank accounts, trucks and vans, boats and planes, through clandestine paths, gaps, and forest trails. The EZLN has also understood how NAFTA opens Mexico to U.S. exports, and how the most threatening of these is corn, the basic food crop of the indigenous population and an important source of cash income. Already they are suffering from low prices for coffee, another cash crop, due to the government's elimination of financial support for that production. Like all Cayapancos, they also know that export development means ecological destruction, especially deforestation. Their antagonism to development, therefore, springs not from an overactive imagination or sterile ideology, but from bitter experience. The EZLN proposal. The second EZLN message concerns the conclusions they have drawn from their political experience, and their political proposal for the future of Mexico. Whereas their detailed condemnations of development have a familiar ring, their positive proposals are both novel and fascinating. Their wind from below carries new ideas for us to consider, a true gift in this period when the usual politicos demonstrate a total lack of imagination, as little on the left as on the right. First, in terms of their own political character, at the very start of its offensive the EZLN sharply differentiated itself from the previous guerrilla movements of Central America, example the Sandinistas or the URNG, and elsewhere, example the Tupamaros, and explicitly rejected the traditional Leninist objectives of taking power, the dictatorship ol the proletariat, international communism and all that. Listen to Major Benjamin, we are not Maoists or Marxists, sir. We are a group of campesinos, workers and students for whom the government has left no other path than arms to resolve our ancestral problems. Listen to Marcos, in the movement of the EZLN there is no perfectly defined ideology, in the sense of communist or Marxist-Leninist. It is not a nucleus that has come, not a guerrilla foco / what has come is something you have never in your life dreamed of, this is the truth. Although their army has a typical hierarchical command structure, the zapatistas appear to have achieved a new political synthesis that subordinates its actions to frameworks of collective and democratic decision-making developed out of local traditions. Strategic issues are not left to the army, but must be decided at the community level. The Zapatista communiques are generally signed by the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command, CCRICG, apparently a council of indigenous leaders. But behind that general command are an unknown number of clandestine committees, apparently 4 committees representing 4 ethnic groups sent delegates to the peace negotiations, and behind them are the communities. As the conclusion of the first round of negotiations between the EZLN and the Mexican government made clear, on basic strategic issues the EZLN reports back to the local communities for collective consultation and discussion about how to proceed. According to EZLN spokespersons, this consultation is extensive, it includes everyone so that all will consider the outcome a valid expression of their communal desires. The EZLN seems to truly embrace its own words, the will of the majority is the path on which those who command should walk. If they separate their step from the path of the will of the people, the heart that commands should be changed for another that obeys. Second, Such democratic political processes have given rise to a new political project, autonomy, a democratic autonomy for all levels of Mexican society, for regions, for indigenous peoples, for campesino groups, for workers, for students, for women, for townships, for regional governments and so on. There is no utopian blueprint for the construction of such autonomy, the proposal is one of principle, of the direction of movement. This new voice, is conspiring for a new world, so new that it is barely an intuition in the collective heart that inspires it. But, when the storm calms, when rain and fire again leave the country in peace, the world will no longer be the world, but something better. Some of what this means is clear enough in the EZLN's demands. They call for the dismissal of corrupt local governments and the installation of democratically elected leaders. Their agrarian law orders the return of cultivable land to the indigenous and poor campesinos so that they can have the material basis for organizing their own lives and cultures. It also orders forests, rivers, lakes, oceans, and subsoil minerals liberated from capitalist corporations and government monopolies and restored to the keeping of the local populations, partly for use, partly for ecological preservation. Yes, they are explicit about this. They demand the right of those who have been forced out of their communities, example religious exiles, to return unhindered to live in their own ways. They support the local use of indigenous languages and the reorganization of education, example bilingualism, and health organizations, example prevention of disease and respect for indigenous practices. Their autonomy appears to be a complex but real pluralism rather than either the pseudo-pluralism we know so well in the North or any kind of secessionist separatism. Such demands are rooted in the self-activity of the indigenous peoples and communities who form the EZLN. They have resisted the lure of capitalism's universal values, work, money, the market, in favor of clear, though evolving, concepts of who they are and how they want to live. The direct democracy of their collective decision-making is part of this, but there is much more. Most obvious, because frequently repeated, is that these people want to be rooted in the land. They want land not just as a resource to grow export crops, but because their milpas, the work of their cultivation and the food they provide, have provided the pivot of their culture for 1,000 years. Because the EZLN representatives are not sociologists and anthropologists, they do not give us anything like exhaustive portrayals of the various indigenous cultures, much less detailed analyses of the complex communities of economic, political, and religious immigrants in recently colonized areas. But they do tell us enough that we can understand that these communities are not stagnant cultural survivals from a traditional past. On the contrary, their commitment to autonomy also seems to be strong where people are fighting for change and struggling to create new identities. An example of this commitment can be found in the EZLN's support for women's struggles against traditional patterns of patriarchy. The patriarchal character of Mexican society is well known, that of campesino and indigenous communities less recognized but often no less real. In terms of family decision-making, men have generally commanded money, income and ruled, sometimes with physical force. Women have often had few or no choices about who they marry, how many children they will have or how much domestic work they must do without help from men. But these conditions make strong women if they don't kill them, and such women have challenged the traditional roles. This challenge has found support in the EZLN. Not only are women encouraged to join the EZLN, but they are treated as equals to the point that many women have officer status and men and women are expected to carry the burdens of work and fighting equally. Queried about the politics of gender in the organization and in the communities in which it is based, Marcos has affirmed the EZLN's official support for women's struggles against patriarchy. This involves not only a redistribution of responsibilities and work and the defense of women against men's abuse, but also material support for women's health and birth control. The EZLN has organized sex education classes to teach about hygiene and disease, especially women's diseases, example urinary tract infections, that men do not understand and misinterpret. The organization also teaches about contraceptives and supports their use. Moreover, the Compajera not only has the right to terminate pregnancy, Marcos has stated, but the organization also has the obligation to provide the means for her to do it with total safety. When indigenous women organized in dozens of communities to produce a code of women's rights, the EZLN leadership, the CCRICG, adopted the code unanimously. The women's law included the rights of all women to such things as control over their own bodies, wages, political participation, healthcare, and freedom from violence and rape. According to one report, when one of the male committee members quipped, "The good part is that my wife doesn't understand Spanish," an EZLN officer told him, "You're fucked, because we're going to translate it into all the indigenous languages." Clearly, the passage of this Bill of Rights demonstrates the EZLN's commitment to meaningful gender autonomy within the diverse indigenous cultures of Chiapas. When asked about the problems and rights of gays, Marcos has said that the position of the EZLN is the same as that on women and other minorities. As they too begin to say enough is enough, and fight for their rights, they will be supported by the organization. What is unusual and exciting about this pattern is how these struggles are not being marginalized or subordinated to class interests, but are being accepted as integral parts of the overall project of political autonomy. Among the 34 points presented by the EZLN to the government during the first stage of negotiations, the longest was the Indigenous Women's Petition detailing the specific demands of women. Third and last, and perhaps the clearest indication of the seriousness with which they take their notion of autonomy, they present their proposal as only one among many that they hope to see emerge throughout Mexican society. They reject the notion that they should have all the answers, should be able to figure out all the solutions to all the problems. Listen, what we have made clear, and what we will always explain, is that we cannot lead a process that will solve all of Mexico's problems. Thus their repeated and insistent demand that politics be stripped from the state and the political parties and reborn in the community as a whole. The path from here to there. The EZLN clearly believes that the construction of autonomy in every sphere of life will involve diverse processes, and for the moment is primarily interested in clearing a path toward that goal. Clearing the path involves nothing less than the revolutionary transformation of the Mexican political system. The path to the autonomy of tierra is political libertad. We are proposing a space, Marcos has said in an interview, an equilibrium between the different political forces in order that each position has the same opportunity to influence the political direction of this country. The rest of the country shouldn't be spectators. The people have to decide what proposal to accept, and it's the people who you have to convince that your opinion is correct. This will radically change the concept of revolution, of who the revolutionary class is, of what a revolutionary organization is. The Zapatista revolution isn't proposing the taking of power. We are saying let's destroy the state, this state system. Let's open up this space and confront the people with ideas, not weapons. What he is describing seems to be nothing less than a generalization, locally and to the country as a whole, of the political processes of direct democracy that have been developed within the mountains of Chiapas. As a first step in this transformation, the EZLN called in early January for the resignation, or overthrow, of the present, undemocratic PRI government and its replacement by a transitional government of people of prestige outside the parties, who have the moral authority to lead the country. This call was reiterated in the EZLN's June communiques rejecting the government's position after the first round of negotiations. Elaborating their initial proposal, they have called on Mexican civil society to organize a national dialogue on democracy, freedom, and justice. Local discussions in every ejido, settlement, school, and factory, they suggest, can be followed by the formation of committees to collect proposals for a new constitution and for the policies of a new government. These local committees, in turn, could organize a revolutionary national democratic convention to create the transitional government and a new constitution. The EZLN even offers itself as the nucleus of a new army to guarantee that the people's will is carried out. Needless to say, such proposals have been rejected outright by the central government. But, at the same time, The EZLN uprising and their audacious demands have generated a whirlwind of political discussion in Mexico and challenges to the existing system as have not been seen since the Revolution of 1910. The government backs down. Given the radicalness of their demands and the military character of their uprising, the Mexican government's response to the EZLN challenge has been surprising. With startling rapidity, the state shifted from a truly massive military repression, over 15,000 troops dispatched to Chiapas, aerial bombings of villages, summary torture and execution of captives, to a ceasefire and high-level negotiations with the rebels, mediated by progressive representatives of the Catholic Church. Why? Conventional political pundits attribute the change to the government's fear of international scrutiny of its behavior in the wake of the implementation of NAFTA and in the light of its new pretensions to First World status. Not only did the Zapatistas attack NAFTA in their very first declaration, but their uprising threatened multinational capitalist estimates of the risks of investing in Mexico. Thus, better to quiet things down quickly, to use the velvet glove of co-optation rather than the mailed fist of repression. But this hypothesis of sensitivity to international opinion does not explain why the government judged that such opinions might turn negative or influential enough to affect foreign investment. To explain why it was worried, we have to turn from the government's reactions per se to those of Mexico as a whole, and to those of the world beyond. The circulation of struggle. An examination of popular reaction to the Chiapas uprising, both in Mexico and elsewhere, makes it very clear why the Mexican government changed its way of dealing with the situation. Its fears were based on the extremely rapid spread of popular support for the EZLN and for the communities they represent. From the very first day, when news of the uprising went out through the media and details began to circulate through computer networks, people listened to the words of the EZLN declaration of war, sympathized with them, and began to mobilize to block the government's repressive moves. Even as the Mexican army poured into Chiapas, so too did representatives of human rights organizations, of other indigenous peoples and of freelance and foreign journalism which the Mexican government could not control. Within days these observers reported army atrocities and repression. Others mobilized protest demonstrations all across North America, and even in Europe, to denounce the Mexican government. These actions tremendously strengthened the hand of the Zapatistas, and forced the government to withdraw to the negotiating table. In turn, this tremendous outpouring of popular support and willingness to take action in support of this uprising, must themselves be explained. As indicated above, the world is rife with antagonism and conflict. There have been many uprisings that have failed to provoke this kind of response. What was different about Chiapas? The answer, I think, is twofold. First, an international network capable and primed to respond was already in place as a result of the last few years of organizing against NAFTA. Second, the uprising in Chiapas was by no means as isolated in Mexico as it seemed. The fight against NAFTA took the form of growing coalitions of grassroots groups in Canada, the United States and Mexico. In each country a broad coalition, such as the Mexican Action Network on Free Trade, was constituted by knitting together several hundred groups opposed to the trade pact. That knitting was accomplished partly through joint discussions and actions and partly through the sharing of information and analysis about the meaning and implications of the agreement. Increasingly, computer communications became a basic political tool for extremely rapid sharing among groups and individuals. The same processes of communication linked the coalitions in each country in a manner never before seen in the Western Hemisphere. The result, both locally and internationally, was a new organizational form, a multiplicity of rhizomatically linked autonomous groups connecting all kinds of struggles throughout North America that had previously been disconnected and separate. The obviously concerned, U.S. workers threatened with losing their jobs as plants were relocated to Mexico, Mexicans concerned with the invasion of U.S. capital, linked with a wide variety of others who could see indirect threats in this capitalist reorganization of trade relations, example ecological activists, women's groups, human rights organizations and yes, organizations of indigenous groups throughout the continent. Although the anti-NAFTA movement was unable to block ratification of the agreement, it has continued to monitor the impact of the agreement in order to facilitate struggle against it and ultimately to get it cancelled. So when the Zapatista army marched into San Cristobal and the other towns of Chiapas, not only did those already concerned with the struggles of indigenous peoples react quickly, but so did the much more extensive organizational connections of anti-NAFTA struggles. Already in place were the computer conferences and lists of the anti-NAFTA alliances. For many, the first information on their struggles came in the regular postings of the NAFTA Monitor on Trade.News or Trade.Strategy, either on PeaceNet or through the Internet. Even if EZLN spokespeople had not explicitly damned NAFTA and timed their offensive to coincide with the first day of its operation in Mexico, the connections would have been made and understood throughout the anti-NAFTA network. Besides this, there was another whole area of self-organized networking in Mexico that only partly overlapped the anti-NAFTA movement, that of campesinos and indigenous peoples. Outside the EZLN, far beyond Chiapas, they too had been developing networks of cooperation to fight for the things they need: schools, clean water, the return of their lands, freedom from state repression, police and army torture, jailings and murders, and so on. Given the fierce autonomy of the participating communities, sometimes based on traditional ethnic culture and language, these networks have been shaped like the electronic web described above, in a horizontal, non-hierarchical manner. This process has been accelerating for several years, not only in Mexico, but throughout the Americas and beyond. Partly inspired by the example of the Black civil rights movement in North America as early as the mid-1960s, example the rise of the American Indian movement, and partly forced into action by continuing state-backed assaults on their land in South and Central America, example the enclosure of the Amazon, indigenous peoples have been overcoming the spatial and political divisions that have isolated and weakened them. In 1990, a first continental encounter of indigenous peoples was organized in Quito, Ecuador. Delegates from over 200 indigenous nations launched a movement to achieve continental unity. To sustain the process, a Continental Coordinating Commission of Indigenous Nations and Organizations, CONIC, was formed at a subsequent meeting in Panama in 1991. The unity sought, as in the Zapatista movement, was not the unity of the political party or trade union solidified and perpetuated through a central controlling body, but rather a unity of communication and mutual aid among autonomous nations and peoples. A second continental encounter was organized in October of 1993 at Timoilla, Mexico. One of the hosting groups at that meeting was the Frente Independiente de Pueblos Indios, FIPI, and one of the members of FIPI was the Coordinadora de Organizaciones en Lucha del Pueblo Maya para su Liberación from San Cristobal, Chiapas. Faced with the violence of the Mexican military's counteroffensive, the FIPI sent out a call to CONIC requesting that other Indians in the network come to Chiapas as observers to help constrain state violence. CONIC responded immediately by organizing international delegations to the battle zones. When they arrived in Chiapas, they were received by the local offices of the Consejo Estatal de Organizaciones Indígenas y Campesinas, made up of 280 indigenous and campesino organizations throughout the state. So, we begin to understand how it was possible that such a small uprising in such an isolated part of Mexico could generate so much popular support and force unheard of concessions from an unwilling government and political elite. A more complete understanding, of course, would require an investigation into the backgrounds of all of those who mobilized, not just the indigenous and the anti-NAFTA militants. Whatever explains the sensitivity of these various listeners whose reactions circulated this struggle. We have witnessed a fascinating process through which the voices of a relative small number of very creative and dedicated revolutionaries have been amplified again and again until they can be heard around the world. Some early lessons. Asterisk. What can we learn by listening to the voices of the Chiapas uprising? They offer political proposals for us to consider, not a specific model to be imitated. The new organizational forms we see in action are not substitutes for old formulas Leninist or social democratic. They provide something different, inspiring examples of workable solutions to the post-socialist problem of revolutionary organization and struggle. The efforts of the zapatistas in Chiapas, like the anti-NAFTA and indigenous networks that laid the groundwork for their circulation, demonstrate how organization can proceed locally, regionally, and internationally through a diversity of forms. That diversity can be effective precisely to the degree that organizers weave a fabric of cooperation to achieve the, often quite different, concrete material projects of the various participants. We have known for some time that a particular organization can be substituted for the processes of organization only at great peril. It is a lesson we have learned the hard way in struggle for, and then against, trade unions, and social democratic and revolutionary parties. What we hear from the Zapatistas, and what we see in their interaction with other groups, is a fabric of cooperation among the most diverse kinds of people throughout the international wage and income hierarchy. That fabric has not appeared suddenly, out of the blue, it has been woven over a period of years. And in its weaving many threads have certainly been broken and been retied, or new knots have been designed to replace those that could not hold. The spokespersons of the EZLN have given us glimpses of their part in this work. Hopefully more of the story will be told over time. We also need to examine what others have contributed and how. Today, the social equivalent of an earthquake is rumbling through Mexican society. Every day brings reports of people moving to action. Campesinos and indigenous peoples completely independent of the EZLN are taking up its battle cries and occupying municipal government buildings, blockading banks, seizing lands, and demanding libertad. Students and workers are being inspired not just to support the campesinos but to launch their own strikes throughout the Mexican social factory. You hold in your hands a collection of the words that have set all this movement in action. Read it well. Listen to the voices. And then do not be afraid to add your own to the growing tumult. If these voices from the mountains of the Mex, sea and southeast tell us nothing else, it is that a multiplicity of voices can achieve coherence, and with coherence action that can change the world. Chiapas * the southeast. In 2. Winds. A. Storm and a Prophecy. This essay by insurgent Subcommander Marcos of the Zapatista National Liberation Army was written in August of 1992. Although it was not released publicly until January 27, 1994, we have placed it first because it puts the Zapatista uprising in context. The first wind? The one from above. Chapter 1. This chapter tells how the Supreme Government was affected by the poverty of the indigenous peoples of Chiapas and endowed the area with hotels, prisons, barracks, and a military airport. It also tells how the beast feeds on the blood of the people, as well as other miserable and unfortunate happenings. Suppose that you live in the north, center, or west of this country. Suppose that you heed the old Secator, Department of Tourism, slogan, "Get to know Mexico first." Suppose that you decide to visit the southeast of your country and that in the southeast you choose to visit the state of Chiapas. Suppose that you drive there. Getting there by airplane is not only expensive but unlikely, a mere fantasy. There are only 2 civilian airports and 1 military one. Suppose that you take the Transistemica Highway. Suppose that you pay no attention to the army barracks located at Matfaz Romero and that you continue on to Ventosa. Suppose that you don't notice the Department of Government's immigration checkpoint near there. The checkpoint makes you think that you are leaving one country and entering another. Suppose that you decide to take a left and head towards Chiapas. Several kilometers further on you will leave the state of Oaxaca arid you will see a big sign that reads, "Welcome to Chiapas." Have you found it? Good, suppose you have. You have entered by one of the 3 existing roads into Chiapas, the road into the northern part of the state, the road along the Pacific coast, and the road you entered by are the 3 ways to get to the southeastern corner of the country by land. But the state's natural wealth doesn't leave only by way of these 3 roads. Chiapas loses blood through many veins, through oil and gas ducts, electric lines, railways, through bank accounts, trucks, vans, boats, and planes, through clandestine paths, gaps, and forest trails. This land continues to pay tribute to the imperialists: petroleum, electricity, cattle, money, coffee, banana, honey, corn, cacao, tobacco, sugar, soy, melon, sorghum, mamey, mango, tamarind, avocado, and cayapanco. Blood flows as a result of the thousand teeth sunk into the throat of the Mexican Southeast. These raw materials, thousands of millions of tons of them, flow to Mexican ports and railroads, air and truck transportation centers. From there they are sent to different parts of the world: the United States, Canada, Holland, Germany, Italy, Japan, but with the same fate: to feed imperialism. The fee that capitalism imposes on the southeastern part of this country oozes, as it has since from the beginning, blood and mud. A handful of businesses, one of which is the Mexican state, take all the wealth out of Chiapas and in exchange leave behind their mortal and pestilent mark. In 1989 these businesses took 1,222,669,000,000 pesos from Chiapas and only left behind 616,340,000,000 pesos worth of credit and public works. More than 600 billion pesos went to the belly of the beast. In Chiapas, Pemex, the national oil company, has 86 teeth clenched in the townships of Estación Juárez, Reforma, Ostuacan, Pichucalco, and Ocosingo. Every day they suck out 92,000 barrels of petroleum and 317 billion cubic feet of gas. They take away the petroleum and gas, and in exchange leave behind the mark of capitalism: ecological destruction, agricultural plunder, hyperinflation, alcoholism, prostitution, and poverty. The beast is still not satisfied and has extended its tentacles to the Lacandona jungle. 8 petroleum deposits are under exploration. The paths are made with machetes by the same campesinos who are left without land by the insatiable beast. The trees fall and dynamite explodes on land where campesinos are not allowed to cut down trees to cultivate. Every tree that is cut down costs them a fine that is 10 times the minimum wage, and a jail sentence. The poor cannot cut down trees, but the petroleum beast can, a beast that every day falls more and more into foreign hands. The campesinos cut them down to survive, the beast to plunder. Chiapas also bleeds coffee. 35% of the coffee produced in Mexico comes from this area. The industry employs 87,000 people. 47% of the coffee is for national consumption and 53% is exported abroad, mainly to the United States and Europe. More than 100,000 tons of coffee are taken from the state to fatten the beast's bank accounts. In 1988 a kilo of Pergamino coffee was sold abroad for 8,000 pesos. The Cayapanco producers were paid 2,500 pesos or less. The second most important plunder, after coffee, is beef. 3 million head of cattle wait for middlemen and a small group of businessmen to take them away to fill refrigerators in Arriaga, Villahermosa, and Mexico City. The cattle are sold for 400 pesos per kilo by the poor farmers and resold by the middlemen and businessmen for up to 10 times the price they paid for them. The tribute that capitalism demands from Chiapas has no historical parallel. 55% of national hydroelectric energy comes from this state, along with 20% of Mexico's total electricity. However, only a third of the homes in Chiapas have electricity. Where do the 12,907 kilowatts produced annually by hydroelectric plants in Chiapas go? In spite of the current trend toward ecological awareness, the plunder of wood continues in Chiapas's forests. Between 1981 and 1989, 2,444,777 cubic meters of precious woods, conifers, and tropical trees were taken from Chiapas. They were taken to Mexico City, Puebla, Veracruz, and Quintana Roo. In 1988 wood exports brought a revenue of 23,900,000,000 pesos, 6,000% more than in 1980. The honey that is produced in 79,000 beehives in Chiapas goes entirely to US and European markets. The 2,756 tons of honey produced annually in the Kayapanco countryside is converted into dollars, which the people of Chiapas never see. Of the corn produced in Chiapas, more than half goes to the domestic market. Chiapas is one of the largest corn producers in the country. Sorghum grown in Chiapas goes to Tabasco. 90% of the tamarind goes to Mexico City and other states. 2/3 of the avocados and all of the mamis are sold outside of the state. 69% of the cacao goes to the national market, and 31% is exported to the US, Holland, Japan, and Italy. The majority of the bananas produced are exported. What does the beast leave behind in exchange for all it takes away? Chiapas has a total area of 75,634.4 square kilometers, some 7.5 million hectares. It is the 8th largest state and is divided into 111 townships organized, for the purposes of looting, into 9 economic regions. 40% of the nation's plant varieties, 36% of its mammal species, 34% of its reptiles and amphibians, 66% of its bird species, 20% of its freshwater fish, and 80% of its butterfly species are found in Chiapas. 7% of the total national rainfall falls in Chiapas. But its greatest wealth is the 3.5 million people of Chiapas, 2/3 of whom live and die in rural communities. Half of them don't have potable water and 2/3 have no sewage service. 90% of the rural population pay little or no taxes. Communication in Chiapas is a grotesque joke for a state that produces petroleum, electricity, coffee, wood, and cattle for the hungry beast. Only 2/3 of the municipal seats have paved road access. 12,000 communities have no other means of transport and communication than mountain trails. Since the days of Porfirio Diaz, the railroad lines have serviced capitalism rather than the people. The railroad line that follows the coast, there are only 2 lines, the other crosses the northern part of the state, dates back to the turn of the century, and its tonnage is limited by the old bridges that cross the canyons of the southeast. The only port in Chiapas, Puerto Madero, is just one more way for the beast to extract the state's resources. Education. The worst in the country. At the elementary school level, 72 out of every 100 children don't finish the first grade. More than half of the schools only offer up to a 3rd grade education, and half of the schools only have 1 teacher for all the courses offered. There are statistics, although they are kept secret of course, that show that many indigenous children are forced to drop out of school due to their families' need to incorporate them into the system of exploitation. In any indigenous community it is common to see children carrying corn and wood, cooking, or washing clothes during school hours. Of the 16,058 classrooms in 1989, only 96 were in indigenous zones. Industry. Look, 40% of Chiapas's industry consists of nixtamal mills, tortillas, and wood furniture mills. Large companies, petroleum and electricity, 0.2% of the total industry, belong to the Mexican government, and soon to foreigners. Medium-sized industry, 0.4% of the total industry, is made up of sugar refineries and fish, seafood, flour, milk, and coffee processing plants. Of the state's industry, 94% of the area's industry is micro-industry. The health conditions of the people of Chiapas are a clear example of the capitalist imprint. 1.5 million people have no medical services at their disposal. There are 0.2 clinics for every 1,000 inhabitants, 1/5 of the national average. There are 0.3 hospital beds for every 1,000 Kayapancos, 1/3 the amount in the rest of Mexico. There is 1 operating room per 100,000 inhabitants, 1/2 of the amount in the rest of Mexico. There are 0.5 doctors and 0.4 nurses per 1,000 people, 1/2 of the national average. Health and nutrition go hand in poverty. 54% of the population of Chiapas suffer from malnutrition, and in the highlands and forest this percentage increases to 80%. A campesino's average diet consists of coffee, corn, tortillas, and beans. This is what capitalism leaves as payment for everything that it takes away. This part of the Mexican territory, which willingly annexed itself to the young independent republic in 1824, appeared in National Geography when the petroleum boom reminded the country that there was a southeast. 82% of Pemex's petrochemical plants are in the southeast. In 1990, two-thirds of public investment in the southeast was in energy. Chiapas's experience of exploitation goes back for centuries. In times past, wood, fruits, animals, and men went to the metropolis through the veins of exploitation, just as they do today. Like the banana republics, but at the peak of neoliberalism and libertarian revolutions, the Southeast continues to export raw materials, just as it did 500 years ago. It continues to import capitalism's principal product, death and misery. 1 million indigenous people live in these lands and share a disorienting nightmare with mestizos and Latinos. Their only option, 500 years after the meeting of two worlds, is to die of poverty or repression. The programs to improve the conditions of poverty, a small bit of social democracy which the Mexican state throws about and which, under the regime of Salinas de Gortari carries the name Pro-Nasal, are a joke that brings bloody tears to those who live under the rain and sun. Welcome. You have arrived in the poorest state in the country, Chiapas. Suppose that you drive on to Ocosocoautla and from there down to Tuxtla Gutierrez, the state capital. You don't stay long. Tuxtla Gutierrez is only a large warehouse which stores products from other parts of the state. Here you find some of the wealth which will be sent to whatever destinations the capitalists decide. You don't stay long, you have just barely touched the lips of the wild beast's bloody jaws. You go on to Chiapas de Corzo without noticing the Nestle factory that is there, and you begin to climb up into the mountains. What do you see? One thing is certain, you have entered another world, an indigenous world. Another world, but the same as that in which millions of people in the rest of the country live. 300,000 Tzotzils, 120,000 Chols, 90,000 Zoques, and 70,000 Tojolabales inhabit this indigenous world. The supreme government recognizes that only half of these 1 million indigenous people are illiterate. Continue along the mountain road and you arrive in the region known as the Cayapanco Highlands. Here, more than 500 years ago, indigenous people were the majority, masters and owners of land and water. Now they are only the majority in population and in poverty. Drive on until you reach San Cristobal de las Casas, which 100 years ago was the state capital. Disagreements among the bourgeoisie robbed it of the dubious honor of being the capital of the poorest state in Mexico. No, don't linger. If Tuxtla Gutierrez is a large warehouse, San Cristobal is a large market. From many different roots the Tzotzils, Tzoltals, Chols, Tojolabales, and Zoques bring the indigenous tribute to capitalism. Each brings something different: wood, coffee, cloth, handicrafts, fruits, vegetables, corn. Everyone brings something: sickness, ignorance, jeers, and death. This is the poorest region of the poorest state in the country. Welcome to San Cristobal de las Casas, a colonial city according to the history books, although the majority of the population is indigenous. Welcome to Pro-Nasal's huge market. Here you can buy or sell anything except indigenous dignity. Here everything is expensive except death. But don't stay too long, continue along the road, the proud result of the tourist infrastructure. In 1988 there were 6,270 hotel rooms, 139 restaurants, and 42 travel agencies in the state. This year, 1,058,098 tourists visited Chiapas and left 250 billion pesos in the hands of restaurant and hotel owners. Have you calculated the numbers? Yes, you're right. There are 7 hotel rooms for every 1,000 tourists while there are only 0.3 hospital beds per 1,000 Cayapanco citizens. Leave the calculations behind and drive on, noticing the 3 police officials in berets jogging along the shoulder of the road. Drive by the public security station and continue on passing hotels, restaurants, large stores, and heading towards the exit to Comitan. Leaving San Cristobal behind, you will see the famous San Cristobal Cave surrounded by leafy forest. Do you see the sign? No, you are not mistaken, this natural park is administered by the enemy. Without leaving your uncertainty behind, drive on. Do you see them? Modern buildings, nice homes, paved roads. Is it a university? Workers' housing? No, look at the sign next to the cannons closely and read, General Army Barracks of the 31st Military Zone. With the olive green image still in your eyes, drive on to the intersection and decide not to go to Comitan so that you will avoid the pain of seeing that, a few meters ahead, on the hill that is called the Foreigner, North American military personnel are operating, and teaching their Mexican counterparts to operate radar. Decide that it is better to go to Ocosingo since ecology and all that nonsense is very fashionable. Look at the trees, breathe deeply. Do you feel better? Yes. Then be sure to keep looking to your left, because if you don't you will see, 7 kilometers ahead, another magnificent construction with the noble symbol of Solidaridad on the facade. Don't look. I tell you, look the other way. You don't notice that this new building is a jail? Evil tongues say that. This is a benefit of Pro-Nasal. Now campesinos won't have to go all the way to Cerro Hueco, the prison in the state capital. No brother, don't lose heart, the worst is always hidden. Excessive poverty discourages tourism. Continue on, down to Huiston, up to Oxchuk. Look at the beautiful waterfall where the Jatate River, whose waters cross the Lacandona jungle, begins. Pass by Cuxalgia and instead of following the detour to Altamirano, drive until you reach Ocosingo, the door to the Lacandona jungle. Good, stay a while. Take a quick tour around the city. Principal points of interest? The two large constructions at the entrance to the city are brothels, next door is a jail, the building further beyond, a church, this other one is a beef processing plant, that other one, army barracks, over there is the court, the municipal building, and way over there is Pemex. The rest are small piled up houses which crumble when the huge Pemex trucks and ranch pickup trucks pass by. What does it look like? A Porfirista-type large landed estate? But that ended 75 years ago. No, don't follow the road that goes to San Quintin, in front of the Montes Azules Reserve. Don't go to where the Jatate and Perlas rivers join, don't go down there, don't walk for 3 8-hour days, don't go to San Martin and see that it is a very poor and small community, don't approach that shed that is falling to pieces. What is it? A sometimes church, school, meeting room. Now it is a school. It is 11 a.m. No, don't go closer, don't look in, don't look at the 4 groups of children riddled with tapeworms and lice, half naked, don't look at the 4 young indigenous teachers who work for miserable pay for which they have to walk 3 days, the same 3 days that you just walked, to collect. Don't notice that the only division between the classrooms is a small hall. Up to what grade do they teach here? 3rd. No, don't look at the posters which are the only thing that the government has sent to these children. Don't look at them, they are posters about AIDS prevention. Better for us to move on, let's return to the paved roads. Yes, I know that it is in bad condition. Let's leave Ocosingo, continue to admire the countryside. The owners. Yes, ranch owners. What is produced? Cattle, coffee, corn. Did you see the National Indigenous Institute? Yes, the one as you leave the city. Did you see those pickup trucks? They are given on credit to indigenous campesinos. They only take unleaded gas because it's better for the environment. There is no unleaded gas in Ocosingo? Well, that's not a big thing. Yes, you are right, the government is worried about the campesinos. Of course evil tongues say that there are guerrillas in these mountains and that the government's financial aid is really to buy indigenous people's loyalty, but these are rumors, Surely they are just trying to undermine Pro-Nassau. What? The Citizens Defense Committee? Oh yes. It consists of a group of heroic ranchers, traders, and corrupt union bosses who organize small guards to threaten the people. No, I already told you that the Porfirista large landed estate was done away with 75 years ago. It would be better for us to move on. At the next intersection take a left. No, don't go towards Palenque. Let's go to Ilan. Pretty, no. Yes. Yajalan, it's very modern, it even has a gas station. Look, there's a bank, the municipal building, the courthouse, over there the army. It looks like another hacienda. Let's go and you won't see those other large, modern buildings on the outskirts of town, along the road to Tila and Sabanilla with their big beautiful Solidaridad signs. You won't see that it is a jail. Good, we have arrived at the intersection. Now to Ocosingo, Palenque. Are you sure? Okay, let's go. Yes, the countryside is beautiful. Are those ranches? You're correct, they produce cattle, coffee, wood. Look, we're already at Palenque. A quick tour of the city? Okay. Those are hotels, over there restaurants, the municipal building, the courthouse, those are the army barracks, and over there. What? No, I already know what you're going to tell me. Don't say it. Tired? Okay, we'll stop for a bit. You don't want to see the pyramids? No. Okay. 11 niche. Ah, an indigenous march. Yes, it's going to Mexico City. How far? 1,106 kilometers. Results. The government receives their petitions. Yes, that's all. Are you still tired? More. Let's wait. To Bonampak? The road is very bad. Okay, let's go. Yes, the panoramic route, this is the Federal Military Reserve, that other one belongs to the Navy, the one over there belongs to the Department of Government. Is it always like this? No, sometimes they top it off with a campesinos protest march. Tired? Do you want to go back? Okay. Other places? Different places? In what country? Mexico. You will see the same. The colors will change, the languages, the countryside, the names, but the people, the exploitation, the poverty, and death are the same. Just look closely in any state in the Republic. Well, good luck, and if you need a tourist guide please be sure to let me know. I'm at your service. Oh. One more thing. It will not always be this way. Another Mexico? No, the same, I am talking about something else, about other winds beginning to blow, as if another wind is picking up. Chapter 2. This chapter tells the story of the governor, an apprentice to the viceroy, and his heroic fight against the progressive clergy and his adventures with the feudal cattle, coffee, and business lords. It also tells other equally fantastic tales. Once upon a time there was a viceroy made of chocolate with a peanut for a nose. The viceroy's apprentice, Governor Patrocinio González Garrido, in the manner of the old monarchs who were put in power by the Spanish crown during the conquest, has reorganized the geography of Chiapas. The assignment of spaces to the urban and rural categories is a somewhat sophisticated exercise of power, but when directed by Mr. González Garrido's denseness, it has reached exquisite levels of stupidity. The viceroy decided that cities with services and benefits should be for those who already have everything. And he decided, the viceroy that is, that the masses are fine out in the open, exposed to wind and rough weather, and that they only deserve space in the jails, which never cease to be uncomfortable. Because of this, the viceroy decided to construct jails in the outskirts of the cities so that the proximity of the undesirable and delinquent masses would not disturb the rich. Jails and army barracks are the principal works promoted by this governor in Chiapas. His friendship with ranchers and powerful businessmen is a secret to no one. Neither is his animosity for the three dioceses which regulate the state's Catholic life. The Diocese of San Cristobal, headed by Bishop Samuel Ruiz, is a constant menace to Gonzales. The Southeast in Two Winds. Garrido's reorganizing project. Hoping to modernize the absurd system of exploitation and extraction which prevails in Chiapas, Patrocinio Gonzales comes up against the stubbornness of religious and secular figures who support and preach Catholicism's option for the poor. With the hypocritical applause of Aguirre Franco, the Bishop of Tuxtla Gutierrez, and the mute approval of the Bishop of Tapachula, Gonzales Garrido sustains and gives new life to the heroic conspiracies of ranchers and businessmen against the members of the Diocese of San Cristobal. Don Samuel's teams, as they are called by some, are not made up of inexperienced believers. Before Patrocinio Gonzales Garrido had even dreamed of being state governor, the Diocese of San Cristobal de las Casas preached the right to freedom and justice. For one of the country's most backward bourgeoisie, the agricultural bourgeoisie, this could only mean one thing: rebellion. These rancher and business patriots and believers know how to prevent rebellion. The existence of privately financed, armed paramilitary groups trained by members of the federal army, public security police and state law is well known by the campesinos who suffer from their threats, torture and gunshots. A few months ago, Father Joel Padron from the parish of Samajoval was arrested. Accused by the region's ranchers of initiating and taking part in land takeovers, Father Joel was arrested by state authorities and held in the Cerro Hueco jail in the state capital. The mobilization of the members of the Diocese of San Cristobal, those of Tuxtla Gutierrez and Tapachula, were conspicuous in their absence, and a federal compromise succeeded in obtaining the parish priest Padron's freedom. While thousands of campesinos marched in Tuxtla Gutierrez to demand Padron's freedom, ranchers in Ocosingo sent their paramilitary forces to clear out property-owning campesinos. 400 men, armed by the ranchers, destroyed and burned houses, beat indigenous women and murdered a campesino, Juan, by shooting him in the face. After the expulsion, the paramilitary forces, composed mostly of workers from local ranches and small property owners proud of partaking in raids with the young ranchers, drove along the region's roads in pickup trucks provided by their masters. Ostentatiously displaying their arms, drunk and intoxicated, they shouted, "Ranchers are number one," and warned everyone that it was only the beginning. Undaunted, municipal authorities in Ocosingo and soldiers stationed in the region looked passively on the gunmen's triumphant parade. In Tuxtla Gutierrez, almost 10,000 campesinos marched in favor of Father Padron's release. In a corner of Ocosingo, one's widow buried her husband, victim of the proud ranchers. There was no march or protest petition for one's death. This is Chiapas. Recently, Viceroy Gonzales Garrido was the protagonist of a new scandal, which was uncovered because the press reported the story. With the Viceroy's approval, Ocosingo's feudal lords organized the Committee for Citizen Defense, a blatant attempt to institutionalize their neo-porfirista paramilitary forces that keep order in the countryside of Chiapas. Surely nothing would have happened had it not been for the discovery of a plot to assassinate the parish priest Pablo Ibarran and the nun Marfa del Carmen, along with Samuel Ruiz, the Bishop of San Cristobal. The plot was reported by the honest Cayapanco press, which even now exists, and reached national forums. There were retractions and denials. The Viceroy declared that he maintains good relations with the church and named a special committee to investigate the case. The investigation yielded no results, and the waters returned to their course. During the same days, government agencies made some horrifying statistics known. In Chiapas, 14,500 people die every year, the highest mortality rate in the country. The causes: curable diseases such as respiratory infections, entrythes, parasites, amoebas, malaria, salmonella, scabies, dengue, pulmonary tuberculosis, trachoma, typhus, cholera, and measles. Many say that the figure is actually over 15,000 because deaths in marginalized zones, the majority of the state, are not reported. During Patrocinio González Garrido's 4-year term more than 60,000 Cayapancos have died, most of them poor. The war against the people, directed by the viceroy and commanded by the feudal lords, consists of methods more subtle than bombardments. There is no mention in the press of this murderous plot which costs lives and land as in the days of the conquest. The Committee for Citizen Defense continues to carry out its proselytizing work, holding meetings to convince the rich and poor of the city of Ocosingo that they should organize and arm themselves so that the campesinos won't enter the city because they will destroy everything, without respecting the rich or the poor. The Viceroy smiles with approval. Chapter 3. This chapter tells how the Viceroy had a brilliant idea and put this idea into practice. It also tells how the empire decreed the death of socialism, and then put itself to the task of carrying out this decree to the great joy of the powerful, the distress of the weak and the indifference of majority. It tells of Zapata and how he is said to be still be alive. It also tells of other disconcerting events. The Viceroy is worried. The campesinos refuse to applaud the institutional pillage written into the new Article 27 of the Constitution. The Viceroy is enraged. The poor aren't happy with being exploited. They refuse to humbly accept the charity that Pronasol spreads around the Cayapanco countryside. The Viceroy is desperate. He consults his advisors. His advisors tell him an old truth: jails and military bases aren't enough to ensure continued domination. It is also necessary to control people's thoughts. The Viceroy is disturbed. He paces his palace. Then he stops and smiles. Ziach, rap and lies for the campesinos. In Ocosingo and Palenque, Cancu, Andalan, Altamirano and Yajalan, the indigenous people are celebrating. A new gift from the supreme government has made life a little happier for the peons, small landowners, landless campesinos, and impoverished inhabitants of the ejidos. They have been given a local radio station that reaches the most isolated corners of eastern Chiapas. The station's programming is fitting. Mariambas and rap music proclaim the good news. The Cayapanco countryside is being modernized. Ziach transmits from the township of Ocosingo and can be found at 600 MHz AM from 4 in the morning till 10 at night. Its news shows abound with lies. They tell of the disorientation that subversive lay workers spread among the peasantry, the abundance of aid credits that are never received by the indigenous communities, and the existence of public works that have never been built. The Viceroy is also given time on the air so that he can remind the population with threats that not all is lies and rap music. There are also jails and military bases and a penal code which is the most repressive in the Republic. The penal code punishes any expression of discontent. The laws against demonstrations, rebellion, inciting to riot, etc., demonstrate that the Viceroy is careful to maintain everything in order. There isn't any reason to fight. Socialism has died. Long live conformity and reform and the modern world and capitalism and all of the cruelties that are associated with them. The Viceroy and the feudal lords dance and smile euphorically in their palaces. Their joy is disconcerting for the few freethinkers who live in the area. Even they are incapable of understanding. They are without hope. It is true that one must fight, but the balance of forces isn't favorable. Now isn't the time. We must wait longer, maybe years. We must be alert against the adventurers. We must make sure that nothing happens in the cities or in the countryside, that everything continues as always. Socialism has died. Long live capitalism. Radio, the print media, and television proclaim it. It is repeated by some ex-socialists who are now sensationally changed. Not everyone hears the voices of hopelessness and conformity. Not everyone is carried away by hopelessness. There are millions of people who continue on without hearing the voices of the powerful and the indifferent. They can't hear, they are deafened by the crying and blood that death and poverty are shouting in their ears. But, when there is a moment of rest, they hear another voice. They don't hear the voice that comes from above, they hear the voice that is carried to them by the wind from below, a voice that is born in the indigenous heart of the mountains. This voice speaks to them about justice and freedom, it speaks to them about socialism, about hope, the only hope that exists in the world. The oldest of the old in the indigenous communities say that there once was a man named Zapata who rose up with his people and sang out, "Land and freedom." These old campesinos say that Zapata didn't die, that he must return. These old campesinos also say that the wind and the rain and the sun tell the campesinos when to cultivate the land, when to plant and when to harvest. They say that hope is also planted and harvested. They also say that the wind and the rain and the sun are now saying something different, that with so much poverty, the time has come to harvest rebellion instead of death. That is what the old campesinos say. The powerful don't hear, they can't hear, they are deafened by the brutality that the empire shouts in their ears. Zapata, insists the wind from below, our wind. The second wind? The wind, from Hilo. Chapter 4. This chapter tells how Dignity and Defiance joined hands in the southeast, and how Jacinto Perez's phantoms run through the Cayapanco highlands. It also tells of a patience that has run out and of other happenings which have been ignored but have major consequences. These people were born dignified and rebellious, brothers and sisters to the rest of Mexico's exploited people. They are not just the product of the Annexation Act of 1824, but of a long chain of ignominious acts and rebellions. From the time when cassock and armor conquered this land, dignity and defiance have lived and spread under these reigns. Collective work, democratic thinking, and subjection to the decisions of the majority are more than just traditions in indigenous zones. They have been the only means of survival, resistance, dignity, and defiance. These evil ideas, as they are seen by landholders and businessmen, go against the capitalist precept of a lot in the hands of a few. It has mistakenly been said that the Chiapas rebellion has no counterpart, that it is outside the national experience. This is a lie. The exploited Cayapanco's specialty is the same as that of exploited people from Durango, Veracruz, or the plateau of northern Mexico, to fight and to lose. If the voices of those who write history speak excessively, it is because the voice of the oppressed does not speak, yet. There is no historic, national, or regional calendar that has documented each and every rebellion against the system that is imposed and maintained with blood and fire throughout the national territory. In Chiapas, this rebel voice is only heard when it shakes the world of the landowners and business people. Indeed, the phantom of indigenous barbarism strikes government building walls and gains access with the help of revolution, trickery, and threats. If the rebellion in the southeast loses, as the rebellions lost in the north, center, and west, it is not the result of bad timing, it is because wind is the fruit of the land, it comes in time and ripens in the breasts of those who have nothing but dignity and rebelliousness. And this wind from below, that of rebellion and dignity, is not just an answer to the wind from above. It is not just an angry response or the destruction of an unjust and arbitrary system. Rather, it carries with it a new proposal, a hope of converting rebellion and dignity into freedom and dignity. How will this new voice make itself heard in these lands and across the country? How will this hidden wind blow, this wind which now blows only in the mountains and canyons without yet descending to the valleys where money rules and lies govern? This wind will come from the mountains. It is already being born under the trees and is conspiring for a new world, so new that it is barely an intuition in the collective heart that inspires it. Chapter 5. This chapter tells how the dignity of the indigenous people tried to make itself heard, but its voice only lasted a little while. It also tells how voices that spoke before are speaking again today and that the Indians are walking forward once again, but this time with firm footsteps. They are walking together with other dispossessed peoples to take what belongs to them. The music of death that now plays only for those who have nothing will now play for everyone. It also tells of other frightful things which have happened and, they say, must happen. The indigenous march to 11 niche, composed of campesinos from Palenque, Ocosingo, and Salto de Agua, demonstrates the system's absurdity. These indigenous people had to walk 1,106 kilometers to make themselves heard. They had to go to the capital of the Republic in order for the Central Power to arrange a meeting with the Viceroy. They arrived in Mexico City when capitalism was painting a frightful tragedy across the skies of Jalisco. They arrived at the capital of Old New Spain, now Mexico, exactly 500 years after the foreign nightmare imposed itself in the night of this land. They arrived, and all the honest and noble people, of which there are still some, listened to them, and the voices that oppress them today in the southeast, north, center, and west of the country also listened to them. They walked back, another 1,106 kilometers, their bags filled with promises. Again, nothing came of it. In the municipal seat of Samajoval, campesinos belonging to the Sioux organization were attacked by people paid by local ranchers. The campesinos in Samajoval have decided to stop being silent and to respond to the ranchers' threats. Campesinos surround the municipal seat. Nothing and no one enters or leaves without their consent. The federal army withdraws to its barracks, the police retreat, and the state's feudal lords demand arms in an attempt to restore order and respect. Negotiating commissions come and go. The conflict appears to have resolved itself. But the causes persist. With the same outward appearances, everything returns to calm. In the town of Betania, in the outskirts of San Cristobal de las Casas, indigenous people are regularly detained and harassed by judicial agents for cutting firewood for their homes. The judicial agents say that they are only doing this to protect the environment. The indigenous people decide to stop being silent and kidnap 3 judicial officials. They take the Pan American Highway and cut off communications to the east of San Cristobal. At the intersection between Ocosingo and Comitan, campesinos are holding the judiciaries, and they demand to speak to the viceroy before they will agree to unblock the road. Business comes to a halt, tourism collapses. Negotiating commissions come and go. The conflict appears to resolve itself, but the causes persist. With the same outward appearances, everything returns to calm. In Marcos de Cumalas, in the township of Ocosingo, campesinos cut wood to survive. The judicial officials arrest them and confiscate the wood for their commander. The indigenous people decide to stop being silent, and they take the agents' vehicles and kidnap the agents. The governor sends public security police who are kidnapped in the same way. The indigenous people hold onto the trucks, the wood, and the prisoners. They let the prisoners go. There is no response. They march to Palenque to demand solutions, and the army oppresses them and kidnaps their leaders. They hold onto the vehicles. Negotiating commissions come and go. The government lets the leaders go, the campesinos return the vehicles. The conflict appears to resolve itself, but the causes persist. With the same outward appearance, everything returns to calm. In the municipal seat of Ocosingo, 4,000 indigenous campesinos from the organization Anchas march from different points of the city. 3 marches converge in front of the municipal building. The municipal president doesn't know what it's all about and flees. On the floor of his office is a calendar indicating the date, April 10, 1992. Outside, indigenous campesinos from Ocosingo, Oxchuc, Huiston, Ilan, Yajalan, Sabanilla, Salto de Agua, Palenque, Altamirano, Margaritas, San Cristobal, San Andres, and Kencuck dance in front of a giant image of Zapata painted by one of them, recite poetry, sing, and speak. Only they are listening. The landowners, businessmen, and judicial officials are closed up in their homes and shops. The federal garrison appears. Deserted. The campesinos shout that Zapata lives, and the struggle continues. One of them reads a letter addressed to Carlos Salinas de Gortari, President of Mexico, 1988 present, in which they accuse him of having brought all of the agrarian reform gains made under Zapata to an end, of selling the country with the North American Free Trade Agreement, and of bringing Mexico back to the times of Porfirio Diaz. They declare forcefully that they will not recognize Salinas' reforms to Article 27 of the Political Constitution. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon the demonstration disperses, in apparent order, but the causes persist. With the same outward appearances, everything returns to calm. A basalo is an ejido in the township of Ocosingo. For years, campesinos took land that legally belonged to them. 3 of this community's leaders have been put in jail and tortured by the governor. The indigenous people decide to stop being silent and they take the San Cristobal Ocosingo highway. Negotiating commissions come and go. The leaders are freed. The conflict appears to resolve itself, but the causes persist. With the same outward appearance, everything returns to calm. Antonio dreams of owning the land he works on, he dreams that his sweat is paid for with justice and truth, he dreams that there is a school to cure ignorance and medicine to scare away death, he dreams of having electricity in his home and that his table is full, he dreams that his country is free and that this is the result of its people governing themselves, and he dreams that he is at peace with himself and with the world. He dreams that he must fight to obtain this dream, he dreams that there must be death in order to gain life. Antonio dreams and then he awakens. Now he knows what to do and he sees his wife crouching by the fire, hears his son crying. He looks at the sun rising in the east, and, smiling, grabs his machete. The wind picks up, he rises and walks to meet others. Something has told him that his dream is that of many and he goes to find them. The viceroy dreams that his land is agitated by a terrible wind that rouses everything, he dreams that all he has stolen is taken from him, that his house is destroyed, and that his rain is brought down. He dreams and he doesn't sleep. The viceroy goes to the feudal lords and they tell him that they have been having the same dream. The viceroy cannot rest. So he goes to his doctor and together they decide that it is some sort of Indian witchcraft and that they will only be freed from this dream with blood. The viceroy orders killings and kidnappings and he builds more jails and army barracks. But the dream continues and keeps him tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Everyone is dreaming in this country. Now it is time to wake up. The storm is here. From the clash of these two winds the storm will be born, its time has arrived. Now the wind from above rules, but the wind from below is coming. The prophecy is here. When the storm calms, when rain and fire again leave the country in peace, the world will no longer be the world but something better. Today we say enough is enough. To the people of Mexico. Mexican brothers and sisters. We are the product of 300 years of struggle, first against slavery, then during the War of Independence against Spain led by insurgents, then to avoid being absorbed by North American imperialism, then to promulgate our Constitution and expel the French Empire from our soil, and later the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz denied us the just application of the reform laws, and the people rebelled and leaders like Villa and Zapata emerged, poor people just like us. We have been denied the most elemental preparation so that they can use us as cannon fodder and pillage the wealth of our country. They don't care that we have nothing, absolutely nothing, not even a roof over our heads, no land, no work, no health care, no food, no education. Nor are we able to freely and democratically elect our political representatives, nor is there independence from foreigners, nor is there peace nor justice for ourselves and our children. But today, we say enough is enough. We are the inheritors of the true builders of our nation. The dispossessed, we are millions, and we thereby call upon our brothers and sisters to join this struggle as the only path, so that we will not die of hunger due to the insatiable ambition of a 70-year dictatorship led by a clique of traitors who represent the most conservative and sell-out groups. They are the same ones who opposed Hidalgo and Morelos, the same ones who betrayed Vicente Guerrero, the same ones who sold half our country to the foreign invader, the same ones who imported a European prince to rule our country, the same ones who formed the scientific Porfirista dictatorship, the same ones who opposed the petroleum expropriation, the same ones who massacred the railroad workers in 1958 and the students in 1968, the same ones who today take everything from us, absolutely everything. To prevent the continuation of the above, and as our last hope, after having tried to utilize all legal means based on our Constitution, we go to our Constitution, to apply Article 39, which says, national sovereignty essentially and originally resides in the people. All political power emanates from the people and its purpose is to help the people. The people have, at all times, the inalienable right to alter or modify their form of government. Therefore, according to our Constitution, we declare the following to the Mexican Federal Army, the pillar of the Mexican dictatorship that we suffer from, monopolized by a one-party system and led by Carlos Salinas de Gortari, the supreme and illegitimate federal executive who today holds power. According to this declaration of war, we ask that other powers of the nation advocate to restore the legitimacy and the stability of the nation by overthrowing the dictator. We also ask that international organizations and the International Red Cross watch over and regulate our battles, so that our efforts are carried out while still protecting our civilian population. We declare now and always that we are subject to the Geneva Accord, forming the EZLN as the fighting arm of our liberation struggle. We have the Mexican people on our side, we have the beloved tricolored flag, highly respected by our insurgent fighters. We use black and red in our uniform as a symbol of our working people on strike. Our flag carries the following letters, EZLN, Zapatista National Liberation Army, and we always carry our flag into combat. Beforehand, we reject any effort to disgrace our just cause by accusing us of being drug traffickers, drug guerrillas, thieves, or other names that might be used by our enemies. Our struggle follows the Constitution, which is held high by its call for justice and equality. Therefore, according to this declaration of war, we give our military forces, the EZLN, the following orders. First, advance to the capital of the country, overcoming the Mexican Federal Army, protecting in our advance the civilian population and permitting the people in the liberated area the right to freely and democratically elect their own administrative authorities. Second, respect the lives of our prisoners and turn over all wounded to the International Red Cross. Third, initiate summary judgments against all soldiers of the Mexican Federal Army and the political police who have received training or have been paid by foreigners, accused of being traitors to our country, and against all those who have repressed and treated badly the civilian population, and robbed, or stolen from, or attempted crimes against the good of the people. Fourth, form new troops with all those Mexicans who show their interest in joining our struggle, including those who, being enemy soldiers, turn themselves in without having fought against us, and promise to take orders from the General Command of the EZLN. Fifth, we ask for the unconditional surrender of the enemy's headquarters before we begin any combat to avoid any loss of lives. Sixth, suspend the robbery of our natural resources in the areas controlled by the EZLN. To the people of Mexico. We, the men and women, full and free, are conscious that the war that we have declared is our last resort, but also a just one. The dictators have been waging an undeclared genocidal war against our people for many years. Therefore we ask for your participation, your decision to support this plan that struggles for work, land, housing, food, healthcare, education, independence, freedom, democracy, justice, and peace. We declare that we will not stop fighting until the basic demands of our people have been met by forming a government of our country that is free and democratic. Join the insurgent forces of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. General Command of the EZLN. December 31, 1993. Editorial. Mexicans, workers, campesinos, students, honest professionals, Chicanos, and progressives of other countries, we have begun the struggle that is necessary to meet the demands that never have been met by the Mexican state: work, land, shelter, food, healthcare, education, independence, freedom, democracy, justice, and peace. For hundreds of years we have been asking for and believing in promises that were never kept. We were always told to be patient and to wait for better times. They told us to be prudent, that the future would be different. But we see now that this isn't true. Everything is the same or worse now than when our grandparents and parents lived. Our people are still dying from hunger and curable diseases, and live with ignorance, illiteracy, and lack of culture. And we realize that if we don't fight, our children can expect the same. And it is not fair. Necessity brought us together, and we said enough. We no longer have the time or the will to wait for others to solve our problems. We have organized ourselves and we have decided to demand what is ours, taking up arms in the same way that the finest children of the Mexican people have done throughout our history. We have entered into combat against the federal army and other repressive forces. There are millions of us Mexicans willing to live for our country or die for freedom in this war. This war is necessary for all the poor, exploited and miserable people of Mexico, and we will not stop until we achieve our goals. We call on all of you to join our movement because the enemies we face, the rich and the state, are cruel and inhuman. They will put no limit on their bloody instinct to destroy us. It is necessary to struggle on all fronts, and from there, with your sympathy, your solidarity, the dissemination that you give our cause, your adoption of the ideals that we are demanding, your incorporation of the revolution by raising up your people wherever they may be found, these are very important factors in our final triumph. El Despertador Mexicano is the newspaper of the EZLN. It strives to inform the people about the development of the just war that we have declared against our class enemies. In this first issue we present our declaration of war against the Federal Army, and we publish the orders to be followed by the leaders and officers of the EZLN in our advance through national territory. Also in this issue are the revolutionary laws that will be enacted in the liberated territories in order to guarantee their revolutionary control and strengthen the bases so we can begin the process of building a new Mexico. To live for our country or die for freedom. Evolutionary laws. Women's revolutionary law. In the just fight for the liberation of our people, the EZLN incorporates women into the revolutionary struggle, regardless of their race, creed, color, or political affiliation, requiring only that they share the demands of the exploited people and that they commit to the laws and regulations of the revolution. In addition, taking into account the situation of the woman worker in Mexico, the revolution supports their just demands for equality and justice in the following women's revolutionary law. First, women, regardless of their race, creed, color, or political affiliation, have the right to participate in the revolutionary struggle in a way determined by their desire and capacity. Second, women have the right to work and receive a just salary. Third, women have the right to decide the number of children they will have and care for. Fourth, women have the right to participate in the affairs of the community and hold positions of authority if they are freely and democratically elected. Fifth, women and their children have the right to primary attention in matters of health and nutrition. Sixth, women have the right to education. Seventh, women have the right to choose their partner, and are not to be forced into marriage. Eighth, women shall not be beaten or physically mistreated by their family members or by strangers. Rape and attempted rape will be severely punished. Ninth, women will be able to occupy positions of leadership in the organization and hold military ranks in the Revolutionary Armed Forces. 10th, women will have all the rights and obligations elaborated in the revolutionary laws and regulations. Asterisk. Urban Reform Law. In the urban zones controlled by the EZLN, the following laws will be enacted in order to ensure dignified housing for all dispossessed families. First, the inhabitants of the zone who own their own homes or apartments will stop paying all taxes. Second, the inhabitants of the zone who pay rent, and have resided in the same dwelling for more than 15 years, will stop paying rent to the owner of the property until the revolutionary government triumphs and new legislation is enacted. Third, the inhabitants of the zone who pay rent, and have resided in the same dwelling for fewer than 15 years, will pay only 10% of the salary earned by the head of the family as rent, and will not pay at all after having resided in the dwelling for 15 years. Fourth, urban lots that already have public services will be opened for immediate occupation in order that dwellings may be constructed on said lots even if the dwellings are only of a provisional nature. The freely and democratically elected authorities will be notified of these occupations. Fifth, vacant public buildings and large mansions will be provisionally occupied by families, who will divide the buildings among themselves. In order to facilitate this, the civil authorities will appoint neighborhood committees that will decide on requests that are presented to them and will grant living space on the basis of need and available resources. Labor law. Additions to the present law. The following laws will be added to the current federal labor law in the zones controlled by the EZLN. First, foreign companies will pay their workers an hourly salary in national money equivalent to what would be paid in dollars outside the country. Second, national companies will increase their workers' salaries monthly, by a percentage determined by a local prices and salaries commission. Said commission will be composed of representatives of the workers, settlers, landowners, business people, and the freely and democratically elected authorities. The reduction of current salaries will in no way be permitted. Third, all workers in the countryside and the cities will receive free medical care in any public or private health center, hospital, or clinic. The medical costs will be covered by the employers. Fourth, every worker will have a right to a certain amount of non-transferable stock in the company for which they work, the exact quantity to be determined by the number of years that the worker has worked for the company, this in addition to their current pensions. The monetary value of said stock will be used for the worker's retirement, by his wife or by his beneficiary. Industry and commerce law. First, the prices of basic products will be regulated by a local prices and salaries commission. Said commission will be composed of workers, settlers, landowners, merchants, and the freely and democratically elected authorities. Increases in the prices of basic products cannot, in any way, be more than increases in salaries. Second, the hoarding of any product is prohibited. Hoarders will be detained and turned over to the military authorities, accused of sabotage and treason to the country. Third, the commerce of a given region should be able to ensure the provision of tortillas and bread for all in time of war. Fourth, the industries and businesses that the landowners consider unproductive, and attempt to close in order to carry away the machinery and raw materials, will be passed to the management of the workers, and the machinery will become the property of the nation. Social Security law. First, abandoned children will be fed and protected by the nearest neighbors under the authority of the EZLN, before being turned over to the civilian authorities, who will protect them until they reach 13 years of age. Second, elderly people without family will be protected and will receive priority in housing and the distribution of free food coupons. Third, those incapacitated by the war will receive attention and work priority under the direction of the EZLN. Fourth, the pension of retirees will be equal to the minimum salary established by local price and salary commissions. Justice law. First, all prisoners in all prisons will be liberated, except those guilty of murder, rape, and the leaders of drug trafficking operations. Second, all government officials, from the level of the municipal president up to the President of the Republic, will be subject to audit, and will be judged for misappropriation of funds in cases where evidence of guilt is found. Revolutionary agrarian law. The poor campesinos movement in Mexico demands the return of the land to those who work it and, in the tradition of Emiliano Zapata and in opposition to the reforms to Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution, the EZLN again takes up the just struggle of rural Mexico for land and freedom. With the object of standardizing the new agrarian distribution enacted by the revolution throughout Mexican territory, the following revolutionary agrarian law is issued. First, this law is valid in all Mexican territory, and benefits all poor campesinos and Mexican agricultural laborers regardless of their political affiliation, religious creed, sex, race, or color. Second, this law affects all agricultural properties and agro/livestock businesses inside of Mexican territory, whether they are national or foreign owned. Third, all poor quality land in excess of 100 hectares and all good quality land in excess of 50 hectares will be subject to the revolutionary agrarian law. The landowners whose lands exceed the aforementioned limits will have the excess taken away from them, and they will be left with the minimum permitted by this law. They may remain as small landholders or join the cooperative campesinos movement, campesino societies, or communal lands. Fourth, communally held land and the land of popular cooperatives will not be subject to agrarian reform, even though they exceed the limits mentioned in the third article of this law. Fifth, the lands affected by this agrarian law will be distributed to the landless campesinos and the agricultural laborers who thus request it as collective property for the formation of cooperatives, campesino societies, or agricultural production/livestock collectives. The affected lands should be worked collectively. Sixth, the collectives of poor, landless campesinos and agricultural laborers, men, women, and children without land title, or who have land of poor quality, will have the right to be the first to request land. Seventh, in order to better cultivate the land for the benefit of the poor campesinos and the agricultural laborers, the expropriation of large estates and agricultural/livestock monopolies will include the expropriation of means of production such as machinery, fertilizer, stores, financial resources, chemical products, and technical expertise. All of these means should pass into the hands of the poor campesinos and agricultural laborers, with special attention given to groups organized in cooperatives, collectives, and societies. Eighth, the groups that benefit from this agrarian law should dedicate themselves to the collective production of necessary foodstuffs for the Mexican people, corn, beans, rice, vegetables, and fruit, as well as to the raising of cattle, bees, pigs, and horses, and to the production of animal-derived products, meat, milk, eggs, etc. Ninth, in time of war, a portion of the products of the lands affected by this law will be designated for the sustenance of orphans and widows of revolutionary combatants, and to the support of the revolutionary forces. 10th, the purpose of collective production is primarily to satisfy the people's needs, to instill in those who benefit from this law a consciousness of collective work and benefit, and to create production, defense, and mutual aid units in the Mexican countryside. When a region doesn't produce some product, it will trade justly and equally with another region where it is produced. Excess production can be exported to other countries if there is no national demand for the product. 11th, large agricultural businesses will be expropriated and passed to the hands of the Mexican people, and will be administered collectively by the workers of those businesses. The cultivation machinery, seeds, etc. that are sitting idle in factories and businesses will be distributed among rural collectives, with the objective of making the land fertile and ending the hunger of the people. 12th, individual hoarding of land and the means of production will not be permitted. 13th, zones of virgin jungle and forest will be preserved. There will be reforestation campaigns in the principal zones. 14th, the riverheads, rivers, lakes, and oceans are the collective property of the Mexican people, and they will be cared for by not polluting them and by punishing their misuse. 15th, in order to benefit the poor, landless campesinos and agricultural workers, in addition to the agrarian redistribution established by this law, commercial centers will be created to buy the campesinos' products at a fair price and to sell to them, at a fair price, goods that the campesino needs for a dignified life. Also, community health centers will be created with every benefit of modern medicine, with capable and conscientious doctors and nurses, and with free medical care for the people. Recreation centers will be created for the campesinos and their families so that they may rest in dignity without the need for bars or bordellos. Educational centers and free schools will be created where the campesinos and their families can receive an education, regardless of their age, sex, race, or political affiliation, and where they can learn the techniques necessary for their development. Housing and road construction centers will be established with engineers, architects, and the necessary materials for the campesinos' dignified housing and the construction of good roads for transportation. Service centers will be created in order to guarantee potable water, drainage, electricity, radio, and television, in addition to everything necessary for housework, stoves, refrigerators, lavatories, mills, etc. 16th, the campesinos who work collectively will not be taxed. Nor will the ejidos, cooperatives, or communal lands be taxed. From the moment that this revolutionary agrarian law is implemented, all debts, whether they are from credit, taxes, or loans that are owed by the poor campesinos or agricultural workers to the oppressive government, to foreigners or to capitalists, are forgiven. Law of Rights and Obligations of Peoples in Struggle. In its liberatory advance through Mexican territory, and in the struggle against the government and against the large national and foreign exploiters, the EZLN will implement, with the help of the people engaged in struggle, the following Law of Rights and Obligations of Peoples in Struggle. First, the peoples in struggle against the oppressor government and the large national and foreign exploiters, without regard to their political affiliation, religious creed, race, or color, will have the following rights: a. To choose, freely and democratically, the authorities of whatever type they consider convenient, and to demand that they be respected. b. To demand that the revolutionary armed forces not intervene in matters of civil order or the disposition of capital relating to agriculture, commerce, finances, and industry, as these are the exclusive domain of the civil authorities, elected freely and democratically. c. To organize and exercise armed defense of their collective and private goods, as well as to organize and exercise the vigilance of public order and good government according to the popular will. d. To demand that the revolutionary armed forces guarantee the safety of people, families, and private and collective property of neighbors or transients, when these people are not enemies of the revolution. e. The inhabitants of every population have the right to acquire and possess arms to defend their persons, families, and property, according to the laws of disposition of capital of farms, commerce, finance, and industry, against the armed attacks committed by the revolutionary forces or those of the government. By the same token, they are fully authorized to make use of those arms against whatever person or group of people assaults their homes, the honor of their families, or attempt to commit robberies or attacks of whatever form against their persons. This is valid only for those who are not enemies of the revolution. Second, the civil authorities of whatever type, who are elected democratically, will have, in addition to the previous rights and the attributions that are signaled by the respective revolutionary laws, the following rights: a. They will be able to imprison, disarm, and turn into the commands anyone they find robbing, raiding or looting any home or committing any other violation, for which they will receive their deserved punishment, even if they are a member of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. The same procedures will be employed against those who commit any violation, even if they are not caught in the act, if their guilt is sufficiently demonstrated. b. They will have the right that, for their conduct, revolutionary taxes be imposed as established by the war tax law. Third, peoples in struggle against the oppressor government and the great national and foreign exploiters, without regard to their political affiliation, religious creed, race, or color, will have the following obligations: a. To give their services in works of vigilance, according to majority will or the military necessities of revolutionary war. b. To respond to calls for help made by the democratically elected authorities, the revolutionary armed forces or by any revolutionary military person in cases of urgency, to combat the enemy. c. To lend their services as mail deliverers or guides to the revolutionary armed forces. d. To lend their services to carry food to the revolutionary troops when they are combating the enemy. e. To lend their services to transport wounded, bury cadavers or other similar works tied to the cause and interests of the revolution. f. To give food and lodging to the revolutionary forces that are guarding or passing through the respective populations, to the degree that they are able. g. To pay taxes and contributions established by the war tax law and other revolutionary laws. h. They should not help in any way the enemy, nor give them articles of primary necessity. I. To dedicate themselves to legitimate work. Fourth, the civil authorities, of whatever type elected democratically, will, in addition to the previous obligations, have the following obligations: a. To regularly report to the civil population on the activities under their command and the origin and destination of all of the material resources and human posts in their administration. b. To regularly inform the respective command of the revolutionary armed forces of any events that occur in their area. Instructions to leaders and officials of the EZLN. The following orders are obligatory for all leaders and officials of troops under the control of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. First, you will operate according to the orders that you receive from the general command or from the commands of the front line. Second, the leaders and officials who are in military operations in isolated zones or with difficulties in communicating with the commands should carry out their military work, combating the enemy constantly, according to their own initiative, taking care to advance the revolution in places where they find themselves working. Third, you will submit a war dispatch whenever possible, or at least monthly, to the respective commands. Fourth, you will endeavor to preserve, as much as possible, good order among the troops, especially when you enter populaces, guaranteeing in full the lives and interests of the inhabitants who are not enemies of the revolution. Fifth, to aid the troops in their material necessities to the degree possible, you should impose war contributions on the businesses or property holders who find themselves in the zones where you are operating, but only if they have important capital according to the war tax law and the revolutionary laws that affect commercial, agricultural, financial, and industrial capital. Sixth, the material funds that are gathered by these means will be employed strictly for the material necessities of the troops. The leader or official who takes any of these funds for his personal benefit will be taken prisoner and judged according to the rules of the EZLN by a revolutionary military tribunal. Seventh, for the feeding of the troops, pasture of the horses, and fuel, and repair of the vehicles, you should direct yourselves to the democratically elected authorities of the place in question. This authority will gather what they can from among the civilian population, for the material necessities of the Zapatista military unit, and will hand them in to the leader or official of the highest rank in said military unit, and only to him. Eighth, only those officials with the rank of major or higher will change authorities in those places that fall under the power of the revolution, according to the will of the people, and according to available and relevant sections of the law of revolutionary government. Ninth, the people, in general, will take possession of their goods according to what is established in the revolutionary laws. The leaders and officials of the EZLN will give to these people their moral and material support, with the goal of carrying out what is set out in these revolutionary laws, whenever the same people request this help. 10th, absolutely no one will be able to have meetings or treaties with the oppressor government or with its representatives without the prior authorization of the General Command of the EZLN. War tax law. In the zones controlled by the EZLN, the following war tax law will be instituted and will be made to function with all of the moral, political, and military force of our revolutionary organization. First, the war tax law will apply from the moment that a military unit of the EZLN begins to operate in a specific territory. Second, the war tax law affects all of the civilian, national, or foreign populations residing in or passing through said territory. Third, the war tax law is not obligatory for the civilian population that lives by its own resources, without exploiting any labor whatsoever and without obtaining any advantage from the people. For poor campesinos, day workers, employees, the unemployed, participation in this law is voluntary and in no way will they be obligated morally or physically to subject themselves to this law. Fourth, the war tax law is obligatory for those in the civilian population who live by exploitation, by force, or through work or who obtain some advantage over the people in their activities. Those small, medium, and large capitalists of the countryside and the city can be obligated to obey this law without exception, in addition to submitting themselves to the revolutionary laws affecting agricultural, commercial, financial, and industrial capital. Fifth, the following percentages of taxes will be established, according to the work of each person: a. For small commercial businesses, small property holders, workshops, and small industries, 7% of their monthly income. In no way will their means of production be affected by the collection of this tax. B. For professional people, 10% of their monthly income. In no way will materials strictly necessary for the exercising of their profession be affected. C. For medium-sized property holders, 15% of their monthly income. Their property will be affected according to the respective revolutionary laws of agricultural, commercial, financial, and industrial capital. D. For large capitalists, 20% of their monthly income. Their property will be affected according to the respective revolutionary laws of agricultural, commercial, financial, and industrial capital. 6th, all of the goods seized from the armed forces of the enemy will be property of the EZLN. 7th, all of the goods recuperated by the revolution from the hands of the oppressor government will be the property of the revolutionary government according to the laws of the revolutionary government. 8th, all taxes and burdens imposed by the oppressor government will be ignored, such as those debts of money or goods that the exploited people of the country and the city find themselves obligated to pay by those governing or by capitalists. 9th, all of the war taxes recovered by the revolutionary armed forces or by the organized people will become the collective property of the respective populations, and will be administered according to the popular will by the democratically elected civil authorities, giving to the EZLN only what is necessary to contribute to the material necessities of the regular troops, and for the continuation of the liberatory movement according to the law of rights and obligations of peoples in struggle. 10th, no civil or military authority, whether it be of the oppressor government or of the revolutionary forces, will take for personal or family benefit any part of these war taxes. Asterisk. Law of Rights and Obligations of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. The Revolutionary Armed Forces of the EZLN, in their struggle against the oppressor government and the great national and foreign exploiters, and in its liberatory advance over the Mexican territory, commit themselves to the carrying out and enforcement of the following law of rights and obligations of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. First, the revolutionary troops of the EZLN in their combat against the oppressor will have the following rights. A. The troops that pass through a village will have the right to receive from the people, through the democratically elected civil authorities, lodging, food, and the means to accomplish their military missions, according to the means of the inhabitants. B. The troops that, by orders of the respective commands, are garrisoned in a place, will have the right to receive lodging, food, and means according to what is established in Section A of this article. C. The leaders, officials, or soldiers who observe that some authority does not fulfill what is established by the revolutionary laws, and lack popular approval, will have the right to denounce this authority to the revolutionary government. Second, the revolutionary troops of the EZLN, in their combat against the oppressor, have the following obligations. A. To make sure that those peoples who have not named, freely and democratically, their authorities, proceed immediately to free elections of the same, without the intervention of the armed forces, which under the responsibility of their military orders, will let the population work without any pressure whatsoever. B. To respect the civil authorities elected freely and democratically. C. To not intervene in civil matters, and to let the civil authorities work freely on these matters. D. To respect legal commerce that obeys the respective revolutionary laws. E. To respect the agricultural redistribution carried out by the revolutionary government. F. To respect the rules, customs, and agreements of the people and to submit themselves to them in cases of civil-military relations. G. To charge no taxes to the population, in no way and under no pretext, for the use of its land and waters. H. To not take over, for personal use, the lands of the people, or of the estates taken away from the oppressor. I. To obey all of the laws and rules issued by the revolutionary government. J. To not demand personal services or works of personal benefit from the civilian population. K. To report those subordinates who commit any crime, imprison them, and remit them to a revolutionary military tribunal, so that they may receive their deserved punishment. L. To respect civil justice. M. The leaders and officials will be responsible before the respective commands for the abuses or crimes of subordinates who are not remitted to revolutionary military tribunals. N. To dedicate yourselves to making war against the enemy until they are definitively removed from the territory in question or are annihilated. Testimonies of the first day. The following are excerpted transcriptions that were published in La Jornada. They were recorded in San Cristobal de las Casas just after the EZLN liberated the city on January 1, 1994, and the transcription was published in La Jornada on January 19. They begin with Subcommander Marcos answering questions after reading the declaration of war from the balcony of the Municipal Presidential Palace. La Jornada, 1/19. Q. Have there been any losses? Marcos, no. Neither ours nor the enemy's. Only in Ocosingo. There were 2 dead and 2 wounded and 4 prisoners on their side. Q. The military zone is here, less than 12 kilometers away. They have not responded? M. You have to take into account that it is a difficult situation, because this is the command of the 31st Military Zone. And they attack the back and 3 fronts. It is not as though you say, okay, now I will come and finish with San Cristobal. Q. Why are some of you masked and others are not, although you are all from the same movement? M. Those of us who are more handsome always have to protect ourselves. What is happening is that, in this case, the officers are those who are masked, for 2 reasons. 1. The primary one, is that we have to watch out for protagonism, in other words, that people do not promote themselves too much. The mask is so that there is no protagonism, if you understand me, that we sometimes have a lot of, those of us who get into this business of appearing a lot. So now, since it is not well known who is who, probably in a little while another will come out, or it could be the same one. It is about being anonymous, not because we fear for ourselves, but rather so that they cannot corrupt us. For that reason some wear ski masks, so that they will not appear often and say, what about me over here? We know that our leadership is collective and that we have to submit to them. Even though you happen to be listening to me here now because I am here, but *FN other places others, masked in the same way, are talking. This masked person today is called Marcos here and tomorrow will be called Pedro in Margaritas or Josue in Ocosingo or Alfredo in Altamirano or whatever he is called. Finally, the one who speaks is a more collective heart, not a caudillo. That is what I want you to understand, not a caudillo in the old style, in that image. The only image that you will have is that those who make this happen are masked, then. And the time will come when the people will realize that it is enough to have dignity and put on a mask and say, well then, I can do this too, and okay, I do not need to be of a particular physique. That is the truth, and for that reason, you should not believe what I said when I said I was very handsome. I am doing propaganda for myself. Q. And women are in this movement voluntarily. M. Did someone obligate you to come? They are Tzotzils, Tzoltals, Tojolabales Indians. Q. What is the average age? M. A scandalous 22 years old. It has gone up. When we started it was 16 years. Then, 4 years ago, it was 20, and now the average age is between 22 and 23 years old. There are people much younger than that, but the average of the troops is that. Those who have masks are officials or people that Q. Command. M. No, that is what will not check out. You are going to check out all that you see with what you read. You will check Tupamaros, Montoneros, the Sandinista Front, Frente Sandinista, 26th of July Movement, Movimiento 26 de Julio, URNG. Nothing will check out. They are a mess. They are going to win. This is an organization that has been preparing itself for over 10 years without a single assault, robbery, or kidnapping. Where did they get money for what they did? Who protected them for so long? They are going to say that we were part of the government. Today had to come so that we could demonstrate that we are not. Q. How many people make up the Zapatista army? Can you tell us? M. I will tell you that there are thousands, and that they are all moved to take these actions. Q. Will there be more? M. Of course. After this, here, when we leave here, from these positions, when we advance, we are certain that more will join us. 3 or 4 hours ago we received information that an element of the Federal Army deserted and joined our ranks. They have offered to show us the location of the barracks. No, he will not show us tactics. We know more than he. Q. Who was the source? M. The deserter from the army who joined our ranks. Q. What assurances does the press have to enter into the zones? M. In our zones, with us, you will not have problems, but I am sure that the army will not let information pass through. Or that your editorial boards or your bosses will not let you publish it? Q. Can you provide the resources of the city hall for our work, what you have here, like the phone lines, fax? M. Go in and look for them if you like. Oh, you're asking. I was already up there looking for a telephone because I had to talk to human rights, to the National Commission. No, man, they have stolen everything. There are computers and all of that, we do not do anything with that. Yes, there is communication. The only thing I can guarantee is where we move, and if you present your newspaper credentials, they will let you pass. Q. Are you only here, in the state of Chiapas? M. No. Asterisk 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 asterisk. M. We hope that the people understand that the causes that have moved us to do this are just, and that the path that we have chosen is just one, not the only one. Nor do we think that it is the best of all paths. We only think that this is one that needs to be taken, and we invite all of the people to do the same, not to rise up in arms, but to struggle for a truly free and democratic government in Mexico that can fulfill the aspirations of each and every person. We do not want a dictatorship of another kind, nor anything out of this world, not international communism and all that. We want justice where there is now not even minimum subsistence. This is in the whole state of Chiapas. And one can say, well, soon I am going to rise up in arms. No, but do demonstrate your agreement, each person where you work, students, teachers, and all of that, make count what they have denied us until now, which is the right to have an opinion, to feel, to dissent. That is what we want. We resorted to this because, well, because they did not leave us any other way, really. Q. Do you think the conditions are right to do what you are doing? M. Yes, we think that the time is ripe at an international level. We think that at the international level there is a sensibility for the Mexican people to rise up against a dictatorship of such long standing, in this case of a party, as it was in Europe. And at the national level, there is much discontent, but what was needed was for someone to give a lesson in dignity, and this fell to the most ancient inhabitants of this country that is now called Mexico, but when they were here it did not have a name, that name. It fell to the lowest citizens of this country to raise their heads, with dignity. And this should be a lesson for all. We cannot let ourselves be treated this way, and we have to try to construct a better world, a world truly for everyone, and not only for a few, as the current regime does. This is what we want. We do not want to monopolize the vanguard or say that we are the light, the only alternative, PR stingily claim the qualification of revolutionary for one or another current. We say, look at what happened. That is what we had to do. We have dignity, patriotism, and we are demonstrating it. You should do the same, within your ideology, within your means, within your beliefs, and make your human condition count. QJ. It is speculated that you are a member of some political party. M. Well, they have asked this question often, if we are a member of the PRD or of the PEN or some faction within the PRI that is against then presidential candidate Luis Donaldo Colosio. But the truth, we tell you sincerely, is that the political parties do not come to indigenous people in Chiapas. They do not come, and the people are tired of butting their heads against the wall. For that reason, we grew here, precisely because the political parties do not have consensus. Q. Don V. You think that people are afraid of you? M. I think that they did not have bigger problems than us. Well, more than fear. That yes, but that we would rape and mutilate and all of that, no. But aside from that, I hope that the fear has gone. You should understand that any mess that we could have made here we would have done at dawn, when you were sleeping, that is, you should recognize that. You realized what was going on when the morning was quite advanced, when we were already here. You drank a toast to the new year and went to sleep, and we fell on you, but like a slap. I think that the force is not against everyone, quite the opposite. Q. Why did you pick those 4 towns? Did you have that already planned? M. We have everything planned. Q. In the state of Chiapas? M. Comitan, Tuxtla, Palenque, Arteaga, Tapachula. Q** not just 4 towns. M. Well, wait, and we'll be right behind you. Everything is planned down to the hut of Tres Marias and the Cuernavaca Mexico highway. And from there we have planned how to enter. Some say that we should stay and eat some quesadillas in Tres Marias. The plan is to go on to all of the towns. We will go on to all of the towns. The thing is that we are the majority. That is the truth. But we will try to follow the bosses of San Cristobal and not cause any problems to the civil population and try to convince the army to come over from the side of injustice. 65. The immediate objective is that our agricultural laws begin to operate in the liberated zones, that the campesinos organize themselves, taking land, respecting small rural property and working in collectives, ignoring all of the debts with the government. Ban Rural, Banco de Crédito Rural, all of the taken assets, all of that, we don't know anything about in the rural zone because where we move those laws will start to operate, that is, the old constitution before they reformed it. That is the immediate plan that we have, that is, to organize the rural life of this country according to the will of the majority of our compañeros. That is, that there be land, because there is land, and that it be distributed, because they just said that they were not going to give any more out. So before it was running around in agrarian reform, which they would probably give you. Well now, even if you run around, they won't give it to you. That is what Hank Gonzalez and Salinas de Gortari said when they said, land reform is over. Q. Listen, what about the stores? M. I said a little while ago up there that businesses will be permitted to open. We will not do anything to private commerce, only to the government. But everything, the minibuses, the gas stations, we are not prohibiting them from opening. We guarantee them that we will not attack any store because the law about that says. Q. Could tomorrow be a normal day? M. Yes, let's see if you can live with that. In any case you will have to live always with that threat over your head, until the problem of social justice for these people is resolved, they will come back any moment. You were always scared of the black legend that we would kill you, rape you, and mutilate you, and you saw that we didn't. In the tape a man can be heard who, with difficulty, reads a document. I am going to communicate some of the decisions that our clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee, leadership of our revolution, has decreed today. First, that the stores and businesses that belong to the oppressor government be opened so that the people of San Cristobal can take from them what they need. Only the stores and businesses that belong to the federal and state government, nothing against local commerce. Second decree, directed at the command of the 31st Military Zone with headquarters in Rancho Nuevo, of the federal government, to invite the body of officers, classes, and troops to abandon the ranks of the evil government and pass, with all of their instruments and all of their experience, to the side of the struggle of the people. In case the garrison of the 31st Military Zone does not accept the abandonment of the cause of the evil government and embrace the cause of the people, then I am ordered to ask for the unconditional surrender of those barracks at the date and time that it be communicated appropriately. I make public, therefore, the offer for the 31st Military Zone and the battalions and units of the Federal Army to abandon the federal government. 66. And join our cause in one single army, respecting their ranks and their chain of command. Applause. It has already been agreed and tomorrow a commission is ready to certify that we did not harm anyone, it will be allowed to leave on the side of Tuxtla. After this time 6 in the morning, when the delegation is formed and can see that nothing happened to them, you will be able to leave, he city on the side I already mentioned, and you will be able to come here for a safe conduct so that they will let you pass. We are speaking with the National Human Rights Commission so that there can be a representative of theirs on the other side to guarantee the passage of tourists without being harmed by the federal troops. This is a negotiation that we are doing. What we can guarantee is that when this delegation is formed, we will let them out. What happens beyond our lines? Go at your own risk. That's clear. Here they are fewer, but some people have approached us to ask how they can help us. I have told them clearly that what we hope is that they will understand the justice of our demands. You may not agree with the path that we have chosen, but you have to understand that the conditions that brought us to this are very cruel and very desperate. If you can understand that, it is a great help to us. If you realize that we have done everything possible to respect your lives, your goods, because the problem is not with you, and if you can also take it into account, because right now the press and the propaganda are saying very much that we are raping, stealing, robbing gasoline stations, looting businesses, and many things that you have seen with your own eyes, we have not done here in San Cristobal. If anyone would like to go further, applause. Also, here a person is telling me to make public the guarantees that we give to all civilians regardless of their political affiliation, nationality, race, or creed, that they will not be touched by our forces. Whenever we can, what I want to say to people that want to go further, if you can give some food or money, it would be welcome. You know that we do not steal. Whoever wants to help us in something more material, they can give us that, food and money. If you cannot or do not want to, it is enough to understand why we did this. Then, we will be satisfied. We will continue towards the regular troops of the Zapatista National Liberation Army and the orders that our leadership gives us to go where they direct us. Now they are sending us to Rancho Nuevo. Well, it will be there. If it is on the other side, then to the other side we'll go. But it should be clear that we are inviting the federal troops to come over to our side. That is all. If you have any question, that is all I can say. Don't worry about your goods or your persons. They will be respected, as will your liberty. In case of problems, we are not going to take hostages or take anyone by force with us to protect us. In the case that we have to leave, or that we have to fight, that is the guarantee, that we will not take civilians or hostages. Vigorous applause. We will fight until the fall of the capital of the Republic. My compañeros have said it very clearly in their declaration of war, that their fundamental demands imply the creation of a transitional government that calls for elections, clean, real elections, and for that they are calling for the House of Deputies and the House of Senators to disregard and unseat the illegitimate president, Carlos Salinas de Gortari, and from among them a coalition government of various parties and people of known prestige, a transitional 67. Government that would call for clean elections so that the will of the people could win. That is what the compañeros explain. I was ready to talk with anyone, but the only thing they have sent is airplanes. That should be clear. We have not denied the dialogue to anyone. There has been no attempt, other than that of the National Human Rights Commission, which did approach us to ask for the free passage of foreigners. All of us are Mexicans. The movement is national, and among our troops that fight here are people who have visited various states of the Republic, but mainly the troops that are here are Cayapancos and mainly indigenous. We are not requiring the reaching of an accord as a condition for leaving San Cristobal. We may leave even though there is no accord, according to orders that may tell us to leave and attack another place. We would have to march to other places. In this case Tuxtla, since if the order is that we have to go there, we have nothing to do here. What I want you to understand is our situation here. We have not prohibited any commerce, not the gas stations, not the bus stations, not the minibuses, not that, nor have we prohibited the radio stations. The only thing we have prohibited is leaving the city because we cannot guarantee that the federal troops will respect you. As for the rest, we have not done anything but get things a bit dirty. That we have done, but we will try to fix that as well, very soon. So we advise with this, then, to the small and medium businesses, that they will not be touched, only the business that is of the federal and state government. Marcos is speaking again. M, let me finish. Q, wait a minute. M, of course, finish. Q, compañeros of Chiapas, Indians, permit me a minute. If you were brought tortillas, water, pozolito, would you accept idle M? Yes, of course. That is what we are eating. That is the situation. What has to continue is our advance to Mexico City. We started this very day. Today the North American Free Trade Agreement begins, which is nothing more than a death sentence to the indigenous ethnicities of Mexico, who are perfectly dispensable in the modernization program of Salinas de Gortari. Then the compañeros decided to rise up on that same day to respond to the decree of death that the Free Trade Agreement gives them, with the decree of life that is given by rising up in arms to demand liberty and democracy, which will take them to the solution to their problems. This is the reason that we have risen up today. Any other questions, because they are going to cut me off? Q, we don/T want free trade. What is happening? M, what I know is nothing more than you know. There were displays of adherence and sympathy in 4 or 5 states of the Republic, among them Veracruz, Oaxaca, Puebla, and another state in the north that I can't remember. Our organization will also. 68. Speak on a national level. A column was lost as they entered and then they went in there, they left to look, but we are not going to enter any civilian house. We did not do it when you were sleeping applause, and won't now that you are awake. I think we did well, because you did not awaken until very late, applause. 69. Diamond suit the first days. Early reports. These are excerpts from some of the first newspaper reports about the uprising. These reports include interviews with officers and militants in the EZLN, as well as some reports of battles that occurred in the first days of January. These and other reports are what gave the Mexican public its first impressions of the EZLN. Macropolis, 1/10 Roberto Carvajal, San Cristobal de las Casas. From the top of the municipal presidential balcony, Commander Marcos proclaims with a vigorous shout, "Don't forget this is an ethnic movement." He bellows to his troops, the troops of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. They listen, undaunted, mute, still shocked by the presence of war in their always tranquil streets. About 400 people congregated in the flower garden in front of the palace. They are hearing, from the tall and strong man dressed in a uniform that combines red and black, that on this first day of 1994, Mexico is at war. Commander Marcos shouts. We have made a declaration of war to the Federal Army and to the government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari as a final measure, but only so that we will no longer die of hunger in the face of the insatiable dictatorship of over 70 years. He also shouts, almost furious, we demand the restoration of the legality and the stability of the nation. The rebel accepts questions. His face is covered with a black ski mask. When did this start? When did this start? Man. 500 years ago. Was it not 500 years ago that our struggle against slavery started? We have been fighting 5 centuries for our independence, against North American expansionism, for the promulgation of our Constitution and against the French Empire. Later against the Porfirista dictatorship which provoked poor men like us to rise up in arms. And that is how our heroes of history came about, Villa, Zapata. Do you consider yourself a hero of modern times? I am only a mestizo, a man of the people who struggles so that these terrible inequalities will no longer be suffered in our country. I am a combatant. Why? Why today? This is our response to the implementation of the North American Free Trade Agreement, because this represents a death sentence for all of the indigenous ethnicities in Mexico, which are disposable for the government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari. We decided to take 4 cities today because there are no conditions to effect free and democratic elections. In the declaration of war we called on the powers of the Union to make use of the constitutional right to depose the illegitimate government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari and to install a transitional government made up of people and political parties. And that it be this government that calls elections in equality of circumstances and not like those we have had, which have been illegitimate and unequal. You have to laugh about the reforms and counter-reforms which the PRI and the PAN have designed in complicity. They do not allow any opposition political parties and much less civic movements. There is a lack of freedom and democracy. We do not even ask that a government of us be installed, but rather that it be a transitional one, with people more equalized. And we will continue to advance to other plazas. The battle is not over today. We have orders to go as far as we can. When we have taken new plazas we will direct ourselves to others and so on successively. One question bothers Commander Marcos: army or guerrilla? Army, sir. Army. It is a trained army. For 10 years we have done political work, in a very slow and careful way. This is not a classic guerrilla army that robs, kidnaps, or does spectacular strikes to later get the masses. We do not strike and retreat, but rather strike and advance. And our soldiers are prepared politically, and conscious that this is an ethnic movement. Ocos Ingo. They are about 800. They are armed with knives, ancient pistols, and some with modern AK-47s, the famous Quilmos de Chivo. They live in the natural fear of those who will soon enter into battle. But they deny it. No sir, we are combatants. And we are here to fight. If we die for a just cause, says Major Benjamin. All of the officials of the EZLN appear to have one characteristic: they all cover their faces with ski masks. Not the troops. And those troops speak with the reporter in a halting Spanish. Yes, sir. We's here in arms 'cause they never resolve our problems. Look, sir, we have no house and work, or education. They never do us justice, sir, and many solicitations have been forgotten by the Secretariat of Agricultural Reform. But they speak of the presence of Guatemalan and Salvadoran elements in your ranks. No, sir. Juan Luis protests energetically. We are entirely Mexican, all of us, tired of promises and tricks, sir, of repression and the torture of our leaders, who they also assassinate. We struggle to bring the benefactivity of the Indian, sir. Major Benjamin insists, I am a campesino, sir, but I went through primary and 2 years of secondary school. I am with this army because, like my compañeros, I am tired of the misery. I am tired of the rich. The hacienda owners of Chiapas have guardias blancas who repress the Indians, and that the government does nothing to them because they are rich. Major Benjamin says that soon the movement will be understood and supported by the people. Right now they are just starting to get the idea. With what political group do you identify? We are not Maoists or Marxists, sir. We are a group of campesinos, workers, and students for whom the government has left no other path than arms to resolve our ancestral problems. In the Lacandona jungle outside of Ocos Ingo, in the Lacandona jungle, 15 kilometers away from the war zone, speaking with Captain Roberto, commander of the forces in Ocos Ingo. Our organization was born after the massacre of students 1968. First it constituted itself as a guerrilla group, and up there we walked, only in the mountains, without the support of the communities. In the towns they didn't give us anything. But then we did political work in the cities, directing ourselves to the masses, and then we achieved the support of many compañeros, above all campesinos. It was then, around 1983, that we formed the army. An army. Yes, we have ranks and military organization, like the Federal Army, but we are different. We are an army of the people, not of the bourgeoisie. But that army that you fight is also made up of soldiers of the people. Maybe, but supported by the bourgeoisie, by the dictatorship. In any case, a powerful army. That may also be true, but we are stronger because we have a cause to fight for. We can accept that there will be many injured and many dead among us, which in fact there already are. We can accept that they will occasionally defeat us, but we will never set down our arms. We will continue the revolution until we impose ourselves, arms in hand. That is our objective. And then, after winning this war, which, you notice, is a clean war, an open and formal war, we do not want anything more than a change in government because this is a war for socialism. We want to end capitalism and institute socialism as they have done in many other countries. And why socialism? It has been proven that it also produces great inequalities. Yes, effectively, but Mexico is not the same as other countries. Its inhabitants are different, and here socialism will be successful. Because here, it has been proven, there is no democracy. And many people do not agree with the government and its system. NAFTA, the expropriation of petroleum. And, above all, I repeat, the farce of the elections. When there is a change of president, no one asks us if we are in agreement or not with the candidate. When we see the news on television or we hear the radio, it is because the candidate is already there, without us being asked, and we already know that he will be the winner, even if he loses at the ballot boxes. Now there is Colosio, for example. But, did they ask the campesinos if we agreed that he be the one? He speaks proudly of the liberation of 4 cities, and introduces Captain Julio Alberto, known as the ideologue of the EZLN. He designed the first laws and plans of action, and it was his voice that was transmitted on Cayapanco radio. Captain Julio Alberto, also masked, explains the first 7 laws of the EZLN, urban reform. The owners of apartments or homes will only pay housing taxes. Residents for over 15 years will stop paying rent until the revolutionary government triumphs. The urban lots, public buildings, and the great mansions will be used to build housing. Labor, foreign companies will pay their workers, by the hour, the equivalent of what they would pay outside of the countries, and the salaries will be increased monthly according to percentages determined by commissions made up of residents, workers, students, and freely and democratically elected authorities. The workers, in the country and in the city, will receive a share of stocks in the enterprises in which they work. Industry and commerce, the prices of the products will be controlled by a commission. The increases in prices will not be more than the increases in pay. It will be treason against the country to hoard products, and the businesses that are declared non-productive will be taken over by the nation, by which we mean the machinery, the raw materials and their workers. Justice, all of the prisoners will be freed, with the exception of killers, rapists, and heads of drug trafficking. All of the officials, from the president of the town to the president of the country, will be subject to hearings, and if they are guilty of embezzling, they will be sentenced. Rights and obligations of peoples in struggle, they will be able to choose, freely and democratically, their officials, to demand general guarantees of the armed forces. In any case, that does not relate to any enemy of the revolution. They will be able to acquire arms to defend themselves, their families, and their property. The freely and democratically elected authorities will be able to imprison anyone they catch stealing, raiding, or committing any other crime, even if they are members of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. They will be obliged to work in the mails, to take food and give lodging to the troops, to pay war taxes and carry out works of vigilance of the majority of the population. For their part, the authorities will inform the civil population of their activities, as well as the origin and destination of the material and human resources under their administration. Rights and obligations of the armed forces, they will respect legal commerce, carry out free and democratic elections, and will not intervene in civil matters. They will respect the agrarian redistribution decided by the revolutionary government, and will not take over the land of the large landholders for personal use, nor will they demand that the civilian population carry out work for them personally. War taxes, the small business people will pay 10% of their monthly income, 15% for the medium property holders, and 20% for the large capitalists. Interview with Major Mario. La Jornada, 1/3 Rodolfo Reyes Ocozengo, Chiapas. We have taken up arms because we are tired of the misery, because the rich, the large landholders of Chiapas, have guardias blancas that persecute the indigenous people, and the government does nothing because it is run by the rich. Sheltered in a black ski mask, the face of a man can be made out, hardly 24 years old, full of confidence. The face is that of Major Mario, the commanding officer of the unit of the Zapatista National Liberation Army that took over Ocozengo at dawn yesterday. Fay gave this reporter a brief interview. The people are aiding you. Right now, they hardly understand what's happening. Constantly fiddling with his AK-47, one of the EZLN's few assault rifles, the major asserts that combat is a science that has a beginning and an end. Just before the Federal Army retook the city of 110,000 inhabitants, the major confided that, "Our forces are perfectly trained for a confrontation with the Federal Army. Our army is large, because it is made up of the exploited masses." What is the EZLN's political affiliation? Look, we're neither Maoists nor Marxists. We are a group of campesinos, workers, and students for whom the government has left no path except armed struggle. The Zapatistas aren't only in Chiapas. We are also in other areas, the Clandestine Committee of Revolutionary Struggle, Comite Clandestino de Lucha Revolucionaria. We have guerrilla cells in strategic locations. Furthermore, he said that since yesterday the EZLN had begun a strategy of defense and counterattack, with which we will take other communities. Hours later, almost 800 rebels would take the villages of Oxhuck and Whiston. Our army is large, and little by little it will grow as we make our way toward the country's capital to unseat the government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari. This is our objective, to expand while other rebels, mostly adolescents and women, await instructions. A few hours later, more than 800 rebels, many of them young women dressed in their gray uniforms with red bandanas around the neck, had a date with destiny, armed with knives, 20-year-old pistols and a few AK-47s. They were surrounded by the Federal Army in the market of Ocozengo. The first packet copyright F communiques. These are the first communiques released by the EZLN. They were submitted as a group to the press on January 13 with the following letter from Subcommander Marcos J. Introductory letter from Subcommander Marcos. January 13, 1994. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financiero. To the local San Cristobal newspaper, El Tiempo. Dear gentlemen, the CCRICG of the EZLN has produced a series of documents and communiques that may be of interest to the national and international press. My compaheroes of the CRIC of the EZLN have asked me to find a way for these documents of January 6, 11, 12, and 13 to reach their destinations and be made known to the public. For this we turn to you, to ask if it is possible for you, through your means, to put these documents into the public domain. These documents contain our position on the events that occurred between January 7 to 13, 1994. I clarify this because, to reach you, the documents packet must travel for days, crossing mountains and valleys and bypassing tanks, military vehicles, thousands of men dressed in olive green uniforms, and all of the war arsenal with which they try to intimidate us. They forget that war is not a matter of weapons or a large number of armed men, but of politics. Anyway, the fact is that these documents and this letter will take a few days to reach you, that is, if they reach you. We are fine, and in these documents we reiterate our disposition to dialogue to find a just solution to this conflict. At the same time, we are somewhat immobile as a result of all the military paraphernalia with which the government is trying to cover up the injustice and corruption that our actions have exposed. The peace which some now ask for has been a constant battle for us. It seems that Mexico's powerful men are bothered by the fact that Indians now go to die in the cities and stain their streets, which up till now were only littered with wrappers from imported products. They would rather they continue to die in the mountains, far from good consciences and tourists. It will not be like this any longer. The well-being of a few cannot be based on the suffering of the masses. Now they will have to share our luck, for better or for worse. They have had previous opportunities to turn around and do something about the nation's historic injustice against its original inhabitants, but they saw them as nothing more than anthropological objects, touristic curiosities, or part of a Jurassic Park. Is that how you spell it? That fortunately would disappear with a North American free trade agreement that did not include them, except as disposable elements. Because in Mexico, death in the mountains still doesn't count. Everyone is guilty, from the highest level federal functionaries to the last of the corrupt indigenous leaders, and including a governor who was not elected by Cayapancos according to their will and right, municipal presidents more concerned with ornamental works and strengthening relations with powerful men than with governing for their people, and officials on all levels, who deny the people who inhabited these lands even before they did, health, education, land, housing, services, just employment, food, justice, and most importantly, respect and dignity. They have forgotten that human dignity is not only the right of those who have their basic living conditions resolved, but also those who have no material belongings to differentiate themselves from things and animals, dignity. But it is just to recognize that in the middle of the sea of indifference there have been and are voices that have spoken about the misery that these injustices bring. Among these voices was and is that of honest journalism, which still exists locally and nationally. Actually, why do I bore you? It seems that you already have enough problems trying to convince the Federal Army to let you do your jobs. In sum, what we want is peace with dignity and justice. Their tanks, planes, helicopters, and thousands of soldiers don't frighten us. The same injustices that they force upon us, no roads or basic services, are now being turned against them. We don't need roads, because we have always gotten around on footpaths. Not even with all their federal soldiers would they be able to close off all the paths that our misery once used, and that now are used by our rebellion. We also are not affected by the lies presented by television and in the press. Do they forget the illiteracy rate in the state of Chiapas? How many houses have no electricity and thus no televisions in these lands? If the nation falls for these lies again, there will always be at least one of us who is prepared to awaken them again. The clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees are indestructible. Since their formation they have had a command register. If one or several fall, another or several others will take their places and their future relief will sign up. They will have to annihilate all of us, absolutely every last one of us, in order to deter us militarily. And they will always be left with the doubt that they missed one of us, and that person will begin the rebellion all over again. I will not distract you anymore. I hope that Sub-Commander Marcos's half-identification did not harm innocents. The odds are 2 to 1 that with this half-identification they will wind up detaining Juan Diablos, star of the soap opera Savage Heart of the channel, but of course, of the Stars Televisa. One question: will all this serve to teach the Mexicans to say Chiapas instead of Chapas and Xoltals instead of Setzales? Health and an embrace, if there is still a place and a way. Insurgent Sub-Commander Marcos. Concerning the Red Cross and the press. January 5, 1994. Press Department of the EZLN. Red Cross. A Red Cross ambulance was attacked with firearms and bazookas. This act of aggression has been attributed to our Zapatista forces. Because of this, we declare that at no time have we attacked in any manner the vehicles or people carrying the Red Cross insignia. Furthermore, we do not possess arms capable of causing the damage suffered by the Red Cross ambulance and its crew. We declare that this attack cannot be attributed to our troops, and we reiterate our respect for the life, well-being, and work of the Red Cross. The weapons used in this attack should be looked for in the arsenal of the Federal Army, and not that of the EZLN. Press. On January 3, 1994, a caravan of press vehicles was attacked with firearms at El Aguaj, near the command of the 31st Military Zone in Rancho Nuevo. A reporter from the national daily La Jornada was wounded in this attack. Some sectors of the press have blamed our Zapatista forces for this sly attack. In response, we declare that at no time since this conflict began have we held a military position in the area of the attack. Before January 4, 1994, none of our troops had traveled or taken positions along the section of the road running from the Center for Ecological and Scientific Investigation, Centro de Investigación Ecológica y Científica, CIEC, in the outskirts of San Cristobal de las Casas, to the barracks at Rancho Nuevo. For this reason, it is impossible that the shots were fired by Zapatista forces. As in the case of the Red Cross, these charges are the Federal Army's attempt to blame us for their aggression against the press and the Red Cross. The case of the El Tiempo and Excelsior. But in the case of the reporters of the San Cristobal de las Casas daily El Tiempo, and the national magazine Excelsior, it is true that the reporters were detained by our troops in the municipal headquarters of Whiston while said position was attacked by enemy forces. At no time were these members of the press attacked or tortured, and their papers were taken only to confirm their identities. Through a grave and regrettable error of the unit's command, and $700, new pesos, were taken from the reporters. Our EZLN asks forgiveness for this grave error committed against these members of the press, and offers to repay as quickly as possible the amount taken. Attentively, from somewhere in the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLNV. Responses to Government Lies. January 6, 1994. Here we are, the always dead dying again, but this time to live. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. As of January 1 of this year, our Zapatista troops began a series of politico-military actions with the principal objective of letting the Mexican people and the world know the miserable conditions that millions of Mexicans, especially we, the indigenous people, live and die in. With these actions, we also let people know our decision to fight for our elementary rights in the only way that the governmental authorities have left us, armed struggle. The grave conditions of poverty of our fellow citizens have a common cause, the lack of freedom and democracy. We believe that an authentic respect for freedom and the democratic will of the people are the indispensable prerequisites for the improvement of the economic and social conditions of the dispossessed of our country. For this reason, just as we demand the improvement of the living conditions of the Mexican people, we demand freedom and political democracy. To accomplish this, we call for the resignation of the illegitimate government of Carlos Salinas de Gortari, and for the formation of a new, democratic transitional government that would guarantee fair elections on all levels of government. We reiterate the strength of our political and economic demands around which we are trying to unite all of the Mexican people and all independent organizations so that, by means of all different forms of struggle, a national revolutionary movement can form. This movement would include all the different forms of social organization that strive, with honesty and patriotism, for the improvement of Mexico. Since the beginning of our war for liberation we have not only been subject to attacks by repressive government bodies and the Federal Army, but we have also been slandered by the federal and state governments and by the mass news media. They are trying to deceive the Mexican people and disparage our struggle by saying that our struggle is led by foreigners, professionals in violence, dark and anti-patriotic interests who only seek personal gain. Because of these slanders and lies, we, the EZLN, believe ourselves obliged to explain the following. First, our EZLN does not have foreigners in its ranks or among its leadership, nor has it ever received any support or training from revolutionary forces of other countries or from foreign governments. The reports that Guatemalans are fighting in our ranks, and that they were trained in the neighboring country are stories invented by the federal government to discredit our cause. We have not had, nor do we have now, any connection with the Salvadoran FMLN, nor with the Guatemalan URNG, nor with any other Latin American, European, African, Asiatic, or Oceanic armed movement. The military tactics that we employ were not learned from the Central American insurgency, but rather from Mexican military history, from Hidalgo, Morelos, Guerrero, Mina, from the resistance to the Yankee invasion in 1846–47, from the popular response to the French intervention, from the heroic exploits of Villa and Zapata, and from indigenous resistance struggles throughout our country's history. Second, the EZLN doesn't have any relations with Catholic religious authorities or with any other creed. We haven't received orientation, direction, or support from any ecclesiastic structure, not from the Diocese of the State of Chiapas, nor from the Papal Nuncio, nor from the Vatican, nor from anybody. The majority of the troops in our ranks are Catholics, but there are other creeds and religions. Third, the commanders and troop elements of the EZLN are mostly Indians from Chiapas. This is so because the indigenous people represent the poorest and most humiliated sector of Mexico, but also, as can be seen, the most dignified. We are thousands of armed indigenous people, and behind us there are tens of thousands of our families. Therefore, there are tens of thousands of indigenous people in struggle. The government says it is not an indigenous uprising, but we believe that if thousands of indigenous people rise up in arms, then yes, it is an indigenous uprising. There are also in our movement Mexicans of other social origins and from other states of our country. They agree with us and have joined us because they do not agree with the exploitation that we suffer. Just as these non-indigenous Mexicans have joined us, others will also join us because our struggle is national, and is not limited only to the state of Chiapas. Currently, the political leadership of our struggle is totally indigenous. 100% of the members of the clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees in the combat zones are ethnic Tzotzil, Xultal, Choy, Tojolobal, and others. It's true that not all the indigenous people of Chiapas are with us yet, because there are many people who still believe the government's lies and deceptions. But there are already thousands of us, and they must take us into account. The use of masks to hide our faces is in keeping with elemental security measures, and as a vaccine against caudillismo. Fourth, our people have a variety of weapons and equipment, and it should be understood that their total number and quality were not shown publicly to the mass media nor to the civilian populations in the municipal seats that we took over on the 1st and SEC. End of this month. These weapons and equipment were gathered little by little, and accumulated in silence over the last 10 years. The sophisticated means of communication that we possess can be bought in any imported goods store in the country. To get weapons and equipment we never resorted to robbery, extortion, or kidnapping/hijacking, we always relied on what we were given by the humble and honest people throughout Mexico. It is because we never resorted to banditry that the forces of repression didn't detect us throughout 10 years of careful and serious preparation. Fifth, some have asked why we decided to begin now, since we have been preparing for some time. The answer is that before this we were trying other peaceful and legal means, but without result. During the last 10 years over 150,000 of our indigenous brothers have died from curable illnesses. The social and economic plans of the municipal, state and federal governments don't offer any real solutions to our problems, and are limited to giving us handouts when there are elections, but the handouts are temporary, and then death comes again to our houses. Because of this we say that we have had enough of dying a useless death, and that it is better to fight for change. If we die now it will no longer be in shame but with dignity, like our ancestors. Another 150,000 are prepared to die if necessary to wake our people up from the deceptive dream that binds them. Sixth, the conditions of reconciliation that the federal government is trying to impose on us are unacceptable to our organization. We won't lay down our arms until they meet the demands that we set out at the beginning of our struggle. On the other hand, we propose the following conditions for the initiation of dialogue: A. Recognition of the EZLN as a belligerent force. B. Ceasefire on both sides in the war territories. C. Withdrawal of federal troops from all communities, with full respect for the human rights of the rural population. Withdrawal of federal troops to their respective barracks in various parts of the country. D. An end to the indiscriminate bombing of rural populations. E. Using the last three conditions as a base, the formation of a National Intermediary Commission. Our troops are committed to respecting these conditions if the federal government does the same. Otherwise, our troops will continue to advance on the country's capital. The EZLN reiterates that we will continue to adhere to the laws of war approved by the Geneva Conventions, to respect the civilian population, the Red Cross, the press, the wounded, and enemy troops who surrender to our troops without fighting our forces. We're making a special call to the North American people and government. To the first, we call upon them to initiate actions in solidarity with our fellow citizens. We call upon the North American government to suspend all military and economic aid to the dictatorial government which doesn't respect human rights, because said aid will be used to massacre the Mexican people. Mexicans. The military result of the fighting up to January 5 has had the following results. 1. Casualties of the Zapatista forces, 9 dead and 20 seriously wounded who are being attended in our field hospitals. An undetermined number of slightly wounded that were reintegrated into their combat posts, and 12 missing in action. We haven't included in this total our combatants who, wounded, were killed in cold blood, shot from behind by officers of the Federal Army. We have not determined yet the number of these compa heroes, since our troops are still fighting in Ocosingo. 2. Casualties of the enemy forces, including police and federal soldiers, 27 dead, 40 wounded and 180 prisoners who surrendered to our troops and were then released in good condition. There are at least another unconfirmed 30 federal troops dead. These casualties, along with an undetermined number of wounded, occurred January 4, in the mountains south of San Cristobal de las Casas, when bombs dropped by the Mexican Federal Army, Fuerzas Armadas Mexicanas, FAM, fell on the trucks of federal soldiers who were maneuvering in that zone. 3. Enemy war material destroyed or damaged, 3 attack helicopters of FAM, 1 in the capital Ocosingo and 2 in San Cristobal de las Casas, 3 FAM rockets, 15 radio patrols, 4 state judicial police torture centers. 4. Liberated prisoners, 230 from attacks on 4 prisons, 2 in San Cristobal de las Casas, 1 in Ocosingo, 1 in Margaritas. 5. War materials captured, approximately 207 weapons of different calibers, M16, G3, M2, grenade launchers, rifles, and pistols, and an undetermined amount of ammunition of various calibers, 1,266 kilograms of dynamite, 10,000 TNT detonators, 20 transport vehicles. An undetermined amount of radio communications equipment used by the police, Army, and Air Force. To the national and international press. We call the attention of the honest national and international press to the genocide being conducted by the federal military forces in the municipal seats of San Cristobal de las Casas, Ocosingo, Altamirano, and Margaritas, as well as on the roads bordering those points. In these places civilians were killed indiscriminately and later presented as casualties of the EZLN. Some of the zapatistas that the Federal Army claims to have killed are in perfect health. The behavior of the federal troops in these cities contrasts with that of our forces, who are always concerned, as civilians in these cities can testify, with protecting innocent lives. The majority of the destruction to public and private buildings that is attributed to our troops was caused by federal troops when they entered the 4 principal townships. To the Federal Army. The present conflict unmasks, once more, the nature of the Federal Army, and it shows its true essence, the indiscriminate repression, the violation of all human rights and the lack of ethics and military honor. The murders of women and children committed by the Army in the area of conflict show an Army out of control. We are calling on officers and troops of the Army to refuse to carry out orders handed down to them by their superiors to exterminate civilians or summarily execute prisoners of war and wounded, and to maintain military honor and ethics. We reiterate our invitation to you to abandon the ranks of the oppressive government and to join the just cause of the people, a people that, as you yourselves have proven, only longs to live with justice or die with dignity. We have respected the lives of soldiers and police who have surrendered to our forces. You take pleasure in summarily executing zapatistas who you find wounded, unable to fight, and those who surrender. If you begin to attack our families and don't respect the lives of prisoners and the wounded, then we will do the same. To the Mexican people. Finally, we call on workers, poor campesinos, teachers, students, progressive and honest intellectuals, housewives and professionals, and to all independent political and economic organizations to join our struggle and to struggle with all possible means until we achieve the justice and freedom that all Mexicans desperately want. We will not hand over our arms. We want justice, not forgiveness or handouts. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. La Jornada, 1/6. Highly esteemed Rigoberta Menchú. In light of the recent developments that spread through our aching country, expropriated for the personal benefit of a few families, protected by an anti-popular and illegitimate government, against whom the poor campesinos of Mexico have said enough, we want to communicate the following to you. We are admirers of your struggle for indigenous peoples over so many years. For that very reason you have been received and protected in our country, due mainly to pressure from several sectors of our people in Chiapas and in other parts of the country, as well as from poor campesinos, intellectuals, and several popular organizations, pressure exercised against a state that opted to receive the Guatemalan refugees and take advantage of the opportunity to transmit to the world an image of humanism and political openness, while it does not apply these same qualities to its relations with our own poor and exploited people, who suffer from the same genocidal and exclusive politics towards indigenous peoples that is found in several Latin American governments. For decades we have shared the little that we have with our refugee brothers and sisters. No one knows better than us their poverty and their desire for a dignified life, denied them in their home country. Of course, we are not those who impede or force the return of all of these brothers and sisters to their homelands. It also should not surprise us that it may no longer be important to the Mexican state that they keep that image of protector of refugees, in their desire to carry their repressive politics to all of the fields of Chiapas and Mexico. Don't be surprised if they even withdraw support and start to repress, accusing the refugees of being allies of and participants in our struggle, an irresponsible story which has already circulated among the authorities, who are always ready to look for enemies. They will find, however, only a dignified response to hunger and oppression. But our struggle will not be the cause of the worsening situation, nor will it impede our refugee brothers and sisters from returning to their lands. Both of these will be results of the repressive nature of the Mexican government. What no one can forget is that the history of Mexico already contains a popular revolution to unseat dictatorships that had nothing to do with the interests and desires of our people. It is precisely because of that revolution that we have our Constitution, with, among others, Article 39, in which the people have, at all times, the inalienable right to alter or modify the form of their government. For this same reason we call on the powers of the Union to carry out their political work in a responsible way, responding to this petition of the people, whom they have an obligation to serve. As long as they do not fulfill the Constitution, and legislate the way in which Article 39 can be applied, we have no other way out than to let our weapons speak for us. That is all for the moment. We hope that you see our struggle as nothing more than the desire of leaving 500 years of misery and oppression, a vision which we hope you take into account and defend in the various international forums. We repeat our respect for so many of our refugee brothers and sisters, as well as for the work that you carry out. Attentively, Zapatista National Liberation Army. On the PFCRN/government terrorism. And the appointment of Camacho. January 11, 1994. Our voice began to sound centuries ago, and it will never again be silenced. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. We have been informed that our communiqué dated January 6, 1994 has been distributed, to some extent, to the Mexican and international press. Much has happened between January 6 and today, January 11, so we wish to speak our words again so that others might hear. First, one of the things that has happened is that Aguilar Talamantes, national presidential candidate from the party of the Cardenista Front for National Reconstruction, Partido del Frente Cardenista de Reconstrucción Nacional, PFCRN, in a public declaration in San Cristobal de las Casas offered his carrot party as the peaceful arm of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. He himself, Aguilar Talamantes, offered to be the EZLN candidate for President of the Republic. We, the members of the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN, have analyzed these declarations, and thought it would be best to respond in our own words, and so we say the following: the Zapatista National Liberation Army did not rise up in arms to support one or another of the candidates for President of the Republic. The EZLN does not want one party or another to win. The EZLN wants there to be freedom, justice, and democracy, so that the people can elect whomever they think best suited, and that their will, whatever it is, be respected and understood by all Mexicans and all people. The Zapatista National Liberation Army asks that the government, of whatever party, be a legitimate government, the result of a truly free and democratic election, and that it meet the most pressing needs of the Mexican people, especially ours, the Indians. The Zapatista National Liberation Army respectfully rejects the proposals of the Party of the Cardenista Front of National Reconstruction to present itself as the peaceful arm of the EZLN, and that of Mr. Aguilar Talamantes to be the candidate of the EZLN for President of the Republic. We say also, once and for all, that we reject any proposals to take our voice and our words. Our voice began to sound centuries ago, and will never again be silenced. On the other hand, we greet and receive well all honest, good faith proposals and offers of mediation between the EZLN and the federal government. Second, the federal government has responded to our calls for dialogue and a bilateral ceasefire by bombing rural communities in the townships of Ocosingo, Las Margaritas, and Altamirano. The belief, in some sectors of the government, that a military solution to this conflict, with the complete extermination of our EZLN forces, is both possible and desirable, is gaining ground within the government. We reiterate our willingness to dialogue, with the conditions laid down in the January 6 communiqué. But it appears that this willingness to dialogue has been misinterpreted by the government military authorities as a sign of the weakness of our forces. Nothing could be further from the truth. To proposals for dialogue we respond with a willingness to dialogue. To attacks and indiscriminate bombings we will respond with our rifles. If the government wishes to continue deceiving the public, claiming that our defeat and annihilation are near, that is the government's business. The government has already lied, and everybody pays the price of that deception. But we know that our struggle will never be over. It will continue with the last drop of our combatants' blood. If the federal government wishes to cover our demands for justice, freedom, and democracy with blood, we will not hesitate to pay the price. 85. If the federal government does not demonstrate a desire for dialogue that is more than empty rhetoric, we will order all our active and reserve forces to attack every city within their reach. We realize the costs will likely be high, but we continue proudly on this path. Third, in the past days we have heard of terrorist attacks against civilian targets in various parts of the country. Said attacks are attributed to members of our EZLN. The CCRICG of the EZLN declares that Zapatista troops fight against the federal army and police and not against the parking structures of commercial centers. No civilian targets will suffer military attacks at the hands of Zapatista troops. Fourth, on January 10, 1994, the federal government announced changes in the office of the Secretary of Government, as well as other areas. It was announced that ex-governor of Chiapas Patrocinio González Blanco Garrido will no longer serve as Attorney General, Procurador General. Manuel Camacho Solis was appointed to head a peace commission to resolve the conflict in Chiapas. The EZLN declares that it is not familiar with Camacho Solis, but if in this man there is the honest and truthful desire to find a just and political way out, we salute his appointment and reiterate our willingness to dialogue under the terms expressed in the January 6, 1994 communiqué. 5th, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army declares that the only valid documents published by the EZLN and recognized by all EZLN combatants will be those signed by Compahero Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. Conditions for the ceasefire. January 12, 1994. Hope lives in our heart. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. Today, January 12, 1994, we learned that Mr. Carlos Salinas de Gortari, as Supreme Commander of the Federal Army, ordered federal troops to cease fire. The National Secretariat of Defense, La Secretaría de la Defensa Nacional, SEDNA, added that they would continue with the aerial and land patrols, would not abandon the positions that they presently occupy, and that they would impede the movement of our combatants. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army welcomes Mr. Salinas de Gortari's decision, and sees it as a first step towards initiating a dialogue between the belligerent parties. The conditions set forth by this Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN in their January 6, 1994 communiqué as requirements for initiating dialogue have not been adequately met. Nevertheless, Carlos Salinas de Gortari's decision is a beginning. With regard to the above, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, the collective and highest of the insurgent Zapatista troops, orders, first, all regular, irregular, and urban command units of the different branches and services of the Zapatista National Liberation Army are ordered to suspend all offensive operations against federal troops from the garrisons and positions that these troops presently occupy. Second, all regular, irregular, and urban command units of the different branches and services of the Zapatista National Liberation Army are ordered to maintain the positions they currently occupy and respond decisively and firmly if attacked by land or air troops of the Federal Army. Third, the order for an EZLN offensive ceasefire will be put into effect immediately upon receipt of this communiqué, and will be maintained as long as this Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN considers it prudent and necessary. Fourth, we will under no circumstances hand over our arms or surrender our forces to the evil government. The objective of the ceasefire is to alleviate the civilian population's situation in the combat zone, and to open channels for dialogue with all progressive and democratic sectors in Mexico. Our struggle is just and true. It is not in response to personal interests but to the desire for freedom of the entire Mexican population, and particularly of the indigenous people. We want justice and will proceed forward because hope also lives in our hearts. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. On requirements for the Commission for Mediation. January 12, 1994. We want peace with justice, respect, and dignity. We will no longer live on our knees. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. In the last few days there have been several pronouncements about who should make up the Commission for Mediation to reach a political solution to the present conflict in 87. The Mexican Southeast. One supposed communiqué, published in the national paper La Jornada, and incorrectly attributed to the EZLN, proposed as intermediaries the Bishop of Chiapas, Samuel Ruiz Garcia, the indigenous Guatemalan woman and Nobel Peace Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú, and journalist Julio Scurer, director of the magazine Preciso. Other voices and proposals have been heard, but up to this moment we have not given our opinion. For this reason we think that it is time that we give our thoughts on the subject, The members of the Commission for Negotiation must fulfill the following requirements to be accepted as such by the CCRICG of the EZLN. First, they must be Mexicans by birth. We require this because we believe that problems among Mexicans should be solved by Mexicans without any foreign intervention, even if these foreigners are upright and honest men and women. Second, they must not belong to any political party. We don't want our just struggle to be used by one party or another to obtain electoral benefits, nor do we want the heart that animates our cause to be misinterpreted. Third, they must maintain a neutral public position in regard to the present conflict. They should not be in favor of the EZLN, or of the federal government, and they cannot be part of the organizing structures of either. Fourth, they must be sensitive to the serious social problems afflicting our country, and especially the difficult conditions under which the indigenous people of Mexico suffer. Fifth, they must be publicly recognized for their honesty and patriotism. Sixth, they must publicly promise to put all their efforts into finding a dignified political solution to the armed conflict. Seventh, they should form the Commission for National Mediation to mediate between the government and the EZLN. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN believes that Don Samuel Ruiz Garcia, Bishop of the Diocese of San Cristobal de las Casas, meets the above-mentioned requirements, and we formally invite him to participate, as a patriotic Mexican and not as a religious authority, since this is not a religious problem, in the future Commission for National Mediation. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN asks Mexican society to propose its best men and women for the formation of this commission, whose principal mission is to find a political solution to the conflict. If these men and women fulfill the previously mentioned requirements, the EZLN will welcome their membership in the commission, and listen carefully and respectfully to their voices and hearts. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. On the government's violation of the ceasefire. January 13, 1994. Lies come from the mouths of the powerful. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. Today, January 13, 1994, at approximately 1:30 p.m., federal troops violated the ceasefire ordered by the federal executive, Carlos Salinas de Gortari, when they attacked a Zapatista unit at a site near the community of Carmen Patate in the township of Ocosingo, Chiapas. Federal troops, transported in 10 Army vehicles, with support from artillery, helicopters, and airplanes, tried to penetrate our positions and were fought off by Zapatista gunfire. Federal troops began to detain civilians from nearby communities with the intention of exercising reprisals or of presenting them as Zapatista prisoners, as they have done before. In its communiqué yesterday, the General Command of the EZLN ordered Zapatistas to cease fire in response to Mr. Carlos Salinas de Gortari's order for federal troops to cease fire. In our communiqué yesterday, we ordered our troops to take no offensive actions and to only respond if attacked by the evil government's troops. This case of aggression on the part of federal troops makes the government's supposed will to seek a political solution to the conflict seem doubtful. The Zapatista National Liberation Army reiterates its willingness to dialogue, but it is not ready to be deceived. Either President Carlos Salinas de Gortari is lying or the Federal Army is not prepared to follow the orders of the federal executive. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN calls to the Mexican people and the people and governments of the world. It will not allow itself to be taken advantage of by government declarations which, as today's events demonstrate, are nothing but lies. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. On 3-8 to the Mexican government. January 13, 1994. To Mr. Bill Clinton, President of the United States of North America, to the North American Congress, to the people of the United States of North America. Gentlemen, we direct this letter to you to tell you that the Mexican federal government is using the economic and military support that it receives from the United States of North America to massacre Chiapanco Indians. We would like to know whether the U.S. Congress and the citizens of the United States of North America approved this military and economic support to combat drug trafficking or to assassinate indigenous people in the Mexican Southeast. Troops, planes, helicopters, radar, communications equipment, arms, and military gear are presently being used not to chase drug traffickers and the leaders of large drug cartels, but to repress the just struggle of the Mexican people and the Cayapanco Indians, and to assassinate innocent men, women, and children. We do not receive any help from foreign governments, persons, or organizations. We have nothing to do with drug trafficking or national and international terrorism. We organized ourselves from our own desire and life because of our tremendous problems and grievances. We are tired of so many years of abuse, lies, and death. It is our right to struggle for a life with dignity. We have at all times obeyed international laws on war respecting the civilian population. With the support that the U.S. government and people give to the federal government, they are staining their hands with indigenous blood. Our longing is that of all the peoples of the world, true freedom and democracy. And we are prepared to give our lives for this desire. Don't stain your hands with our blood by making yourselves accomplices of the Mexican government. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. On the capture/condemnation/and sentencing of Division General Absal 6N Castellanos DOM/Ngues. La Jornada, January 13, 1994. Brothers and sisters. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation/Army decrees the following conclusions of popular judgment against prisoner of war Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, Division General in the Mexican Federal Army, accused of various injurious offenses to the Cayapanco indigenous population. First, Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez was accused of having forced the Cayapanco indigenous population to rise up in arms against injustice, closing off all legal and peaceful means to achieve its just demands during the period in which he held the office of State Executive in Chiapas. Conclusion: Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, in complicity with the federal government during his state mandate, was found guilty of having compelled the Cayapanco indigenous people to rise up in arms, and of closing off any possibility of a peaceful solution to their problems. Patrocinio González Blanco Garrido and Elmer Setzer Marce are accomplices Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez in this crime, in that they followed him in office as state executive and, with the complicity of the federal government, continued forcing our people along this path. Second, Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez was accused of having repressed, kidnapped, jailed, tortured, raped, and assassinated members of the Cayapanco indigenous populations who fought legally and peacefully for their just rights, before, during, and after the period in which he occupied the office of State Executive in Chiapas. Conclusion: Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, in complicity with the federal government during his state mandate, was found guilty of having repressed, kidnapped, jailed, tortured, raped, and assassinated members of the Cayapanco indigenous populations who legally and peacefully fought for their just rights. Third, Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, in complicity with the federal government, was accused of having dispossessed Cayapanco indigenous campesinos of their land before, during, and after the period in which he occupied the office of State Executive in Chiapas. Conclusion: Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, in complicity with the federal government before, during, and after his state mandate, was found guilty of having dispossessed indigenous Cayapanco campesinos of their lands and, in this way, making himself into one of the most powerful landowners in the state of Chiapas. Fourth, after having deliberated over and analyzed all of the accusations against Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez, and having demonstrated his guilt, the Zapatista Justice Tribunal issues the following verdict and sentence: Division General Absalón Castellanos Domínguez was found guilty of the crimes of violating indigenous human rights, robbery, theft of land, kidnapping, corruption, and assassination. Without finding any extenuating circumstances in the commission of these crimes, the Zapatista Justice Tribunal issues the following sentence: Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez is condemned to permanent imprisonment, and to doing manual work in an indigenous community in Chiapas to earn his bread and the other things necessary for his subsistence. Fifth, as a message to the people of Mexico and to the peoples and governments of the world, the Zapatista Justice Tribunal of the EZLN commutes the permanent imprisonment sentence of Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez, leaving him physically free and, in place of this sentence, condemns him to live until his final days with the embarrassment and shame of having received the forgiveness and goodness of those who, for so much time, he humiliated, kidnapped, robbed, dispossessed and assassinated. Sixth, the Zapatista Justice Tribunal submits this resolution to the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, so that they may take the pertinent and necessary actions related to the resolutions of this Zapatista Justice Tribunal. To this end, we recommend that the CCRICG propose to the federal government an exchange of Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez for the entirety of Zapatista combatants and civilians unjustly imprisoned by federal troops for the duration of our just war. We also offer to exchange the military man for food and other means of sustenance to alleviate the grave situation of the civilian population in the territories under EZLN control. Dictated January 13, 1994, Chiapas, Mexico. Attentively, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Zapatista Justice Tribunal, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. Interviews with officers and militants. Interview with Major Mario. La Jornada, 1/16 January 15, 1994. Ricardo Alemán, reporter, and Elio Enriquez, correspondent, somewhere in the Lacandona jungle. From the opening of a wool ski mask, a pair of brilliant black eyes sink in harshly on the reporters. Let it be clear that we are respecting the ceasefire. We're not going to attack the federal government. We're going to respect their commitment, but if they come to bother us, we're going to respond, he nearly shouted. His parents have been PRistas forever. He is between 23 and 26 years old, of Tziltal origin, speaks Spanish with difficulty, and has almost 10 years of political and ideological preparation. Major Mario of the Zapatista National Liberation Army received the reporters of La Jornada, to whom he said, "Very soon the Clandestine Indigenous Committee will respond to the government on their proposals for dialogue." Surrounded by 11 well-armed men almost kids, Major Mario denied that the EZLN seeks power. He explained, "We haven't proposed socialism, but said the indigenous people and campesinos of Mexico only want the fulfillment of the 10 points we have stated. We want democracy and elections without fraud, independence, land for all the campesinos, work and housing. We want to have health care, justice, education, but not the kind to keep us stupid, that they stop killing the Indians, that they treat us like humans, that we eat not only pasal, but meat, like people elsewhere. These are very simple points," he explains vehemently in his rough Spanish. The amiable Major Mario becomes indignant when he's asked about the presidential elections of 1994, the presidential candidates, and the validity of the electoral process. 95. These elections will be illegitimate. The people vote very infrequently and have to be peerlistas. We aren't voting because all the candidates are the same. My brothers and sisters voted for the PRI and nothing happened, for the PEN and nothing happened, for the PRD and nothing happened. There are no results. There's no trust in anything. Now my brothers and sisters don't trust anything," he said in an agitated voice, with watery eyes, his index finger nearing the trigger of his AK-47. After an 18-hour day, 4 of us on foot through the Lacandona jungle, this paper's reporters neared an EZLN camp where a very young man, barely 25, gave us a warm welcome despite the cold and humidity of the forest. "Kindly allow me to see your identification," said the youth, barely 5 feet tall, from an unidentifiable crack in the forest. He said that he was Major Mario, and he asked his superiors for authorization to see us. Knowledgeable in handling arms, ours and the enemy's, accomplished with the AK-47 rifle that he never stopped fondling, Mario jumped in without any preamble, leaving the reporters speechless. "What do you want to know?" The reporters began a long interrogation in the forest highlands. "We didn't know how we got there and had trouble getting out. We're not going to stop the war until there's a response to these 10 points. But I'll tell you, the war won't end soon. We're not going to give up our arms because we prefer to die fighting with dignity than to die of cholera, of measles, repressed by the landlords who treat us like pigs. We don't want crumbs, we want freedom, the right to express ourselves, to govern for them, to not send us to our deaths. We want democracy and real peace, like in other countries." A member of an army mainly of youth, with plenty of men and women, Mario explained that the Zapatista National Liberation Army, yes, is related to the guerrilla movement in Ocosingo that was neutralized by the Mexican government in 1974. "Yes, we're from them. The examples remain, but there's no one here who was there then. The examples remain. What caused this armed uprising? First, I want to point out that we haven't attacked the Federal Army, we are respecting the ceasefire, and they also have to respect it, as they promised. We haven't attacked the enemy, but if they come to attack us or bother our towns, we will respond, too. These are the orders we have now. Have you also held the ceasefire? We have been respecting it for 2 days. There haven't been any confrontations for 2 days. There have been. But it's the army that isn't fulfilling what they said, and have come to attack us, we are only responding. And has there been some meeting with Camacho Soils? At the moment, no. That will be decided by Sub-Commander Marcos. Marcos is your main leader. Of the commanders, yes, but our orders come from the clandestine indigenous committee. In Mexico and abroad, they have tried to show that most of you are not indigenous people and that there are foreigners in your ranks. This is a lie. They accuse us of being foreigners, but not even the government knows us. We all speak indigenous dialects and we are legitimate Mexicans and Cayapancos, we all love our tricolor flag and our Mexican anthem. And what about their saying that the priests and the church were the ones who brought on this insurrection? No, it's clear that it's the people. If the people rise up, this isn't based in the church, but in their own misery. We aren't religious, but we aren't against it either. We respect beliefs. Every one of us is struggling because of our poverty. Catholics, Protestants. Do you recognize the church or the Bishop of San Cristobal, Samuel Ruiz, as an effective mediator to establish dialogue? Not according to what my other brothers and sisters are deciding. I tell you, there's a bunch of us, we're plenty and we're all over Chiapas. Ario in other states. You'll see when the news comes out. Is your intention to take power, or what is it concretely? No. Concretely, according to the declaration of war, there are 10 simple points. We want land for all our poor brothers and sisters, our campesino brothers and sisters, because they don't have any. Look where they live, the best lands are occupied by the planters. We want them to have good jobs, but not only the campesinos here, because campesinos are ignored not only here, but throughout the Mexican Republic. My brothers and sisters here don't speak Spanish, and look at where they still are. We want them to have good housing, look what their houses are like, and where is the government aid? And the government wants to help us only when there's a confrontation. We would have wanted them to do this much earlier. Now they want to humiliate us like dogs, but this pains us as humans. For being indigenous, they have cornered us in the wilds, we have no services, no education, only to keep us stupid. No, there's nothing, and if it's legal, we know that it's really for the landowners. The campesino makes a little move and they kill him. So the government, when there was no fighting, came to kill us, repress us, dislodge us, give us nothing and send us a few little things to shut us up. We aren't just anything, we're human beings, and they don't consider us people. We need work and land, and our campesinos and workers need to eat well. We all want to struggle so that we won't eat only pasal, because we want to eat meat like they do elsewhere. We don't have any, so we're fighting. We want democracy, for the people to freely choose, that they not carry out frauds and snares in the upcoming elections through force or money. We don't want this, nor do our ignored brothers and sisters. And they still tell us we're foreigners. And how long will there be an armed uprising? Until they fulfill all of these 10 points, until they do all of this: bread, education, housing, healthcare, independence, so no one comes to kill us. Now they're coming to command everyone, and it isn't their country. We were born here, our grandparents died here, and they don't consider it ours. We will stop the war when all of this is done. We're not going to stop it now, we're not going to put down our arms. And how long will the ceasefire last? This depends on what our leaders decide. If they fulfill the 10 points you are asking, will you remain armed in the wilderness? It depends where we are, but our plan is not that our people only eat well, but that they not be controlled. We want to have freedom, the right to express ourselves, to lead, to have democracy, independence. We want peace, but not like before, when they treated us like pigs. We want there to be real peace like in other countries, that they consider us humans. We're not going to stop for crumbs. Why did you take the name of Zapata? Because Zapata was a campesino leader and revolutionary. He loved us and wanted to give land to all, but it was taken away again by the bourgeoisie. How many casualties have there been? Well, we have to clear up something, and I want to tell the truth, the whole truth. We confronted the enemy this time, but the enemy killed civilians while dressed as zapatistas, accusing us of killing them, and that isn't true. It was they who killed many campesinos. Were you in Ocosingo on January 1? Yes. You led the fighting there? Yes. We attacked them, we ambushed them. And if there are many dead now, they died for their dignity, because they no longer wanted to be poor, because they no longer wanted to be humiliated. This is why we rose up, and we're never going to give up our weapons. Do you consider the withdrawal from Ocosingo a defeat? No, we withdrew to demonstrate to the enemy that they're not fighting drug traffickers or people who come to kill unarmed campesinos, as they think. How did you get arms, and how is it that the federal troops didn't discover them for 10 years? We don't have support from abroad or anywhere else. We depend on our own strength. The Guatemalans haven't supported us. Is Subcommander Marcos Mexican? Of course. He eats tunas and nogales, indigenous fruits. It's not true that he's a foreigner, said the Tziltal, laughing along with his 11 men. Where did you get the weapons? The ones we have here, we have. I don't know where our leaders got them, but we're armed, he assured us. What do you feel about the Mexican soldiers? Is there any hatred or resentment? Yes, hatred exists, but mainly for their leaders, not for the plain soldier who comes from the class of the poor. And this seems to oblige us to struggle among ourselves, the poor, he said in a melancholic tone. Why didn't you start the war before January 1st, when they were discussing NAFTA? The clandestine Indigenous Committee decided this, but I'll tell you straight out that the NAFTA will bring us poverty and the benefits will only be for the bourgeoisie. They already had screwed us enough, they had already destroyed Article 27, which Zapata won in the revolutionary struggle. Salinas de Gortari and his lackeys and his groups came and destroyed it in a minute. We and our families had already been sold out, or like they say, our pants were already sold. What could we do? There is no other remedy. We tried everything legal, we asked the government through elections and organizations, and there was no result. How many people are members of the clandestine committee? There's a lot. It's a collective body that has to discuss how things are going, he says while gesticulating as if to show us the size of their army with his arms. What's the ideology of this committee and the Zapatista army? Do they want socialism? They, the leaders of the EZLN, still have not considered socialism. What we want are the 10 points. And he repeats vehemently that they want democracy, clean elections, education that doesn't make us stupid. It's been said that you might have connections to people operating in Peru, Communist Party of Peru, Sendero Luminoso. No, this is untrue, pure ideology invented to scare the people. Has there been any machine gun fire in the last 2 days? Yes, planes and helicopters have come firing and bombing to frighten the people, which agrees with the version in La Jornada, which reported on the government's non-compliance with the government-proposed ceasefire. Will this war go on for a long time? Yes, until all the things we poor people are asking for are fulfilled. Are you prepared to hold out? For how long? Until this is done. Can you defeat the enemy? Yes, because war is long and hard. We don't want deaths, but it's necessary because we've suffered so much. Many here have died of cholera. We ask the government for aid and there isn't any. We prefer to die confronting bullets instead of cholera. Die to carry out the attacks in Mexico City and elsewhere. No, we certainly know who is our enemy. We don't attack civilians because they are not responsible for the war. We aren't terrorists, we have rules for battle and we follow the Geneva Conventions. You propose clean elections. Do you think that this year's will be legitimate? No, they're illegitimate. The people don't vote, and those few who do must be PRistas. Which candidate would you vote for? We aren't voting for any candidate because they're all the same. My brothers and sisters have voted for the PRI, the PEN, and for the PRD and nothing happened. There's no results and there's no faith in anything. And what do you think of Samuel Ruiz? Well, he has a different job. But do you see him as a supporter of your struggle? No, he's not supporting us. Does someone support you? Only our own people. We count on them for what we have: beans, rice. Can you tell us? Major Mario, if you're all young. The majority of us are young. And are there women in the Zapatista army? Many. They say the commander herself is a woman. No, no. What degree of preparation do the members of the Zapatista army have? We don't have any preparation. Many of these people don't know how to read or write. All the government gives us is a third-grade education, nothing more. But haven't they fought? Weren't they in other countries? No, we have learned like Villa and Zapata, we learned to fight. Apart from Zapata and Villa, is there any other Mexican figure with whom you identify? Yes, with Hidalgo and Morelos, priests who rose up with the Indians. Have you read Marx and Mao? Yes, I've read them, but we're not Maoists. Are you going to obstruct this year's elections? No, we're not going to obstruct them. We're going to keep fighting for the 10 points that we've demanded. And why did you take San Cristobal? Because we're angered by what's happening, we're upset by what they're doing. This is why there are dead among our troops. But we're not crying about it. On the contrary, they died for their dignity, they died like a human being should, so they wouldn't go to their grave in vain, dying of cholera or measles, like many have died here. How old were you when you were invited to participate in forming this army? Around 11. How many weapons can you handle? I can handle the weapons brought by the enemy. Do you have any kind of heavy weaponry? Yes, we do. Can you tell us what kind? No. With our discussion almost finished, Major Mario sent a message to the people of Mexico: don't fear the war. It's ours. We're fighting for all the campesinos, for all the Mexican people, so they can be free and not like they are. Elisa, Laura, Leonel, and a militia member. La Jornada 1/18 January 19, 1994. Gaspar Morqueco, correspondent, in the mountains of Chiapas. When I lived in my house, with my family, I didn't know anything. I didn't know how to read, I didn't go to school. But when I joined the Zapatista National Liberation Army, I learned how to read, I learned all of the Spanish I know, how to write, and I was trained for war, affirmed Captain Elisa, one of the 12 women who, along with 100 other insurgents and armed militia members, received the national and foreign press in a wooded area. To get to this place, we passed through 3 positions of the EZLN, which sent communications to the chiefs ahead. As we arrived at a small town, they told us that we would have to wait an hour and a half. Since some members of the EZLN were coming to meet us, they asked us to not take photographs and to not film the town. At about 2:30 p.m. on Tuesday, a member of the militia indicated that we could continue, and that they were waiting for us further on. 2 vehicles were in the opening, and we walked some 300 meters to the place where they were kept. We spoke with Laura. She is Xiltal, 21 years old, and for over 3 years has been the captain of an assault troop of the EZLN. She carried an R-10. I was born in my town, grew up in my community, and I was able to study until the 4th grade. I was very small when I learned about the EZLN. I worked the land with the women that we joined with to produce food. That was where the conversation began, and we under 101. Stood the misery and why we can't live better. There they recruited me. Study advisors came and we understood and advanced. Laura was married on the mountain. She says that she does not have children so she can remain in the struggle, and that she uses birth control. Couples come together without any ceremony, and they only have to inform their commander, so that all of the compañeros know what is going on. I began, out of conscience, to fight in favor of the poor, since it is not right that they keep killing the children. I participated in the combat at Ocosingo. When the enemy came, I felt brave. I wanted to kill someone, to shout with anger and hit them so that they would be humiliated as they have humiliated us for so long. She explained that in the EZLN men and women fight equally. We are in revolt and we don't have problems with the men. They treat us like comp after as and there is mutual respect from everyone. We share all of the work. Lionel is 21 years old. We asked him why he joined the EZLN and he said, the people are looking for their own organization, where they belong. I worked in San Cristobal de las Casas as a plumber, a bricklaying peon. I looked at the work, and the pay didn't add up, it wasn't enough to live on. One time I came to my town for my papers to join the Federal Army. My family told me, it would be better for you to go join the EZLN. I said yes, and I went to the mountain with a guide from the town who was organizing with the Zapatista army. There they treated me well, better than in my family. They started to talk about how here we are fighting because of poverty. When I was there, one quickly understood what the problem was like and that we had to take up arms. Elisa has been in the mountains with the EZLN for 6 years. She is short, like the majority of Xiltal Indians, and 3 years ago she married another insurgent. Elisa remembers her life from when she was small. I saw how my family lived, in utter poverty, and we organized ourselves to make war, to live better. We struggle for the 10 points, land, work, housing, dignified bread and education, freedom, democracy, peace, justice, and freedom. We want a better life and that is why I joined the EZLN. That is why. Because if the campesinos do not organize themselves, it will be very difficult for them to get anything. I want to tell people, the poor people of Mexico, that they should join the struggle, that they should help us. We are struggling for poor people, so that they can live better, that they should unite together to make war to live better. The group agrees to carry out some exercises at the request of the television reporters and photographers. They quickly line up in ranks and stop in front of the underbrush, at the edge of a river. They receive the order to form ranks of 3 deep, move to the flanks, to the front and present arms. We see order and discipline. The correspondent for Liberation, Jean-François Royer, notes that their arms are very diverse and of varied origin, some old and reconstructed. He observes, AR-15s, old AK-47s, and Steins, which means that they have workshops and do good armory work. Their uniforms are of rudimentary manufacture, but they are well made. There are some Warsaw Pact tank shells. Royer, who has covered the wars in Central America, mainly in El Salvador, commented that their weaponry is quite inferior to that of the FMLN before the large offensive of '89. From the moment we arrived in the zone, we insisted that we be allowed to spend the night in some of the towns, hoping for the possibility of interviewing a high commander. Finally, at 6:30 p.m., we are given authorization to sleep in a town. The other reporters and photographers went to BGD. The insurgents took off their masks and, with a group of 3 armed soldiers, we arrived in the town. Our host had a party in his house. It was the seating of the God-child. In a small, wooden room with a tiled roof there was an altar with the images of Saint Martin de Porres, Christ, and John the Baptist. They were adorned with colored, plastic flags, and palm leaves. There is a candle lighting the room. A small wooden crib with a blue bandana contained the nude God-child. The next day he was seated, dressed, and covered with the bandana. "This is like a movie," commented Royer, "to be seated at a table, in front of an altar, with an armed force behind you, in an indigenous town, eating beans, tamales, drinking chicken broth and coffee. Outside, a marimba can be heard." It was about 7:30 p.m., some candles were still lit, and young couples danced happily. The rain, which lasted all night, did not interrupt the procession, and the party ended at 2 in the morning. In the morning, we were brought hot coffee, and we were able to speak with the militia members. These are people who offer support from the communities, they work in production and, if it is necessary, they call us up. We can also go into combat, since we have about 13 days of training. Many members of the militia participated in the taking of various towns. There they were armed with sticks, or with nothing at all. The testimony of a Tzultal Indian who is not an insurgent or a militia member was the following: "I support them. I work on production, I help in carrying foodstuffs, and I want to go on to be a militia member. The communities send food to the EZLN on the mountain," a group of militia members explained to us. "This is not obligatory, but our children, our brothers and sisters, our flesh and blood are up there." Captain Irma. La Jornada, 127 January 26, 1994. Oscar Camacho Guzman, on assignment, at an unknown location in the Lacandona jungle, Chiapas. For the Zapatista National Liberation Army, during the 26 days of the current conflict in Chiapas, the government has only made promises that they are willing to resolve problems with the EZLN. The EZLN will not set down our arms until the government meets the 10 basic points of their struggle. 103. Captain Irma, an officer in the EZLN, affirms this when she receives the reporters from La Jornada in the Lacandona jungle, and warns that as long as the government does not meet the 10 basic demands, the alternative will be to win or die. Captain Irma denounces, with irritation, the fact that the Mexican army continues to fly over the region. With respect to this, she categorically affirms that the EZLN will not violate the ceasefire, but if they attack us, we will respond. In reference to Absalon Castellanos Dominguez, she explains that he is still alive, and that after the trial that he was submitted to by the EZLN Tribunal for Military Justice, he maintains himself by eating beans or whatever there is, like the rest of us, and he is working also, like the rest of us. Of the changes in the presidential cabinet, as well as in the government of Chiapas, she affirms that these are not determining factors in the resolution of the problems of the EZLN. She maintains that these were changes made under the same schema of designation, and not of democratic election. She notes, for example, that the new head of Chiapas, Javier López Moreno, was not elected by the people. He was designated by them, the government. The interview, solicited the day before, was given in the evening of this Wednesday, a little more than 24 hours since the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation, Manuel Camacho Solis, announced the government's peace proposal. It is already the fourth week of the conflict. Captain Irma explains what the perception is in the EZLN about what the government has done to resolve the crisis. There have been no changes made by the government that will serve to resolve the problems of Chiapas. Until now, they have only made promises. They have not offered anything else. What about the political changes, the changes in the government of Chiapas and the change of Patrocinio Gonzalez in the Secretariat of Government? Aren't these important actions? No, because they have not been changes made by the people. It has not been the people who have chosen. That means that, for you, the new governor of Chiapas is not the product of a democratic process. For us, no, Captain Irma responds, without hesitation. What do you think of what Manuel Camacho Solis has done to bring peace to the state? We haven't seen him do anything that will improve the situation of Chiapas. We have 10 points and we still have them, that will not change until we have achieved them. There has been nothing about that. There has been no response to these 10 points. The government has not recognized them, and so we think that they will not be met, even though they promise many things. Do you need more actions than promises? Promises are all that we have seen until now. What would you need so that the government could demonstrate interest, so that the peace talks could advance? That they begin actions around these 10 points, that they put in place a health system in the state, an agrarian reform. The truth is that the government will not do anything. This is not the first time that we have asked. So many years have passed with us watching people die and the government not doing anything. A group of zapatistas accompanies Captain Irma, while the overflight of airplanes does not stop. Here comes the plane, Captain Irma indicates to her compañeros, and all of them hide in the brush. For a few minutes all that can be heard is the motor of the airplane and the sounds of the jungle. That is another thing that the government does not fulfill. They do not obey the truce, and have been sending airplanes. This means that for them, this thing has not stopped. On the other hand, we haven't been doing anything, but the government does not fulfill its promises. What are the military planes doing here? Every day they fly over. That is not respecting the ceasefire. She is asked about the exodus of some of the communities of the highlands, and she is told that campesinos and Indians have complained that the EZLN pressured them to join the armed struggle. We are not fighting against the people. On the contrary, what we want to do is defend them. What we are asking for is for the people of the whole country, not just Chiapas. Those who are really of the people have no reason to be afraid of us, because we are not fighting against them, but so that they can live well, not like now. Does the demand for the 10 points remain firm? It will continue until they have been achieved. We can only speak with our weapons, and we are not going to let them go until we get what we have asked for. How can the situation improve, according to the EZLN? I cannot respond to that. Others of us need to answer that question. How is Absalon Castellanos? There is talk of a trade. He is fine. We have not tortured anyone, because they are human beings like us, flesh and bones. Nevertheless, it seems like the government does not see it like that, and some of our detained comrades have not been treated like that. When they release those whom they have detained, we will let him go, in spite of the shame he has for having mistreated so many people, so many peoples. Anyway, he will be released, but in exchange for those that I talked about, our compañeros who they are torturing. His punishment is to work the same as anyone. But if he is released, they also have to release our compañeros and those who are probably not members of the EZLN. Absalon is fine, while our compañeros, we don't know how they have them, torturing them for sure. 105. Don V. You feel you lose support here in the zone every time that some person says that they're leaving because they are being pressured. No, because we are not obligating anyone. Those who participate do so because of their own will, and because they know that it is their people. Is there the possibility that the EZLN could meet with Salinas de Gortari? I cannot respond to that. Only the commanders can respond to that question. Do you think that we are close to peace in Chiapas? I don't know, but the situation will last until we achieve what we came for. We are sure, and we are ready to win or die, if that is necessary. What will happen if the army breaks the truce? If they look for us, they will find us. We are respecting the TMCE, and as long as it lasts there will be no attack from us, because we respect what we say. But the government has not respected it, and if they look for us, we will respond, concludes Captain Irma there, someplace in the Lacandona jungle, where the EZLN lives, supplies itself, governs and waits. Second communique racket. This is the second group of communiques that the EZLN released to the press. They were submitted as a group to the press, like the first communique packet. On government violations of the ceasefire. January 17, 1994. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. We are sending this message to the national and international press to denounce violations of the ceasefire by government troops. On January 16, 1994 at 11:30 a.m. approximately 35 military soldier transport vehicles carrying 400 soldiers assaulted the municipal seat of Oxchuc and unjustly detained 12 civilians, accusing them of belonging to our EZLN. The CCR-1CG of the EZLN denounces the Federal Army for taking legal authority that does not belong to them, and for continuing to harass the civilian population. The Federal Army's predominant attitude with regard to the peaceful population constitutes a flagrant violation of the ceasefire ordered by the President on January 12, 1994. On the night of January 16, 1994, bomber planes from the Mexican Air Force bombarded barracks near the town of Montalbano in the township of Ocosingo. Again, this violation of the ceasefire affects the civilian population. Our troops continue to follow the CCRICG of the EZLN's order to cease all offensive attacks against the Federal Army. We continue to be disposed to use dialogue as a means to find a just solution to the conflict. However, it is our duty to protect the civilian population in the conflict zone. For this reason we warn you that if the violations of the ceasefire continue, we may reconsider our decision to cease offensive attacks. We ask that the truce be carefully monitored by members of the federal government, because repeated violations will destroy the dialogue process, which is only just beginning. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. Letter accepting Camacho $LF at Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation. January 18, 1994. To Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. Mr. Camacho Solis. The CCRICG of the EZLN again addresses you. We have heard on the radio, with attention and respect, your words in response to our January 13, 1994 letter. Your thoughts reflect some things that we should think about and analyze carefully in order to be able to give a true response. The complete response to what you have proposed will have to wait a while, as we still haven't received the written communication, and we only have what you said on the radio to go on. However, in general, we see great value in your response and we welcome the spirit that your words carry. The CCRICG of the EZLN declares, first, the CCRICG of the EZLN officially recognizes Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis as Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. Second, the CCRICG of the EZLN recognizes Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis as a trustworthy speaker, and all his words and thoughts will be received with respect and attention, analyzed seriously and with care, and will receive formal and honest response. Third, the CCRICG of the EZLN, in agreement with their official recognition of Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis as Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, guarantees the free movement of the above within territories occupied by the EZLN, and gives assurance that the Zapatista troops will respect his person and belongings. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. What are they go, NO to forgive UT for? Lit. January 18, 1994. Gentlemen. I must begin with some apologies, a bad beginning, my grandmother used to say. Our press and communications department omitted the weekly national magazine Preciso when they sent out the January 13th letter. I hope that the people at Preciso forgive us for this mistake and receive the present letter without any ill feelings or resentment. I direct myself to you to ask for the distribution of the accompanying statements from the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN. In them, we refer to repeated violations of the ceasefire by federal troops, the government's initiative to apply the law of amnesty to the present conflict, and to Camacho Solis's performance as the one commissioned to negotiate for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas. I believe that the documents that we sent to you on January 13 should have arrived by now. I ignore the response they will provoke and what the government's response to our proposals will be, and therefore do not address them. Up to today, January 18, 1994, the only thing we have learned is that the pardon which the government offers to our forces has been made official. What do we have to ask forgiveness for? What are they going to pardon us for? For not dying of hunger? For not accepting our misery in silence? For not humbly accepting the huge historic burden of disdain and abandonment? For having risen up in arms when we found all other paths closed? For not heeding Chiapas's penal code, the most absurd and repressive in history? For having shown the country and the whole world that human dignity still exists and is in the hearts of the most impoverished inhabitants? For having made careful preparations before beginning our fight? For having brought guns to battle instead of bows and arrows? For having learned to fight before having done it? For being Mexicans, every one of us? For being mostly indigenous? For calling the Mexican people to fight, through whatever means, for what rightfully belongs to them? For fighting for freedom, democracy, and justice? For not following the leaders of previous wars? For refusing to surrender? For refusing to sell ourselves? For not betraying one another? Who should ask for forgiveness and who can grant it? Those who, for years and years, sat before a full table and satiated themselves while we sat with death, as such a daily factor in our lives that we stopped even fearing it? Those that filled our pockets and souls with declarations and promises? The dead, are dead, who mortally died natural deaths, that is, of measles, whooping cough, dengue, cholera, typhoid, mononucleosis, tetanus, bronchitis, malaria, and other gastrointestinal and pulmonary diseases? Are dead, who die so undemocratically of grief because nobody did anything to help them, because all the dead, are dead, would simply disappear without anyone paying the bill, without anyone finally saying, enough. Those who give feeling back to these dead, are dead, who refuse to ask them to die over again, but now instead ask them to live. Those that denied us the right to govern ourselves. Those who treat us as foreigners in our own land and ask us for papers and to obey a law whose existence we ignore. Those that torture, seize, and assassinate us for the great crime of wanting a piece of land, not a big piece, not a small one, just one on which we could grow something with which to fill our stomachs? Who should ask forgiveness and who can grant it? The President of the Republic? The Secretaries of State? The Senators? The Deputies? The Governors? The Municipal Presidents? The Police? The Federal Army? Powerful businessmen, bankers, industrialists, and landowners? Political parties? Intellectuals? Galileo and Nexos? The media? Students? Teachers? Our neighbors? Workers? Campesinos p. Indigenous people? Those who died useless deaths? Who should ask forgiveness and who can grant it? Well, that is all for now. Best wishes and a warm embrace. Hopefully with this cold both things are appreciated, I think, even if they come from a professional in violence. On moving toward a dialogue. January 20, 1994. To Don Samuel Ruiz Garcia, National Commissioner for Mediation, to Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. Gentlemen, the CCRICG of the EZLN addresses itself to you to tell you the following. First, we have learned through the press that there exists an initiative for a law of amnesty which President Salinas de Gortari has presented to Congress for approval. Second, as we stated in point number 3 of our letter to Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, dated January 13, 1994, all proposals for dialogue or other matters the government wishes to discuss with us should be directed to us through Samuel Ruiz Garcia, Bishop of the Diocese of San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. We will only consider as valid those communications which we receive through Bishop Samuel Ruiz. We have not received any written communication on the supposed law of amnesty which is being discussed. Therefore, we cannot make an official declaration on its contents. Third, from the little we have been able to gather from the press about the law of amnesty, we can only say that in general the initiative is premature, since the social and political causes that impelled our movement continue. Fourth, we ask that the dialogue process move slowly and take all the necessary steps to find a just political solution to the conflict, just as Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis has declared publicly on several occasions. Fifth, we remind you that the conditions set out for beginning a dialogue have not been fulfilled entirely. The Federal Army continues to violate the ceasefire and remains outside of its bases harassing our forces and the civilian population. 109. Sixth, we believe that the process that you have begun is following a just and respectful path. We welcome your participation and reiterate our disposition to listen to you and to maintain the possible and necessary channels of communication open for the good of our people and the entire country. Respectfully, from the mountains, the Mexican Southeast. On the importance of diverse voices. January 20, 1994. The land that gave us life and struggle is communal. To our indigenous brothers and sisters of other organizations, to the Mexican people, to the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters, we are speaking to you, indigenous brothers and sisters of the different independent and honest indigenous organizations of Chiapas and of Mexico. We, the indigenous peoples of the CCRICG of the EZLN, are speaking to you to tell you the following. First, we, the zapatistas, have always respected and will continue to respect the different honest and independent organizations. We haven't obligated them to enter our struggle. When they have entered, it's always freely and of their own accord. Second, we look at your form of struggle with respect. We salute your independence and honesty, if they are true. We took up arms because they didn't leave us any other way. If you continue in your way, we are in agreement with it because we are struggling for the same things, and the land that gave us life and struggle is shared. Third, our form of armed struggle is just and true. If we had not raised our rifles, the government would never have preoccupied itself with the indigenous people in our lands, and we would have continued on in poverty, forgotten. Now the government is very preoccupied with the problems of indigenous people and campesinos, and that is good. But it was necessary for the Zapatista rifle to speak so that Mexico could hear the voice of the poor Cayapancos. Fourth, we will continue to respect you and your forms of struggle. We invite you to, in accordance with your organization and form of struggle, to unite our heart with the same hope of freedom, democracy, and justice. All organizations and just one struggle. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico, January 1994. About the main demands and the forms of struggle. January 20, 1994. We want all who walk with the truth to unite in one step. To the people of Mexico, asterisk. To all people and political and civil, democratic, independent, honest organizations of Mexico, to the people and governments the world. Brothers and sisters, the dignified struggle of the combatants of the EZLN has received the sympathy of various people, organizations, and sectors of the Mexican civil and international societies. The honest and decided result of the action of these progressive forces is that they have, truly opened the possibilities for a peaceful, just, political solution to the conflict that covers our skies. Neither the will of the federal government nor the glorious military actions of our forces have been so decisive for this turn in the conflict as have public protests, in the streets, the mountains, and the media of the different organizations and honest, independent people who are part of what we call Mexican society. We, the last among Mexican citizens and the first of the patriots, have understood from the beginning that our problems and those of the whole nation can only be solved through a national revolutionary movement around three basic demands: freedom, democracy, and justice. Our form of struggle is not the only one. Perhaps for many it may not even be an adequate one. There are many other valuable forms of struggle. Our organization is not unique, for many it may not even be a desirable one. There are other honest, progressive, independent organizations of great value. The EZLN has never pretended that our way of struggle is the only legitimate one. In fact, it is the only one we have been left with. The EZLN welcomes the honest and consistent development of all forms of struggle that take us all along the path of freedom, democracy, and justice. The EZLN has never pretended to be the only true, honest, and revolutionary organization in Mexico or Chiapas. In fact, we organized the way we did because it was the only way we were left with. The EZLN welcomes the honest and continuous development of all independent and progressive organizations that struggle for freedom, democracy, and justice for the whole country. There are and there will be other revolutionary organizations. There are and there will be other popular armies. We don't pretend to be the one, only, and true historic vanguard. We don't pretend to group all honest Mexicans under our Zapatista flag. We offer our flag, but there is a much bigger and powerful flag with which we can all be covered. The flag of the National Revolutionary Movement, where all the most diverse tendencies can fit, the most different thoughts, the different ways of struggling, yet there will only be one longing and one goal: freedom, democracy, and justice. The EZLN calls on Mexicans to fly that flag, not the EZLN flag, not the flag of armed struggle, but the flag that is the right of all thinking beings, reason of our people and understanding of our people: freedom, democracy, and justice. Under that great flag will fly our Zapatista flag. Under that great flag our rifles will march, too. The struggle for freedom, democracy, and justice is not the task of the EZLN alone. It is the work of all Mexicans and all honest, independent, and progressive organizations. Each one in its own area, each one in its own way of struggle, each one with its own organization and its own ideas. The steps everyone takes with the truth should unite in one single path, the one that will lead to freedom, democracy, and justice. Our struggle doesn't end, nor does our cry end after the enough we uttered on January 1, 1994. It is still a long walk. There are different paths but one longing: freedom, democracy, justice. We will continue to struggle until we achieve the freedom that is our right, the democracy that is our reason, and the justice that is our life. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. Conditions for dialogue. January 20, 1994. To Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, National Commissioner for Mediation, to Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation. Gentlemen, we, the members of the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, are addressing you again to tell you the following. First, we have yet to receive any written communication concerning the amnesty law that has been mentioned. And we go on, but are unable to express ourselves in regards to it. Whatever it may say, we want to tell you that the content of the amnesty law is not, nor will it be, an incentive to dispose us towards dialogue that will lead to a just, political solution to the actual conflict. That is to say, independent of said law, we will move forward with the process of dialogue, if it isn't a condition to subscribe to this law to initiate a dialogue. If it is not a condition to sit down to discuss a political way out to our struggle, then we will continue with the process of dialogue. Second, since the letter of Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, dated January 18, 1994, we have not received any other written communication from the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. We remind you that only written communications sent to us through Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia will be considered valid by us. Third, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN read with care the letter from Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, dated January 18, 1994. Regarding this letter, we have one question: in what capacity does the federal government recognize us in order to negotiate with us? As a belligerent force? As a political force? We need to understand this in order to know what guarantees we have during the dialogue process and for the fulfillment of the accords that eventually come out of that dialogue. It is not clear exactly what recognition was given to us by Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis in his letter of January 18, 1994. Fourth, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN declares that it is holding no hostages. It only holds the prisoner of war, Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez, whose release is underway, as we will communicate at the appropriate time. After freeing Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez, we will have no hostages or prisoners at all, neither military nor civilian. They have all been set free. Fifth, the CCRICG of the EZLN has learned, through the communications media, that the Federal Army will retreat from the civilian zones that it currently occupies and return to its barracks. Sixth, the CCRICG of the EZLN declares that, from January 17 to today, there have been no violations of the ceasefire on the part of the federal troops. Seventh, the CCRICG of the EZLN declares that the previous conditions for the initiation of dialogue with the Commissioner of Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas have yet to be complied with, and we therefore exhort Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis and Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, so that we can begin the work underway at the beginning of a real public dialogue with full guarantees for the respect of life, freedom, free transit, and well-being of those who are named as delegates by the CCRICG to personally attend the dialogue meeting. Eighth, once respect for the lives, liberty, free transit, and well-being of Zapatista delegates is guaranteed by Manuel Camacho Solis and Samuel Ruiz Garcia, we propose that the first point of the dialogue be to establish, by mutual accord, the agenda of discussion and the times for initiating them. Ninth, the agenda of discussion being proposed by the CCRICG of the EZLN is the following. A. Economic demands. All of these refer to the grave material living conditions that we, the indigenous people of Chiapas, endure. The actual situation, and approaches to immediate as well as long-term solutions. B. Social demands. All of these refer to what we endure as indigenous people of Chiapas: racism, marginalization, lack of respect, expulsions, attacks on our culture and traditions, etc. The actual situation and approaches to a definitive solution. C. Political demands. All these refer to the lack of legal space for the real participation of us, the indigenous people of Chiapas, and of all Mexicans in the national political life. Actual situation, and approaches to an immediate solution. D. An end to the hostilities and violent confrontations. Guarantees to both parties in conflict. We await your written response to this. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. A letter from Subcommander Marcos to the press. January 20, 1994. To the National Weekly, Preciso. To the national newspaper, La Jornada. To the national newspaper, El Financiero. To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Tiempo. Gentlemen. We were trying to move nearer to each other, looking for the possibilities of personal contact with Mr. Camacho Solis, but were forced to fall back by the pressure of the federal troops. They have also delayed our deliveries. Here I send you another series of communiques, one directed at other indigenous organizations in Chiapas, another directed at the people of Mexico, another about the trial of Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez that has just been sent to me by the Zapatista Justice Tribunal, and the final one directed at Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia and Manuel Camacho Solis. I thank you in advance for recognizing them as being in the public domain. Time is running out, the walls are closing in. It is more and more difficult to send you things so that you can know us as more than ski masks, wooden rifles, spears, and frightening Cumos de Chivo AK-47 SJ. Sheltered by the supposed ceasefire, the federal troops continue weaving an apparatus of military intelligence and repression that allows them to deliver the spectacular blow which, in the end, obscures their clumsiness in combat and their abuses of the civilian population. With military actions that they call commando, the Federal Army touches the tempting possibility of reaching the Central Command Group and annihilating it. For years now, all of this has been within the predictable for us. In the event that they are successful, nothing will change fundamentally. The succession of command and the omnipresence of the clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees will stand up to any blow whatsoever, no matter how spectacular and overwhelming it may seem. Well, finally, I have had the opportunity of a few hours in which to read some of the publications that someone was kind enough to send me. The arrival of newspapers or subscriptions to the southeastern mountains is as improbable as a vacant seat on the metro in the capital city during rush hour. I have realized here the anguish that is caused by the ski masks and the obscure intentions of the Zapatista leadership. I have mistreated you, consciously, by using you as interlocutors. Nevertheless, I believe that this inopportune and delayed correspondence has served everyone. Now the horizon begins to darken and every line may be the last. Therefore, reiterating the mistreatment, I take advantage of this to touch on several points even though they remain sketchy. I thank you for reading them, even more for publishing them. Over here the predictions are grim, and these could be the last. I have the honor of having as gay superiors the best women and men of the Tzotzil, Tzotzil, Choi, Tojolobal, Mam, and Zoc ethnicities. I have lived with them for more than 10 years and I am proud to obey them and serve them with my arms and my life. They have taught me more than they now teach the country and the whole world. They are my commanders and I will follow them along whatever paths they choose. They are the collective and democratic leadership of the EZLN. Their acceptance of dialogue is as true as is their struggling heart, and as real as is their mistrust at being tricked again. The EZLN has neither the desire nor the capacity to stop midway its project and its path toward all Mexicans. But it does have the capacity and the desire to add its force to the national force that gives our country life on the path of justice, democracy, and freedom that we all want. If we have to choose paths, we will always choose that of dignity. If we find a dignified peace, we will continue the path of dignified peace. If we find war dignified, we will draw our weapons to achieve it. If we find a dignified life, we will continue living it. If, on the other hand, dignity means death, then we will go, without doubting, to find it. What the EZLN seeks for the indigenous inhabitants of Chiapas is the same thing that should be sought by all honest organizations in the whole country for all Mexicans. What the EZLN seeks with arms, should be sought by all honest organizations with different forms of struggle. We will not take the country hostage. We neither want nor are able to impose on Mexican civil society our ideas by the force of our arms, as the current government imposes its project on the country with the force of its arms. We will not impede the future electoral process. When one military political force, such as the Mexican federal government, asks another military political force, such as the EZLN, to turn in its arms, that means, in political and military terms, that they seek an unconditional surrender. In exchange for that unconditional surrender, the government offers the usual, an audit of internal accounts, a packet of declarations, promises and more bureaucratic dependencies. Concretely, the request to put down arms is the one that provokes the greatest suspicions. National and Latin American history teaches us that those who turn in their arms, trusting the forgetfulness of those who pursue them, and their days riddled with bullet holes in any place by any death squad of any political or governing faction. What reason do we have to think that it would not happen like this in our country? We think that revolutionary change in Mexico will not be a product of action in just one direction. In other words, it will not be, in the strict sense, an armed revolution or a peaceful revolution. It will primordially be a revolution that is the result of struggle on various social fronts, with many methods, under many social forms, with varying degrees of commitment and participation. And the result will be, not one of a party, organization, or coalition of organizations with its triumphant specific social proposal, but a sort of democratic space for the resolution of confrontation between diverse political proposals. This democratic space of resolution will have three fundamental premises that are inseparable: already, historically, democracy in deciding the dominant social proposal, freedom to subscribe to one or another proposal, and the justice to which all proposals will have to adhere. The revolutionary change in Mexico will not follow a strict calendar. It could be the hurricane that explodes after it accumulates for a while, or a series of social batties that, step by step, will overcome the forces that oppose it. The revolutionary change in Mexico will not be under one leadership, with one homogeneous membership and one leader to guide it, but with a plurality of dominant forces that change, but turn around one common point, the trio of democracy, freedom, and justice upon which the new Mexico will be built, or it won't be built. Social peace will only happen if it is just and dignified for all. The dialogue process for peace comes from a fundamental determination, not from a political initiative of the federal government, not from a political military strength, that for the majority continues to be a mystery, but from a firm action of what they call Mexican civil society. From the same Mexican civil society, and not from the will of the government or from the strength of our weapons, will come the possibility of a real democratic change in Mexico. Epilogue, about ski masks and other face masks. Why all the scandal about the ski mask? Isn't the Mexican political culture a culture of the coverings? But, to end the growing agony of some who fear, or wish, that some camarada or boggy la cietaso is the one who, in the end, is behind the ski mask and the pronounced nose, as La Jornada calls it, of the sup, as the compañeros call me, I propose the following: I am willing to take off the ski mask if Mexican society takes off the mask that the anxieties of foreign vocations have already been imposing for many years. What would happen? The predictable, Mexican civil society, excluding the zapatistas, because they know it perfectly well in image, thought and deed, would realize, not without disillusionment, that the Sup Marcos is not a foreigner and that he is not as handsome as was promoted by the personal record in the Attorney General's office, Procuradora General de la República, PGR. But not only that, by taking off its own mask, Mexican civil society will realize, with a stronger impact, that the image that it has sold itself is a forgery, and that reality is far more terrifying than it thought. Each of us will show our faces, but the big difference will be that the Sup Marcos has always known what his real face looked like, and civil society will just wake up from a long and tired sleep that modernity has imposed at the cost of everything and everyone. The Sup Marcos is ready to take off the ski mask. Is Mexican civil society ready to take off its mask? Don't miss the next episode of this story of masks and faces that reaffirm and deny themselves, if the airplanes, helicopters, and olive drab green masks allow it. That is all, but there is not much missing. Well, this may be the end of a very short epistolary exchange between a ski mask of a pronounced nose and some of the best of the honest Mexican press. Health and no hug now, because it could awaken jealousy and suspicion, Sub-Commander Marcos. 116. The ceasefire, January 14 January 11. On misunderstandings about the EZLN. And the real first uprising. January 26, 1994. To national newspaper La Jornada. To the local newspaper from San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Tiempo, Mr. Alvaro Zapatinari Conjetura column, national newspaper La Jornada, Mexico City. Mr. Zapatinari and family. I confirm receiving your letter, published in La Jornada, dated January 24, 1994. We thank you for your thoughts. We are doing well here. Helicopters and airplanes come and go, they get close, they see us, we see them, they leave, they come back, and so on, day and night. The mountain protects us, the mountain has been our compañero for many years. I would like to talk to you about some things that happened around this land and that, for sure, will not appear in the newspapers and magazines, because everyday happenings are of no interest to them. And there is, believe me, a daily heroism that makes sparkles that from time to time light the seeming mediocrity of our country's history. A few hours ago I met with some members of the CCR1. They discussed the way they will name the members of the delegation to the dialogue with the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. After that, they went over some newspapers that arrived, late, of course. The journalists' notes and comments provoked diverse reactions in all of us. Javier, a slow-spoken tzotzil, who looks for words that tell the truth, has read now what happened in the state of Tlalmanalco. Indignant, he comes to me and tells me we have to invite those people to come here with us. I start to explain to him that we can't invite them, because they are a political party and we can't intervene in the thinking of other political organizations, because that place is too far away, because they will be stopped at the army checkpoints, because the beans won't be enough for so many, because etc., etc. Javier waits patiently until I finish speaking. He now tells me, in a very serious tone, I don't mean the PRD, and adds, I mean the police officers who beat them. Squatting, he decrees, sentences, and orders, invite those police officers to come here. Tell them that if they are real men they should come here and fight against us. To see if it is the same to beat peaceful, innocent people as to fight us. Tell them to write so that we can teach them to respect the humble people. Javier, still squatting in front of me, waits for me to start writing the letter to the cops of the state of Mexico. I wonder, in that moment the guard announces that some reporters are coming in and that they want to talk to someone. I excuse myself to Javier, I go to see who is going to go speak with the journalists. The letter of invitation to police officers is left pending. Now there's Angel, a tzultal, whose pride is to have read the complete book by Womack on Zapata. It took me 3 years. I struggled, but I finished it, he says every time someone questions this feat. He comes to me with a newspaper in his left hand, he has an 117 mm rifle in the right. I can't understand a word this man says, he complains to me. He uses hard words and he doesn't know where he's going. He seems to understand our struggle, and then he seems to not understand our struggle. I look at the newspaper and Angel points out the editorial by X. I explain to Javier what that man is saying, that it is true that there is poverty in Chiapas, but that it is not possible for the indigenous people to have organized so well and to have risen up with a plan, that the indigenous people always rise up without a plan, just like that, all of a sudden. That means that there are strange and foreign people taking advantage of the indigenous poverty to give a bad image of Mexico and its president, that the EZLN is among the indigenous but does not represent them. Angel starts to turn around and around. Furious, he can't speak clearly, he hurriedly mixes words in dialect and Spanish. Why do they always think of us as little children? He throws the question to my face. I almost dropped the half-uncooked rice some novice cook has prepared specially for the sup. He keeps going, more calmly after he gets his own rice. Why is it that, for them, we can't think on our own and have clear thinking with a good plan and a good struggle? I understand that the question is not for me. Angel understands well that the question is for the improbable man of the deep article. We both, Angel and I, know that this and other questions will receive no answer. Is it, perhaps, that intelligence only reaches the head of the lot? No. Is it that our grandfathers did not think well when they were alive? Angel asks and asks. Nobody answers, nobody will. Susanna, a tzotzil, is upset. A while ago they were making fun of her because, according to the rest of the CCRI, the first uprising of the EZLN, in March, 1993, was her fault. I am angry, she tells me. While I find out what is going on, seek protection behind a rock. The compañeros say that it is my fault that the zapatistas rose up last year. I start to approach carefully. After a while I discover what is going on. In March of 1993 the compañeros debated about what would later be the revolutionary laws. Susanna was in charge of going around to dozens of communities to speak with groups of women and put together, from her thoughts, the women's laws. When the CCRI got together to vote on the laws, each one of the commissions got up: justice, agrarian reform, war taxes, rights and obligations of reopel in struggle, and women. Susanna had to read the proposals that she had gotten together from the thoughts of thousands of indigenous women. She started to read and, as she read on, the assembly of the CCRI became more and more restless. You could hear murmurs and comments. In Choi, Tzotzil, Tojolobal, Mam, Zoke, and Spanish. The comments jumped from one side to the other. Susanna, undisturbed, charged on against everyone and everything. We don't want to be forced into marriage with someone we don't want. We want to have the children we want and can take care of. We want the right to hold rank in the community. We want the right to speak up and to be respected. We want the right to study and even be drivers. And she kept going like that until she was done. At the end there was a strong silence. The women's laws diet Susanna had just read meant a true revolution for the indigenous communities. The women responsible were receiving the translation in their dialects of what Susanna had said. The men looked at each other nervously, restless. All of a sudden all the translators ended almost at the same time. And, in a single movement, the compañeros responsible for the laws started to clap and talk among themselves. Needless to say, the women's laws were approved unanimously. A. 118. Tzoltel responsible for the law commented, "The good thing is that my wife doesn't understand Spanish, because otherwise, an insurgent official who was a woman and a high infantry rank, jumped on him, you're fucked, because we are going to translate it into all the dialects." The compañero looked down. The women responsible were singing, the men were scratching their heads. Cautiously, Carrot called a recess. This story that now, according to Susanna, started when someone from CCRI read a newspaper that points to the proof that the EZLN is not truly indigenous, being that indigenous people could not have agreed to rise up on January 1st. Someone, as a joke, said that this was not the first uprising, that the first was March, 1993. They joked with Susanna and she left with a sharp fuck you and something else in Tzotzil that nobody tried to translate. That was the truth. The first EZLN uprising was March, 1993 and was led by the Zapatista women. There were no casualties, and they won. Things of this land. At midnight Pedro, a Choi with a big mustache, comes closer to me with a candle in his right hand. He sits next to me. He looks at me with his round black eyes and says nothing. "We have to go to Mexico City," he says to me and to himself. I start to scratch my head, thinking of the orders that will be given to start the march, the routes we will follow, the casualties we will have, coming to the city lights again, the asphalt of the roads. Pedro interrupts me. "Mexicans say Chiapas is different from other places, that here things are bad, but they are good elsewhere in Mexico. Now I look at him, he doesn't return the look, but hands me a newspaper. I look for my lamp and start to read the article that Pedro points out to me. It says that our struggle is destined to fail because it is not national and it is not rational, because our demands are local, indigenous. That person's thinking is poor, says Pedro, even poorer than we are because we want not only justice, but also freedom and democracy. And this man thinks that he is not poor even when he can't truly elect a government. He feels sorry for us. Poor little things. The candle burns between us. Pedro understands, I understand, the night understands. Mexicans don't understand. We have to go to Mexico City, says Pedro while he leaves, taking the candle in his right hand. The cold is hard in the morning. The guard screams, "Halt!" Who goes? The country, another voice responds, and something warm reaches us. Well, Mr. Zapatinari, I wanted to take advantage of this letter to tell you these and other things, but that is all for now. We hope that you and your family are in good health. Until next time, which is improbable. Health and respect to you and those who are with you. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. P.S. Javier just reached me happily to ask if this is the letter to invite the police officers of the state of Mexico. I tell him that it is not, that it is for a journalist. Ah, he says disappointed. But he adds sharply, tell them to not forget us, that our truth is for them as well. All right. 119. An invitation to members of the press. To attend the dialogue. La Jornada, Two Halves Mexico, January 29, 1994. To the national and international press. Gentlemen. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN respectfully addresses itself to you to put forth the following. First, as is publicly known, the beginning of the dialogue for peace between the EZLN and the federal government, whose time and place have yet to be decided, is imminent. There are already fundamental agreements between the CCRICG of the EZLN and the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. There remain a few details to be finalized and a few previous agreements to be fulfilled, but the basic elements are decided. Second, we know that your work is to report to the Mexican people and to the world about what happens in this stage of the just war of our EZLN against oppression, injustice, and lies. Third, there exists some informational media that have fully declined to report with objectivity what has happened in our state. Various media have specifically preached against our cause and the cause of the Cayapanco indigenous people. We have never asked any news media to become spokespeople for the EZLN, but we consider objective reporting to be your duty, and the right of the whole society. Fourth, on the part of the CCRICG of the EZLN there is an open-door policy for all news media that, in our opinion, carry out their jobs objectively, without taking part on one side or the other. Fifth, therefore the CCRICG of the EZLN declares that all print media, regardless of political or party affiliation or ideological orientation, can, as far as the EZLN is concerned, cover the event of the dialogue for peace and reconciliation. As for the television media, the EZLN would only veto the attendance of the national private television networks of Televisa and Television Azteca. The first because they do not need to look for news since they invent it and make it up to their taste and convenience. The second because their reporters have demonstrated a lack of professionalism by offering money to our combatants so that they would make statements. The rest of the national and foreign television media will be approved without any problems with the EZLN. Sixth, the approval by the EZLN of whatever print media will be done by way of the National Commissioner for Mediation, Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, at the time and place that he finds appropriate. Seventh, the EZLN wants to make a special invitation to the following news media. 120. A. Newspapers, La Jornada, El Financiero, Tiempo, of San Cristobal de las Casas, the New York Times, The Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, El Monde, Houston Chronicle. B. Magazines and news weeklies, Preciso, Siempre, Mira. C. Television, July 6 Channel, Multivision, Channel 11, CNN. D. News agencies, AP, UPI, AFP, Reuters, Prensa Latina. E. Radio stations, Radio Education WM, of San Cristobal de las Casas, Ziva, of Tabasco, Radio Red, Grupo A Sur. 8th, the EZLN declares that, if it is at all possible, the reporters specially mentioned above attend. 9th, the EZLN reserves the right to give interviews or statements to any of the news media that approach them. Respectfully. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. 4 * Solidarity. Letters from the CCRICG to various organizations. The following is a series of letters that the CCRICG wrote to various organizations expressing and asking for solidarity. A letter of introduction. February 2, 1994. To the National Weekly Preciso. To the national newspaper El Financiero. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Tiempo. Gentlemen. Here I send you a series of letters sent from the CCRICG of the EZLN to various destinations. I hope that you have space, if not to publish them as soon as possible, to comment on them or see that they reach their destinations. For now, that is all. We wait patiently for that plane which flies over us to run out of gas and fall. Opinions are divided in terms of whether, when it falls, we will eat it roasted or boiled. The more detail-oriented recommend a marinade. The sanitation service warns us of the risk of indigestion from excessive aluminum. Anyway, salt is the only thing we have too much of. Would you like a taste in any case? They say aluminum keeps well. 123. Indigestionally, which is not to say that now I do not send health, obviously, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Insurgent Subcommander Marcos P.S., how is it going anonymous? Pretty, isn't it? To the Council of 500 Years of Indigenous Resistance. February 1, 1994. Zapatistas, valor came from our dead elders. To the Guerrero Council of 500 Years of Indigenous Resistance, AC. Constjo Guerrens 500 Ajos de Resistencia Indígena, AC. Chilpancingo, Guerrero, Mexico. Brothers and sisters. We want to tell you that we received the letter that you sent January 24, 1994. We are very happy to know that our indigenous brothers and sisters, Amuzcos, Nahuatls, and Tlapancos, understand our just struggle for dignity and freedom for the Indians and for all Mexicans. Our heart is strengthened by your words, which came from so far away, which come from the entire history of our oppression, death, and misery that the evil officials have dictated for our communities and our peoples. Our heart is made large by your message, which comes to us leaping over mountains, rivers, cities, countries, distrust, and discrimination. In our name, in your name, in the name of all of the Indians of Mexico, in the name of all indigenous and non-indigenous Mexicans, in the name of all good people of good paths, we receive your words, brothers and sisters yesterday in exploitation and misery, brothers and sisters today and tomorrow in the dignified and true struggle. Today we mark a month since the first time the Zapatista light brightened the night of our peoples. In our heart there was so much pain, our death and misery were so much, and nothing would change, brothers and sisters, in this world in which our grandparents told us to keep living and struggling. Our pain and suffering was so much that it no longer fit in the hearts of some, and it started overflowing, and went filling other hearts with pain and suffering, and the hearts of the young men and women filled, valiant all of them, and the hearts of the children filled, down to the smallest of them, and the hearts of animals and plants filled, and the hearts of the stones filled, and all of our world filled with suffering and pain, and the wind and the sun were pained and suffered, and the earth had pain and suffering. Everything was pain and suffering, everything was silence. One hand this pain united us and made us talk, and we recognized that in our words there was truth. We knew that it was not just pain and suffering inhabiting our tongue. We knew. 124. Solidarity, February 1 February 4. That there was still hope in our breasts. We talked with each other. We looked within ourselves and we looked at our history. We saw our elder parents suffer and struggle. We saw our grandparents struggle. We saw our parents with fury in their hands. We saw that everything had not been taken away from us, that we had something more valiant, which made us live, which made our path go over plants and animals, which made the rock be under our feet, and we saw, brothers and sisters, that it was dignity that was all that we had, and we saw that it was a great shame to have forgotten this, and we saw that dignity was good for men to be once again men, and dignity returned to inhabit our heart, and we were new still, and the dead, our dead, saw that we were new still, and they called us again, to dignity, to stngla. And then there was no longer only pain and suffering in our heart. Courage arrived, valor came to us from the mouths of our elders, already dead but living again in the dignity that they gave us. And we saw then that it is bad to die with suffering and pain. We saw that it is bad to die without struggling, and we saw that we have to win a dignified death so that all can live well one day. Then our hands looked for freedom and justice. Then our hands, empty of hope, filled with fire to ask and shout our anguish, our struggle. Then we rose up to walk again. Our step became firm again. Our hands and hearts were armed. For all, says our heart, not only for some, not for the few. For all, says our step. For all, shouts our spilt blood, coloring the streets of the cities where lies and plundering rule. We left behind our lands. Our houses are far away. We all left everything. We took off skin to dress for war and death. To live, we die. Nothing for us, everything for everyone, what is ours and of our children. We leave everything. Now they want to keep us alone, brothers and sisters. They want our death to be meaningless. They want our blood to be forgotten between the stones and the dung. They want our voice to be silenced. They want our step to be once again far away. Do not abandon us, brothers and sisters. Take our blood as sustenance. Fill your hearts, and the hearts of all good men of these lands, indigenous and non-indigenous, men and women, elders and children. Do not leave us alone. Let it not all be in vain. The voice of the blood that united us when the land and the sky were not the property of great masters calls us again. May our hearts join their steps. May the powerful tremble. May the heart of the small and the miserable be happy. May the dead always have life. Do not abandon us. Do not let us die alone. Do not leave our struggle in the vacuum of the powerful. Brothers and sisters, may our path be the same for all, freedom, democracy, justice. Respectfully. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. To the non-governmental organizations. February 1, 1994. To all non-government organizations in Mexico. 125. Gentlemen. The CCRICG of the EZLN respectfully addresses all of you to make the following request, as it is publicly known, the beginning of a dialogue for peace between the EZLN and Mr. Camacho Solis is imminent. The fact that this dialogue will take place within a zone of conflict implies risks of provocation which could hinder or obstruct it. With the objective of minimizing undesirable friction between the involved parties, it is necessary to form a safety belt or belt of peace around the area in which the dialogue is to take place, which will, with its presence, prevent pressure, intimidation, or even aggression by one party of the conflict against the other. We know that non-governmental organizations have remained neutral in the present conflict and have been concerned at all times with alleviating the conditions of the civilian population. They have also made efforts to attain the peace with dignity desired by our forces as well as by all honest Mexicans. For these reasons, we would like to ask you to gather together to form this belt of peace which will prevent both federal and EZLN troops from interfering in the physical space of the negotiating table. It should be understood that this does not mean that you have to make any commitment to or even sympathize with the just causes of our struggle. We will continue to respect and welcome your neutrality and humanitarian efforts. We hope for a prompt response. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the State Council of Indigenous Campesino Organizations. To the Executive Coordinating Comisión of the State Council Campesino Organizations, Comisión Coordinadora Ejecutiva de Organizaciones Indígenas y Campesinas, CCE del CIEC. Brothers and sisters, great happiness came to our heart when we received your letter dated January 31, 1994. We want to answer you with the total attention and respect that you deserve, Indians like us, exploited like us, rebels like us. Our heart thought that we were alone in the state of Chiapas. Our heart thought, in error, that our brothers and sisters in misery and struggle had sold their dignity to the dark and dividing forces of the evil government. Our death walked alone, without other Indians hearing its clamor for justice, freedom, and democracy. Our word sings out again, we are not alone, our blood and our race unites us over the bayonets and tanks of war. N. February 2, 1994. Of Indigenous and del Concho Estatal. 126. We, the most humble of your brothers and sisters, greatly feel the honor of receiving your words of unity and support. We grow large with the honor that you give us with your support for our demands. The struggle of the EZLN is not only for the Zapatistas, it is not only for the Cayapancos, not only for the Indians. It is for all Mexicans, for all of those who have nothing, for the dispossessed, for the griegest carried in poverty, ignorance, and death. With humility and gratitude, we receive your greeting with the thunder of our rifles. With honor and respect we thank you for your support so that the bloodbath of the supreme government towards our people could be stopped. Your honest and resolute participation makes it possible to open a just and true dialogue. Our voices join as brothers and sisters. The supreme government will have to recognize the right of our people to govern and to govern ourselves, because there is within us reason and justice for equality and peace in our Indian lands. We do not need the police and the armies of the evil government for there to be justice in our homes. We can govern with reason and prudence, as our ancestors did. Brothers and sisters, we want to tell you that it would be a great honor and happiness for us if you would send us the resolutions you agreed upon on January 22, 23 and 24 in the second meeting of Indigenous and Campesino organizations that was carried out in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Mexico. We will analyze them with attention and respect, and if death does not come to us first, we will send you our comments. Brothers and sisters of the CIEC, with the same frankness with which you tell us of your concern about the lack of respect for the human rights of the campesinos who do not sympathize with our just cause in the zones under control of the EZLN, in truth we say, this clandestine revolutionary indigenous committee general command of the EZLN has taken with all seriousness your denunciation. Members of the CCRICG of the EZLN traveled to the places you mentioned and sanctioned those zapatistas who were verbally harassing the inhabitants who were not part of our struggle. Neither physical nor verbal threats to obligate anyone to join our struggle will be permitted among our troops or sympathizers. Our laws of war are very clear with respect to this, and we now act to remedy what has been done wrong and to prevent the problem from becoming worse. But, brothers and sisters, it is with justice that we speak to you in the same frankness. There are great lies that are being spun against us by the federal army and the evil government. Some of the authorities and heads of AJUC Union of Unions are complicit in these lies, as they sell themselves to the supreme government and its armed forces, and offer dispensations and money to inhabitants who come to Okozingo trying to meet their needs and are used to make declarations dictated by the evil government. There are testimonies of people unknown to us, but with dignity and shame, who, crying, told us that they had to lie out of hunger and under threats, which obligated them to learn by heart what they had to tell to the reporters and the bishops. That was the only way to get food for their great necessity. Some, not all, of the authorities of the Arak Union of Unions and its heads have sold out and are accomplices. Why? Are they not poor Indians, too? The answer, brothers and sisters, is that these people fear the Zapatista justice, as it is known by all that a large part of the assistance from the federal government designed to alleviate our conditions has remained in their hands. They have 127. Fear, these men, that this great robbery will be discovered, their complicity with the state and municipal authorities against their brothers and sisters of race and blood. Brothers and sisters, distance yourselves from these traitors and do not listen to their words. They come from a politics of two faces to trick everyone and obtain personal benefits. We offer you, Mexico, and the world our best efforts to keep the already difficult situation from getting worse for the civilian populations of the territory in conflict. Please, do not lend yourselves to the campaign of lies whose only end is to give local legal justification to a massive military campaign against our positions in the towns of Las Margaritas, Altamirano, and Ocosingo. Do not stain your hands with our blood supporting the lies of the evil government and their treacherous accomplices. We are ready to permit a commission of yours, in which traitors are not included, to enter our territory and verify personally what our troops do among the civilian population which, as we all know, is mainly Zapatista, and what we do with those who are not Zapatistas but sell themselves in exchange for a dispensation. The great military offensive of the Federal Army against the Zapatista positions will fill the Lacandona jungle with indigenous blood. The leaders and corrupt advisors of the Arak Union of Unions will have the dubious honor of telling their grandchildren that they sold the blood of their brothers and sisters in exchange for a few coins. They will live with shame. We will die with dignity. Our struggle is real. If we commit errors and excesses, we are ready to correct them, of that you can be assured, brothers and sisters. As you mention at the end of your letter, the dialogue with the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation, Manuel Camacho Solis, is about to start. We will make every effort to arrive at a peace with dignity and, whatever the end of the dialogue is, we will continue forward, struggling for what you note is the motto of your organization. For dignity, peace, and the development of our peoples. Respectfully and fraternally. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. We are invincible *, we cannot /. We do not deserve to lose. La Jornada 2/7 February 2, 1994. To Mr. Gaspar Morqueco Escamilla, Tiempo newspaper, San Cristobal de las Casas. Sir. I have just recently received your undated letter. At the same time, I am reading a newspaper in which you and other noble people are accused of being spokespeople for the EZLN or Zapatistas. Problems. If you would like to know where these denunciations. 128. Solidarity, February 4. And threats come from, look in the directories of the ranchers' associations and you will find much cloth to cut. Well, passing on to another subject, and since this is about memories, I hope that you have finally been sent the mix of drunken crudeness with which you tried to interview us that beautiful first day of January. Perhaps all of you do not remember it well, but that time the one who was interviewed was you, because you would ask a question and then would answer it yourself. I do not know whether you would have been able to take anything coherent for the newspaper out of that monologue of questions and answers about the surprise and fear that took over the ancient capital of the state of Chiapas on the first day of the year. We were many, that day, who burned our bridges that early morning on the first of the year and assumed that onerous path of the ski mask wrapped around our faces. There were many of us who took that step of no return, knowing full well that the end that awaited us was probably death and improbably to see triumph. Taking power? No, something far more difficult, a new world. Nothing is left for us, we have left everything behind. And we have no regrets. Our path continues to be firm, in spite the fact that they are now seeking thousands of grotesque green masks in order to annihilate us. However, Mr. Morkeko, it turns out that we have long known, and not without pain, that we had to become strong with the death of those who fell by our sides, dying from bullets, and yes, with honor, but always dying. We had to shield our ears, Mr. Morkeko, in order to endure seeing companeros of many years in the mountains, their bodies sown with bullets and torn by grenades, mortars, and rockets, their bodies with hands tied and the mercy blows to their heads, to be able to see and touch their blood, our blood, Mr. Morkeko, flowing brown in the streets of Ocosingo, of Las Margaritas, on the earth of Rancho Nuevo, in the mountains of San Cristobal, and in the plantations of Altamirano. And understand us, Mr. Morkeko, that in the middle of that blood, of those shots, of those grenades, of those tanks, of those machine-gunning helicopters and those planes throwing their explosive darts, understand the simple truth, we are invincible. We cannot lose. We do not deserve to lose. But as we say here, our work is this, to fight and to die so that others can live better lives, much better than the ones that were ours to die. It is our work, yes, but not yours. So therefore please be careful. The fascist beast is bitter and directs its attacks at the most defenseless. Of the accusations being made against you and the entire team of noble and honest people who deliver, because the technical conditions of producing a newspaper must make it a real birth, that standard of impartiality and truth that carries the name of Tiempo, I want to say several things. The authentic heroism of Tiempo does not come from putting out a newspaper with Fred Flintstone's equipment. It comes from, in a cultural environment so closed and absurd as San Cristobal's, giving voice to those who have nothing, now we have arms. It comes from defying, in 4 pages, the powerful men of commerce and land who have their goods in the city. It comes from not submitting to blackmail and intimidation to obligate them to publish a lie, or to neglect to publish a truth. It comes from, in the middle of that asphyxiating cultural atmosphere that sows up its own mediocre self-reflection, seeking fresh and lively air, actually democratic, in order to clean the streets and the minds of Jubal. It comes. 129. From when the Indians came down from the mountain, note, before the 1st of January, to the city, not to sell, not to buy, but rather to ask that someone listen, but finding only closed ears and doors, one door was always open, had been open for some time by a group of non-Indians who put up a sign that said the same thing, Tiempo. After passing that door, those Indians that today enrage the world with their audacity of refusing to die without dignity, found someone who would listen, which was already plenty, and they found someone who would put those Indian voices in ink on paper and with the heading Tiempo, which was before and is even more so now, heroic. It turns out, Mr. Morkeko, that heroism and valor are not to be found only behind a rifle and a ski mask, but they are also in front of a typewriter when the zeal of truth animates the hands that type. I find out now that they accuse all of you of being zapatistas. If stating the truth and seeking justice is being a zapatista, then we are millions. They should bring more soldiers. But, when the police and inquisitors come to intimidate you, tell them the truth, Mr. Morkeko. Tell them that you simply raised your voice to warn everyone that if changes were not made in the unjust relations of daily oppression, the Indians were going to rise up. Tell them that you simply recommended seeking other paths to follow, legal and peaceful, for those who surround the cities of all of Chiapas, and Mexico, don't believe Salinas who says the problem is local, with desperation. Tell them that you, with other honest professionals, a true rarity, doctors, reporters, and lawyers, searched for support wherever it was in order to force economic, educational, and cultural projects that would relieve the death that was being sown in the indigenous communities. Tell them the truth, Mr. Morkeko. Tell them you always searched for a peaceful and just, dignified and true way. Tell them the truth, Mr. Morkeko. But, please Mr. Morkeko, don't tell them that which you and I know happened to you, don't tell them what your heart murmurs to your ear in the anxiety and commotion of day and night, don't tell them that which wants to leave your lips when you talk and hands when you write, don't tell them the thought that keeps on growing, first in the breast, and keeps on rising gradually to the head as soon as the year passes and advances its pace through mountains and ravines, don't tell them what you now want to shout. I am not a zapatista. But after this 1st of January, I would like to be one. Greet, if it is possible for you, that man named Amato Avendano. Tell him that I haven't forgotten his cold blood when, that happy morning, when less for us, of the first day of our triumphal entrance into the first world, I notified you that it wouldn't be advisable for you to approach to talk with me and you told me, I am doing my job. Taking advantage of the trip, greet Concepcion V. La Fuerte, editor of El Tiempo / whose integrity and courage to write we greet with joy when the improbable link arrives and brings the newspaper. Greet all those of that periodical which not only deserves better machinery but also the regards of all the honest journalists of the world. Greet those professionals of Chiltec who sacrifice the desire for money and commodity to work with and for those who have nothing. Tell all of them, from Tiempo and Ram Chiltec, that if those who rule today had half the moral stature that you have, neither rifles nor ski masks, or blood in the mountains south of San Cristobal, or in Rancho Nuevo or in Ocosingo or in Las Margaritas or in Altamirano would have been necessary. And perhaps, instead of writing to you now beneath 130. The harassment of planes and helicopters, with the cold numbing my hands but hopefully not my heart, we would be speaking, you and I, with no more of a barrier than a couple of beers between us. The world already would not be the world but something better, and better for all. Certainly, if the truth were to come out, God wouldn't want it to, but it might. I don't drink alcoholic beverages, so it would actually be, with no more of a barrier than a beer, yours, without offending, and a skta, mine, between us. Health and a great affectionate hug. And, please, learn to put the date on your letters, although history passes so rapidly that, I think, it would be better to include the time. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast. Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. 10 p.m., it's cold and the noise of the airplane that flies above, menacing, until it almost seems to coo. Dean Tiraya with the CCRICCI. This is the first interview with the CCR1CG that was granted to the press. La Jornada, 2/4 and 2/5 February 3 and 4, 1994. Blanche Petrich and Elio Enriquez, Lacandona Jungle, Chiapas. Javier starts, I am going to explain a bit to you. How we, as Compa Heroes, have been commissioned to be members of the CCRI. How we came to be the CCRI, since we had been organizing ourselves for a long time. The fundamental base of our organization is all of the situation that has come about for our people, who have struggled peacefully for so many years in the face of the government. We have struggled in the way that many peoples have struggled over matters of land, of housing, for all that is needed. But instead of solving the problems, the government has responded with repression, beatings, assassination, evictions, and imprisonment of our leaders. So, we decided that there is no way other than to organize and rise up like this in armed struggle. So we began to organize ourselves like that, secretly, in a revolutionary organization. But, as it advanced, each people has elected its representatives, its leaders. By making the decision in that way, the people themselves proposed who will lead these organizations. The people themselves have named us. So first, someone from each people has been named responsible. In that way we advanced town by town, and so there was time, then, to name delegates. In that way we came to be the CCRI. Why are they the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee? Well, committee because we are in collectives, organized collectively. Clandestine because we know that the government is not in our interest. If we rise up like that, in armed struggle, they will not like it. For that reason we have been organizing clandestinely. Revolutionary because 131. We are conscious, and there is no other way left open to us than to rise up in arms, to struggle, to see if that way works for us and if they will respond to our needs. Revolutionary because we want a change. We don't want to continue in this situation of so many kinds of injustice. For that reason we want there to be a new society, with another, new life, for that we struggle for there to be a revolution. Another voice, that of Isaac, the youngest. I want to add a little bit about the CCRI. It has already been said that it was elected democratically. If the people say that a compahero who is a member of the CCRI is not doing anything, that we are not respecting the people or are not doing what the people say, then the people say that they want to remove us. Why not? How could someone be there, occupying a space without doing anything? We should try to do what the people have told us to do. A plan is made of what the people want to see. In that way, if some member of the CCPJ does not do their work, if they do not respect the people, well compa, it is not your place to be there. Then, well, excuse us but we will have to put another in your place. We do what the people say, then. That is how the committee is constituted, in a democratic way. How did you decide collectively to rise up in arms? How did you launch the offensive of January? Why don't you speak to us a little bit about these elections, about how they were? Oh, that has been going on for months now, since we had to ask the opinion of the people and because it was the people's decision. Since, why would one small group decide to jump into war? And what if the people don't support them? What if the people haven't spoken yet? Then you can't struggle in that way. It was the people themselves who said let's begin already. We do not want to put up with any more because we are already dying of hunger. The leaders, the CCRI, the Zapatista army, and the general command, if the people say so, well then, we're going to start. Respecting and obeying what the people ask. The people in general. That is how the struggle began. How did you carry out your assemblies? They are done in each region, in each zone we ask the opinion of the people. Then that opinion is collected from different communities where there are zapatistas. And zapatistas are everywhere in the state of Chiapas. They are asked their opinion, to say what they want, if we should start the war or not. Will the people also be asked whether they want to negotiate? They will also be informed. If the people say, no, negotiate already, we don't want war anymore, we are already tired, then we have to analyze, we have to reflect deeply on what we will win with that, whether the demands will really be met like that, whether we will get the result we want. Any other way would be to fail in the struggle that we have been working on for years. It is a shame to leave it all, what we have organized and constructed over years. That is why we want to reflect on every step that we make. And we want to reflect on every proposal that the government, or Camacho in person, makes to us. We cannot go to take actions we are not sure of. Moises, Camacho thinks that we are going to negotiate everything without consulting. But we have to consult the people about everything. They have elected us to carry out the work of the revolution. But, in other towns, the people feel like they don't really understand. Why? Because we are advancing in one part of our state. But we hope that we will start taking this struggle to the state and national levels. Why? Because the situation that we're living in is not just about one state or just of some people. We know and have met brothers and sisters many other peoples who are suffering in many other states, just as we are suffering where we live. That is why our advancing. We have hope that the revolution will triumph someday. Isaac, we cannot dialogue or negotiate by ourselves. First we have to ask the people. At the state level, where there are compaheroes, we have to consult about whether we are going to negotiate or not over there. If the people say so, we are doing what the people say. Why? Because we are fulfilling our commitment to the people. Because the people have lived with this for so many years, a life that is so hard, with every kind of injustice. Because of this, it isn't easy to enter the dialogue so quickly. If the people go to dialogue, well fine. If not, s'all right. No. That's why it is not easy. What do you think of the proposal for dialogue that Manuel Camacho, Commissioner for Peace, has made to you? As we are still advancing in war, we have not yet decided whether we will go to a negotiation with Camacho. We know that we are invited to negotiate, but we still have barely begun the war and we don't yet know what reality we could bring to a negotiation. As long as there are no solutions to our problems, to the necessities, as long as the people are not given what they need, then it is not easy to go to a negotiation unless we have expectation that they will come, that they will meet our demands. We don't just want a handout, to rise up quickly and then negotiate quickly. We know that so many suffer, and that there are so many kinds of injustice that we know they have laid on us as indigenous peoples, campesino peoples, working peoples. We feel that Camacho has been changing his tone, as if it were easy to manage to calm or negotiate the war. But we are conscious that it will go further. There is no way other than to demand the fulfillment of the people's demands. Mr. Camacho has sent you the message, in one of his communiques, that all of Mexican society is demanding you follow the path of peace. What do you think of this petition? Yes, we know that there are many people, that we have to come to a negotiation. But we are still waiting to see. We're waiting to see how it advances and how things are carried out. If things are carried out, if we have reached our objective, someday we will go to dialogue, to see whether our demands are met. That is what we are waiting for. Because the same government that asks us to negotiate, to dialogue, but we are still thinking. Because we are conscious that what we are asking of the government cannot be accomplished quickly. Years and years have passed like this. Because we have been negotiating where we live, since 1974 I think, for land, housing, the construction of roads, rural clinics. But it has not resulted in anything. The only response we have gotten is deceit, false promises, and lies. Did you, those of you present here, participate in the struggle for land in campesino organizations before taking up arms? Yes, we did, yes. But even that way we didn't accomplish anything. What organizations do you come from? Well, some independent organizations. We have struggled that WTI, but we haven't achieved anything. Many of us have struggled that way, but the only thing we have gotten is imprisonment, murder, and repression. Those are the reasons that we are participating in armed struggle. Because the government tells us that we aren't right, that isn't the solution to our problems, the needs of our people rising up in arms like this. But we have certain needs. If we had been able to find a solution peacefully, not militarily, well, good. You could say that we don't have patience, that we aren't right. But we have struggled in a peaceful way, a legal way, to ask for our needs to be met. But the state and national officials have not listened to us. That is why we had no other way left. To rise up in arms to see if they would listen to us. But when we rose up with our arms on the first day, we had a good objective. Not to threaten or fuck up or kill the civilian population. We have to respect the population. We have to respect them. Why? Because we know well who is the enemy and who is the friend of the people. Because even though many people say, they've already sent them to kill us, they are already killing us, no, it's not about that, it's not true. We respect the lives of the civilian population. One of your protests in the declaration of the Lacandona jungle is for land, land to work and to live on. Don't you have your parcels? I am going to answer that question. In these parts, it is a miracle that the people are alive, because families of 7 to 12 people have survived on a piece of land of about 1 hectare, 1/2 of a hectare of infertile, uncultivatable land. That is how our people have survived. And that is why we feel an urgency to have land in our hands, as campesinos. We need that land. And yes, we understand that it is not just one village, one town, one township that is lacking that land. All indigenous peoples need land. That is why, for 30 or 40 years, we have been struggling for a piece of land that they have not given us. We know that there are people who are not campesinos who own thousands of hectares of land where cattle are fed. This means that it is better to have hundreds of cattle than hundreds of campesinos. That means that we are worth less than animals. For those reasons the people have always demanded the land, but the government has never understood, never listened. But how will you achieve it? You are at war. Can the government, in a negotiation such as the one Camacho wants, resolve your problem of land? That is why we distrust this dialogue proposed by Mr. Camacho. Because we see that it will not solve our problem, because our demands are really very large. What has 134 not been resolved in 20, 30 years cannot be solved in 20, 30 days. Because the proposal of Camacho is just to calm us down, or that we as Indians are just playing, that is what they want us to understand. How can Mr. Camacho think that our struggle does not have transcendence, that it does not have long-term process? What do you think is needed for campesinos to have their land? To return Article 27 to the way it was before? Another agrarian reform? Another revolution? A revolution like Emiliano Zapata's. We would have to make use of new laws made by the people themselves, and we have to make new laws to divide up the land, maybe different from how Zapata said, to give one piece of land to each campesino. We now understand this differently. We see that if the land is divided in pieces, it may run out. We need another form of working, of organizing ourselves. But ownership of the land should pass into the people's hands. That is why we have to make use of some revolutionary laws that the people themselves have made. And what about the indigenous reality? We think that we have to have our indigenous people. There are many ways. But it can be a simple way. As Indians, we believe and feel that we have the capacity to direct our own destiny. There is no need for them to hold our hand. As mature people, as conscious people, we can direct our own destiny. We can govern our own destiny, we can govern our own people. We believe that our people are capable of governing themselves because our people are aware. That is why we don't need a government that only wants to manipulate us, to have us under its feet. Would it be a government of each ethnicity? What kind of self-government do you propose? It could be like that each ethnic group have its own government. We have not decided exactly yet, but it could be like that. Each indigenous people, each ethnicity, could have its own government. But they would govern with autonomy, and that there is no need to be crushing or manipulating anyone. As Indians, we need our own autonomy, we need that identity, that dignity. Dignity to live and respect. 2. The authority of ceremonial rule is present in this clandestine revolutionary indigenous committee. Holed up in the depth of the jungle, far away from their birthplaces, they guide the political content of the Zapatista struggle. They come with their arms crossed across their chests. But they say, we are people of peace, of much patience. Otherwise, we would have risen up long ago. Before the 4 electric blue ski masks and 2 red bandanas of the 6 commanders of the CCRI stands Sub-Commander Marcos, High Military Commander of the EZLN. Before them, as they exchange their sticks for carbines or rifles, a guerrilla column pre. 135. Sense arms in formation. But they, according to the tradition of millenarian democracy that has managed to survive, never make a step without popular consultations. To get to the CCRI General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army required a long exchange of courtesies and letters traded secretly. The dates are changed and the moment is delayed, according to the come and go of the latent war that Chiapas lives in. Moving into the depths of Zapatista territory in the jungle required a complex security operation, designed by Sub-Commander Marcos. Most of the travel was done at night. Or, if there was still daylight, with an order that sounded more like a friendly invitation, "Now you are going to sleep a little bit, close your eyes." Many of the troops open up silently, or with a whispered order, "Who lives?" asks one shadow. "The country," responds the other. And we also have to exchange passwords that sound like Mayan poetry. "There is among us one face and one thought." Our word walks with truth. In life and death we keep walking. There is no pain in death, there is hope in life. Choose. There is a watch posted and a rest at midnight, in the heart of a nameless village. It is a Catholic hermitage, with its poor cross, its Bible and its saints, its roof with garlands of paper and china and its sedge rugs, made of the flower of the pine that is used for ceremonies in Chiapas and Guatemala. Two well-armed guerrillas, a young man and a young woman, guard the door while an indigenous official comes to check our press credentials. The courtesy is extreme. So are the security measures. Watches, recorders, backpacks and all of the work equipment of the excellent photographer Antonio Turok, of a group of independent Mexican television, and they are already in the hands of a column of militias who will walk 2 nights to take us to the meeting site. We travel by horse, and during long stretches we are blindfolded, feeling the abrupt descents and rises of the horses, crossing rivers and farms, through dense vegetation. It rains, clears up, and rains again. By daylight they offer us lodging in humble huts, rest, and coffee. The site of the meeting, beneath enormous trees, is guarded by a column of, mostly, young people, all of their faces covered with gray or black ski masks. Their armament is varied: M16s, R15s, AX, carbines, shotguns, and rifles. The guerrilla column, with a discipline similar to devotion, presents arms and gives honors when the 6 indigenous commanders ceremoniously approach the small clearing chosen for the first interview that they have given. Ramona, the only woman, and the only monolingual, Tzotzil, of the group, represents all of the indigenous women in her zone in the general command. She has no children, having chosen long ago between maternity and the old carbine that she now embraces. She is small, with much covered military boots beneath her traditional skirt. She is one of the oldest leaders of the guerrilla group. At the beginning, the intellectuals who analyzed the first pronouncements of the Zapatista guerrillas concluded that it was not of purely indigenous origin, due to the prominence of political democracy on its agenda. 136. The CCRI speaks about the vision of indigenous insurgents of politics and democracy in this second part of the interview. Moises. Yes, Mr. Salinas and Mr. Camacho have spoken to us about there being democracy, that there should be justice. But we don't understand what kind of democracy they are talking about, because, with each election that happens, there is only the imposition of the government. They can't take us into account. Javier, Salinas says that now there is already a candidate for president who might occupy the presidency of the republic, who is Colosio. And for us, as campesinos, as Indians, that is where the distrust starts. Because no campesino and no Indian has said that this candidate Colosio should be president. And who has elected him? A group of people who occupy the great powers, the legislators, the senators. They are the ones who have elected this person, but when Colosio goes out to campaign, he says that he is elected by the people. Not a single campesino, not a single Indian, no indigenous campesina woman has said that that person should stay. That is why we are clear that the democracy that Salinas speaks of is a joke for us. He treats us like dolls, like puppets that support them, so that they can get into power. That is what we feel. And Salinas still says, Colosio cannot be changed. He is a candidate of force. But when have we campesinos elected anyone? When did Salinas come to ask us if he could name Colosio as our candidate? We have not elected him. Even if Salinas says 1,000 times, 100 times that there is democracy, there is absolutely no democracy in our country. And why does the PRI always win so many votes in Chiapas? They win 90%, many, sometimes even more. We are conscious of the fact that it is not like that. That it is pure fraud. Even when we don't vote, they count it as if we did, grabbing our hands, putting our cross as if we had voted that way. The officials and the candidates know that it is easy for the politicians to use us Indians as a step towards their rising to power, and then, when they are in power, in their cabinet, they go and forget. When we go to ask for a solution, the only response we have been given is repression, torture, disappearance, murder of our leaders. That is the solution that we have received. That is why we are not going to forget anything. We have to advance in our struggle until we change things. One of the things is that the candidates of the PRI are the only ones who have reached the government and the presidency. Why have the people supported them? Well, there are several reasons. 1. The government takes advantage of the ignorance of the indigenous campesino by illiteracy, because it knows that indigenous campesinos don't know how to think, don't know a single letter, don't have opinions, and believe everything that they are told. That is why the government, when it is campaigning, brings a gun and a cookie, and fools the campesino, the people. And from not knowing, from ignorance that has not been cured, from the lack of education, from the lack of many things, the campesinos accept it, even though they are given garbage. Why? From the lack of experience, from the lack of consciousness, from lack of education, from the lack of many things. 137. That is why the government has always won its elections. But, on the other hand, just because they win the voting, it does not mean that the people have voted, although maybe, out of their ignorance and illiteracy. No. Of course, the majority of the people have not voted, but, shamefully, those are PRI frauds, piles and boxes full of papers that a person gives their vote on. They fill out those pieces of paper so that, a little bit later, the candidate says that the people have already voted, and that they supported the PRI candidate, but it isn't true. That is what we don't want any more of. That is why we, as we already said, govern the people according to what they want, whether they see us, whether they recognize our work. That is why we are no longer taking up arms to ask for candy, like before, or for them to give us money, to give us a sombrero to cover our eyes. What we are going to ask for is freedom, justice, and democracy. That is what we have come to ask for. We are not asking for candy or a piece of bread or a t-shirt that the government should give us, as has always been done before. How will you end caciquismo in Chiapas? What do you propose? In order to end caciquismo in the towns, it is necessary for the people to become conscious, for the people to speak, to demonstrate. If the people are going to always be there, quiet all of their life, then the caciques are going to be happy in power, because they will have political power, economic power, power at all levels. If the people start to become conscious and to demand their rights, they will have to say, I won't allow the caciques to keep dominating me. But while the people it themselves be manipulated by the caciques, those caciques are also clearly supported by the state. It will be difficult for the people to get out of this domination. But, shamefully, there are now many poor people, but really poor like us, who are supporting the caciques, the government, and are saying that the zapatistas are evil, assassins, killers. They don't understand that we are also fighting for them to have a better life. They don't understand that. That bothers us and makes us sad as well, that people who are so poor could not understand that the struggle has a just cause. This is because they are manipulated by the caciques. How many commanders are there in the CCRI? How is it organized? We are a fuck of a lot of people. Those of us that came here are just a few, we were just delegated. Are there hundreds? All over, yes, we could say that there are 100 in the committee because there are committees all over, so we are many. How long ago did you come together? The committee only started a few months ago, not years, since we saw that the time had come to start to struggle stronger, so we had to organize more, structure things more. And Subcommander Marcos follows you. You are the highest authority. The highest authority is the clandestine committee. And Marcos is beneath that. 138. Well, Marcos is a sub-commander. Marcos speaks good Spanish. We still make a fuck of a lot of mistakes. That is why we need him to do many things for us. Who commands the military? In military matters, overall, Sub-Commander Marcos. We are more in the political and organizational questions. Why have men, women, and children participated in a revolutionary organization? All eyes turn to Ramona, the small commander. Well, and she lets fly a cascade of words in her Mayan language. Quickly, the order is issued to find a Compahera soldier of the same ethnicity to translate. Because women are also living in a more difficult situation, because women are the most exploited and strongly oppressed, still. Why? Because women, for so many years, for 500 years, have not had the right to speak, to participate in an assembly. They do not have the right to have an education, to speak to the public, or to hold any position in their town. No. Women are totally oppressed and exploited. We get up at 3 in the morning to prepare the corn, and from there we have no rest until everyone else is sleeping. If there is not enough food, we give our tortilla to the children, to the husband. We demand that we be truly respected as Indians. We also have rights. All discrimination against our rights should end, so that we can participate as a people, as a state, as a country, because they have not let us, and many of our officials have left us like that, like a stepping stone. Ajud, my message is that the exploited Compaheras feel like they are not taken into account, they feel that they are very exploited, that they should decide to rise up in arms, as zapatistas. 139. Struggle. La Jornada, 2/8 by the correspondents of La Jornada, February 4-7 Blanche Petrich and Elio Enriquez, Lacandona Jungle, Chiapas. Subcommander Marcos is the military strategist as well as spokesperson and interpreter of the Zapatistas. Wearing his mask, he is all eyes and voice. Now that the dialogue is about to begin, the Zapatista army needs Mexican civil society as never before. We are depending on the rest of the country. He also says that the Cayapanco insurgency is complete and at home, and that the early January military offensive was so successful that now the EZLN has more people, more ammunition, and more weapons. Paradoxically, he speaks of the decision made by the leaders of clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee to go to the negotiating table as a risk-filled choice. They are risking a political trap. If the government succeeds in isolating us, as the Companeros put it, what happened to the Chiapases in the Grijalva during the conquest will happen again. They will be trapped by the river and the Companeros will throw themselves into the river rather than surrender and give up their arms. Finally, he says, the door to dialogue was opened when the federal government realized that the total annihilation of our forces was improbable at best, or impossible at worst. Sarcastic and a poet of sorts, with the rifle cartridge belt crossed over his black poncho, the military leader of the EZLN will participate in the dialogue only if the superior command orders him to do so. But he does not forget what he calls his ghosts, Chinameca and the image of Venustiano Carranza standing behind President Carlos Salinas when he announced the amnesty. 141. We had arrived from one side of the mountain, and he, after a short wait, appeared from the other side in the company of a convoy of guerrillas wearing ski masks like those of the chief. The dew of the fog sometimes fills the ski mask with pearls. He constantly adjusts the mouth hole so that his voice may be heard. The upcoming dialogue is what most concerns him. We have just received the ultimatum from Camacho. It's been answered by the Companeros. There are some concrete questions that must be resolved, such as whether or not they will carry weapons, whether the International Red Cross will participate in order to guarantee neutrality, and so on. And of course, the Red Cross allows no weapons other than those given by God. They're the only weapons we can bring. It's unclear whether the negotiations will also incorporate national political issues. Even though these discussions may not be binding, the Companeros say these issues must be on the table. And the notion of a political force in a formative stage is being contested. That really pissed off the Companeros. It's as if the Indians are no longer children but adults in a formative stage. As it stands, this dialogue is a monologue. Right now the Companeros are saying that they will have to dialogue. They want dialogue, but they want a dialogue with civil society. Right now, thanks to the military siege, there aren't too many options. The peace emissary, Manuel Camacho, speaks of a dialogue in the forest. No, we are thinking that the dialogue must take place in the city. Return to San Cristobal. No, not in San Cristobal, there are problems there. It must be somewhere where the government is forced to respond with civility. We don't want it in the jungle because if Camacho comes in and something happens to him, meaning they do something to him, they will say it was our fault. We can't guarantee security here. Not Camacho's, not Don Samuel's. In Mexico City. Yes, if they want to annihilate us by asphyxiation, they can take us there. The smog will accomplish what Godinez's rockets could not do. Our encounter with that unknown face, almost like that of an old friend, began at noon and lasted until almost 8 that night, when he dismissed us with the phrase "This dude is moving on to another window display." There was military analysis, political discussion, personal confessions, complaints about the press, there is very little honest press, and many anecdotes about the seizure of San Cristobal de las Casas on the 1st of January, which launched the EZLN's Enough is Enough. Informally, he characterizes the Zapatistas' armed struggle as anti-dogmatic. We see armed struggle as part of a broader complex that could become decisive, depending on how the process moves along. This approach has worked. Proof of its effectiveness can be found in the changes that have taken place since the 1st of January. The federal government's sudden attention to Indian questions comes only after the 1st of January. The cult of social liberalism and everything it implies has been suddenly set aside. 142. Nobody speaks about that now. And, all of a sudden, the success of the Mexican economy is being questioned. The genial myth of the poverty in Mexico has re-emerged and is leading even the most reactionary sectors to beat their chests in public. Now they say, yes, poor little Indians, I'll never do it again, let me help you. We have a clear sense of the uprising's impact, and we think that non-militarized organizations at the national level also understand that these changes are a product of the armed uprising of desperation. He explains why his CCRI commanders decided to go to the negotiating table even though they were conscious of the dangers of a political trap. They thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing for civil society to hear the committee. Specifically, that it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to see that, despite what Godinez might say, they're not Cuban drug traffickers, Boogie La Ciataso or the unemployed mercenaries left over from the Central American wars. They want people to see that they are human beings, moreover that they're Indians, that they are the leaders, and that their words are their own. As a strategist, his inspiration with regard to the regular army is Pancho Villa in matters of the regular army, Emiliano Zapata in regard to the transformation of the campesinos into revolutionaries and the revolutionary into campesinos. The rest, he says, as the column conducts some drills we got out of a Mexican army manual that fell into our hands, from a little manual put out by the Pentagon, and from a French general whose name I don't remember. But he is more serious about his vision of guerrilla warfare. We don't understand armed struggle in the classic sense of the previous guerrillas. That is, we do not see armed struggle as a single path, as one single almighty truth around which everything else spins. Instead, from the start, we have seen armed struggle as one in series of processes or forms of struggle that are themselves subject to change. Sometimes one is more important and at times another is more important. He hesitates before taking on the defendant's seat that's been set up for the interview. So, are you setting me up for the firing squad or what? But he sits. And the interview begins. The spark of the offensive didn't catch fire, it did not become an insurrection, people didn't set up barricades, the city didn't rise up in arms. We weren't expecting that kind of result. We weren't expecting the Mexican people to say, "Oh, look, the zapatistas have taken up arms, let's join in," and that then they would grab kitchen knives and go after the first policeman they found. We believed that the people would respond as they did, that they would say, "Something is wrong in this country, something has to change." Because if there's one thing you can't challenge the Zapatista army compañeros on is the question of an alternative path. Nobody can say, "No, you should have tried elections." For example, how can it be that the state of Chiapas had the highest percentage of votes in favor of PRI and that it has the highest percentage of guerrillas? That contrast points to electoral fraud of gigantic proportions. As far as legal avenues for acquiring land, there was the reform of Article 27, which required subsisting with the farm owners as neighbors. Really there was no other way. On the other hand, there was another danger, that people would say, "No, they are drug traffickers. No, they are agents of Soviet social imperialism." Well, that one doesn't exist anymore, or people would say, "They're agents of Chinese social imperialism, but that one is moving in another direction, I don't know where." Or, they'd say we were CIA agents, or whatever else. The danger was that people would not really recognize or see the problems and issues that drive this movement. And that failure of understanding would give the government the opening to use the fashionable pretext of narco-terrorism or narco-guerrilla as an opportunity for repression. And why this moment, the entrance of the NAFTA, the fact that it's an electoral year? It's like the myth of the ski mask. We wear it because it's very cold in the mountains. Suddenly people like it, and the ski masks become a symbol. We had not planned to attack on the 1st of January. 1 year ago, towards the end of January, the clandestine committee said, "We are going to take arms." And they gave me the order, "Hey you, take charge of this, we're giving you a time limit to work with, choose when." We tried several dates. We had to take many things into consideration. For example, we had to be certain that we would not create the impression that we were a narco-guerrilla group. It had to take place in the cities, and not in the country. If it had been in the country, they would have been able to dismiss it, to say, "It doesn't matter, it stays in the jungle." That's what they did when they found us in the barracks of the Corral Chancillera. They said no, they are luggers, they're marijuana planters, no, they're Guatemalans and other things of that sort. We could not speak out at that time because we were thinking and waiting to see what would happen. The civilian population presented another problem. If we attacked the cities, what would happen to the civilians? For the guerrilla, the civilian population is even more important than the cause. A guerrilla is willing to die for the cause, but he is also willing to die rather than hurt a civilian. No way, it's something that hurts more than being caught by the army. From then on the compañeros put aside the political aspects and began to take into account the logistical challenges of the uprising. So, for example, one of the factors we had to weigh was when can we get more reserves of foodstuffs. We assumed from the beginning that it was going to be a long war, that we might be under siege, surrounded and pressed against the mountains. Given this need, the uprising had to take place after the harvest, when we could gather money. National politics weren't central to the question of timing. That wasn't important for the compañeros. The despair was so acute that we didn't want to take it anymore, so international or national conditions didn't matter. And now that there is a proposal to negotiate, what about the weapons? You've spent 10 years preparing for war. There is a risk that the government might be able to politically isolate us on a national level, to present us as desperate extremists, intransigents, all those descriptions that are currently floating around. There is a risk that civil society might say, "Yes, long that are currently floating around. There is a risk that civil society might say, yes, long live peace, death to the extremists, and leave us alone. The military option reemerges in that scenario. And believe me, the compañeros won't waver, if they have to die they will. But this time there would be carnage, we will not leave them alone, and we are not moving anywhere else. Do you feel trapped? Yes. Definitely. They're telling us we either come to an agreement here or we don't come to one at all. A hardening, as it's called. There has been a strange change in Camacho, and the committee is puzzled by his change of tone. I don't know whether the absurd idea of a political force in formation belongs to Monsieur Cordoba, but if there is a juridical aberration, this is it. The compañeros say, no. What's all this about a political force under formation? This situation is about a military force under annihilation. In the end it's the same old thing, and the compañeros' assessment is quite harsh. They say, we're still considered little children, but now they will not refer to us as children, now they will call us adults in formation, but they'll continue to treat us like children. And even under these conditions, you will sit down to negotiate. We believe that in this situation we owe an answer to civil society, not to the government or to Camacho. What we want is to sit and talk with civil society. We know that Camacho will say yes or no depending on the instructions he's received from above. But we have a debt to the nation, perhaps, to the country, but not to their Mexico. We have to respond in case the dynamic of exterminate them, forgive them emerges in an accelerated way. The negotiations are not a product of our military success, nor of Cordoba's astute understanding that we must negotiate, and his advice to Salinas to do so. The negotiations are the result of something that's occurring in society. They're telling us, you cannot do that, you have to find another way. In Camacho's last statement, the problem of negotiating with the Zapatista army is narrowed or reduced to the dimension of Chiapas or the indigenous communities. But according to you, your claims have a national dimension. How should the national, the Mexican, and not just the Cayapanco questions, be approached in a negotiation with the state? And up to what point can the state provide you with proposals or answers to the things you are asking for? Well, the compañeros are very clear on this. It's a lie to think that our problems are going to be solved at the state level in Chiapas. I am speaking about a group of very political people. They may not speak Spanish very well, but they are nevertheless very clear, and they have authority over people who will follow them no matter what. That's why thousands arrived in the cities, because they follow them. And they say, we have a series of problems, and if we believe that these are going to be resolved by changing local officials like Setzer or Patrocinio, we are kidding ourselves and we are kidding our people. We know that things will only change if there is also change higher up. The compañeros say, they are changing the leaves of the trees, but the roots are damaged. 145. Proposal, and we have said repeatedly that we will not impose it on anyone. We will not say, well, we believe that Mexican society should be this way, and those who disagree will be shot, as long as we can get away with it and have to use brute force to enforce our views. Then, we say, let's make a deal, let's make a democratic space, and the one who convinces the people, that's the one who wins. If we win, then we win, if some else wins, then, but that space doesn't exist, and that space needs to be a national space. It's absurd for anyone to still insist that this can be resolved at the state or regional level. Too many things would have to change for that to be possible. It is not possible that the nation doesn't want to listen to this national political proposition. It's invalid for Camacho to say that he isn't going to negotiate national politics with an armed group. The compañeros think that the government would rather wash its hands than arrive at an agreement, and if they arrive at an agreement, the government will not fulfill it. The compañeros say that they want to isolate us, that the government wants to bring us to our knees. This is a false dilemma. It isn't about peace with democracy. For us, it's about peace with dignity, or war with dignity, but we still believe we have a debt with civil society. What about Camacho's refusal to allow the electoral question to enter into the negotiations? They don't want to touch themes around which there's already consensus. They're going to say, well, the poor Indians are very poor indeed, and therefore we will help them. And their first request will be to ask us to surrender our weapons. That maneuver is very obvious, but it seems that society doesn't want to see it. In the last communiqué, the Compañeros addressed civil society directly, and asked why it doesn't act. Aren't they aware of what's going on? How can it be that there is a pact of civility, and a few hours later the government pops up with this line of "don't get into that mess," and nobody says anything? It's as if there hadn't been a 1st of January, as if nothing had happened. Do you think the state has the capacity, as it stands now, to democratize itself? No, not if they aren't forced to do it. If there's to be some political reform that will truly advance democratization, it will only result from the pressure of civil society. We have made it very clear that political space isn't going to come out of our offices. 1. Subcommander Marcos takes pleasure in being an enigma. Marcos, I don't know who he is, a ski mask with a pronounced nose. He could be anyone. We figure he's around 40. Light brown eyes, not green. During the first several weeks of the conflict, the Mexican media reported widely that Maros had green eyes, contributing to the overall impression that he and other zapatistas were not really Mexican. Cold-blooded and good-humored. The way he tells it, one day he had to choose a path. I imagine everyone has to choose at some point. We either kept living a comfort. 146. Able life, materially comfortable, or we had to be consistent with a certain type of ideals. We had to choose and be consistent, and so, here we are. He feels he chose well. As a Ladino, one day he turned up in the Cayapanco jungle. In this interview, he tells what happened after his arrival. The military issue began when we got there. There was nothing there when I arrived. We arrived, and we set to WCFRK. At the national level, the country was following a process similar to the one the state of Chiapas is experiencing now. Political avenues are closed. Mexico, already divided in two, is split once more, because there are really three Mexicos: the Mexico of the powerful, the Mexico that aspires to be part of the powerful, and the Mexico that nobody takes into account. In Chiapas it's the indigenous people no one takes into account, but they have other names in other places. That's where we are coming from. Something had to be done. Generationally speaking, are you a product of '68? Aren't I 25 years old? That's how the PGR identifies me. As Krauss says, the political avenues can't possibly have been exhausted because, if he is 25 years old now, he was 6 in '68. But seriously, yes, I'm definitely post-68, but not the core of '68. Because as I discovered later, word about some things doesn't filter to the mountains. It became very fashionable to assume that everyone here had participated in the events of '68. But no, I didn't. I was a little kid. But I do come from everything that followed, especially the electoral frauds, the most scandalous one in 1988, but others as well. It must not have been easy. For a Ladino, the Lacandona jungle is the worst thing that can happen to you, worse than a program like 24 Horas. We came in through a teaching-learning process. The Compañeros taught me what they know about the mountains, and I taught them what I knew. And that's how I began to move up through the ranks: sub-lieutenant, lieutenant, first captain, second captain, sub-commander. At that point they gave me a press exam and they flunked me, so I've remained a sub-commander. It's clear that we reporters haven't made a very good impression on you. The first day they asked me why I was sub-commander. I told them that to be a commander I still had to learn how to have patience with reporters. I've never learned that. But hold on a minute, there are good ones and there are bad ones. It's just that around here one de la Frigata has slipped in. Not too long ago, one came in and offered the compa heroes milk and jackets in exchange for an interview. That really offends the compa heroes. We have jackets and more milk than we need. Okay, so you arrived in the jungle and then what? How did the guerrillas get their start? Of course we were thinking about armed struggle. But not as the only strategy, not as the only way to bring all this together, but rather as part of something broader that had to be prepared, integrated. And I think we succeeded because we followed the correct path. No, we didn't go around robbing banks, killing police, kidnapping. Instead, we devoted ourselves to learning without anyone teaching us because, well, imagine someone 147 coming from Mexico and saying, "I'm going to make guerrilla warfare, help me." No way. We'd be crying out in the desert. And until January 3rd we were still alone. Are there a lot Y/Latinos in the EZLN? A great big three of us. Let's do some free association. How about love? I don't know what generation you're from, but we were taught something called love of the country. That's how we grew up. When we say love of country, we are saying a lot of things, and that's what we put above all else. Here's an anecdote: when they were voting on the war, because the other scandalous thing here is that this war was voted for democratically, it was not the committee's decision, but rather the committees went around and asked each man, and each woman and each child if it was time to start the war or not. They drew up documents and collected signatures. Those documents are floating around somewhere, or they burned them already. I don't know where those hundreds of community documents ended up. Anyway, in one of those documents, a particular group of indigenous people supporting the war stated their reasons very clearly: "What we don't agree with is the selling of our country to foreign interests. However you want to see it, people are going to die of hunger, but what is happening is that people who are not Mexican run this country." Of course, according to some intellectuals, this type of consciousness of country or nation is not possible in an indigenous person, but they don't know these indigenous people. Indigenous. Right now the indigenous people are the prime example of what a dignified and honest Mexican should be, not only in Chiapas but in the whole country. They are, right now, the vanguard of this country. I'm not suggesting any political implications by using that term. What I'm saying is that they're the human vanguard. Everything they have given and are willing to give, knowing that they won't reap anything because no one's going to offer these people ambassadorial posts, they're illiterate. There's no way that the government will tell them, "No, look, if you calm down I'll give you an embassy in such and such place." They can't give them anything, nothing more than lead, in any case. And, however you want to see it, they're doing what they're doing, and they're doing it with such dignity and such a sense of democracy, even given the absurd military requirements of a war. This is the lesson the country has to learn if it wants to continue being a country. Death. For us it is life, in that absurd logic of daily death that has become so normal in these situations. It's living, you see, it's happiness. 1 month after the war began, an anniversary party was organized to remember the compa heroes who had died. Everyone was saying, "We see their death with happiness, because it is life for others." That is very critical language, but at the same time it is so rich. 148 was saying, "We see their death with happiness, because it is life for others." That is very critical language, but at the same time it is so rich. Victory, so far away sometimes. We think it'll be up to others to harvest the fruits of victory. For us victory means sacrifice right now. It'll be others who will really receive that. This sub-commander is definitely a Chacarero. An attentive reader of Monsive, Aguilar Cameron, Krause. Cautious of the image he projects. Look at what I'm carrying, and they say that the leaders are better armed than the combatants, and he takes a .22 carbine from its holster. A little old, but well kept. The cartridges, red like Eveready batteries in the cartridge belt, are his ammunition. Any one of his escorts is better armed than he is. For example, Major Pedro, who is responsible for the armory of the EZLN. And Major Ana Marfa, commander of the operation for taking the municipal palace of San Cristobal. And Lieutenant Romeo, who is responsible for our security during our incursion into Zapatista territory. Only he doesn't mention the other large pistol he wears on his belt, this one really menacing. Another detail, he smokes a pipe. His passion is military strategy, of which he boasts. What a shame, you all don't ask anything about the war. Go ahead, ask me. The taking of San Cristobal is a poem in itself. And he is, of course, a reader of La Jornada. He sends messages, to the cartoonist Megu, an insult to his mother. To the photographer Pedro Valtierra, of Cuartoscuro, in response to his petition for an exclusive photograph in El Correo Ilustrado, he says I'll give him a date real soon. And he's calculating too, how much do you think I could get for my ski mask? $3,000, $7,000. Quick with answers. The stamp of liberation theology appears on the whole story of the Zapatista guerrilla. Even Bishop Samuel Ruiz has been accused of the insurrection. To link the church to us is a ploy, just like what happened with the foreigners, and with that phrase professionals in violence. It'll soon go out of style. It's the prominent role of the church that bothers many sectors, not Don Samuel's participation. There was no support, not even consent, nor approval from anyone in the church. On the contrary, some who realized that something was being organized, kept insisting that it was crazy, that it was absurd. Don't you think that some of the present Zapatistas became conscious of the need for rebellion through the teachings of liberation theology? No, I don't think so. Because the work of the church or of the diocese, in this case of San Cristobal, of Don Samuel, which covers all of the rainforest and all the townships of the highlands, went in the other direction. It was the opposite. So the compañeros had to find an option for life, a way to participate politically, to search for means of 149. Autonomous subsistence. The church placed great emphasis on self-sufficiency, on community health projects, and so on. In reality, the whole project of the church with the compañeros was what they called a project of life, while ours was a project of death. What happened is that the church-led projects failed, and the compañeros realized that even this strategy didn't offer them many options. If they organize into cooperatives, they get harassed, and the cooperatives are broken. If they organize themselves to ask for land, they are rejected. If they organize to take over the land, they are killed. They don't have good health, they're dying. That's the source of the boom, the source of thousands of Zapatistas. Don't believe the Pentagon figures that place Zapatista numbers at 1,500. There are many thousands of compañeros who are products of that arbitrary, unjust, and authoritarian policy that is carried to its maximum irrationality. An irrationality so extreme, that for you, we don't even exist. Let me clarify. Our death didn't exist. Ours, I speak for the compañeros. The neopositivists are right when they say that things exist only when they are named. Till someone names it, Kayapanko death doesn't exist. But now it exists. They named it by dying. Yes. They named it by dying in that way, because no matter what, we were dying. It wasn't until you turned around to see, the press that is, that you named it. Don Samuel says that you have come to the conclusion, an incorrect one in his opinion, that all doors are closed. He believes some doors still remain open. Yes, we know that he believes there are possibilities of social democratization, in political participation. He believes that there were other forms of economic organization that could overcome the limitations created by the reform of Article 27. But the compañeros have lots of experience with all that, they really tried all avenues. They have the final say in this, and they say enough is enough. They said it first, and no one heard them. Then, they told me, we aren't going to wait any longer. Join us or stay behind. We think the time is now. And I say to them, no, but look, the correlation of international forces, the national situation, the political reform, NAFTA, political options. There won't be consensus. And they said, no, no matter what, death is ours and now we are going to decide how to take it. So, you figure out how. Hopefully, it will work out. If not, well, that's that. But choose. And they told me to choose, you go with us or you stay, and I chose. There is much speculation about whether you are a well-armed group or not, if you are financed from the outside or not. What armaments do you have? Where do they come from? There are three principal sources of provisions. A small part came from stockpiling a little bit at a time. Another important source is the Mexican police and army, in part from their anti-narcotic campaign. When they capture the drug traffickers and take away their weapons, only a small part of those weapons are turned into the authorities, the rest go on the black market. 150. We bought AK-47s, ML6s, and other weapons from them. They thought they were selling guns to other groups of drug traffickers, who eventually would be arrested again and whose weapons could be sold again. Great business, no. And the third source are the guardias blancas of the ranchers, who are trained by public safety officers and the army. They have good weapons. At the end of last year they got Uzi machine guns. And there is a fourth source of provisions, which are the weapons that the campesinos all over Mexico have, like hunting rifles and other rudimentary arms. We don't have the quantity of weapons that we would like to have, nor the munitions. There is no foreign support. And the bulk of the fighters, where do they come from? From the mountains and the jungle. The EZLN went from one stage to the next in a very orderly way. For our campesino compañeros, the EZLN was born as a self-defense group. That is, the ranchers guardias blancas are a very powerful armed group. They take away the compañeros' land and mistreat them, and they limit the social and political development of the indigenous peoples. The compañeros soon saw that the problem was not the self-defense of one community, or of the protection of one set of common lands. They realized it was necessary to establish alliances with other communities, and they began to form military and paramilitary contingents, still working with the idea of self-defense. There was a standstill until the Supreme Government had the brilliant idea of reforming Article 27. That was a powerful catalyst in the communities. Those reforms cancelled all legal possibilities of their holding land. And that possibility is what had kept them functioning as paramilitary self-defense groups. Then came the electoral fraud of 1988. The compañeros saw that voting didn't matter either because there was no respect for obvious, basic things. These were the two detonators, but in my view it was the reform of Article 27 that most radicalized the compañeros. That reform closed the door on the indigenous people's strategies for surviving legally and peacefully. That's why they rose up in arms, so that they would be heard. They were tired of paying such a high price in blood. Here, when someone gets sick and the family takes him to the doctor and the doctor writes a prescription, the family calculates which is cheaper to buy the medicine or to buy the coffin. Just like that, in the coldest manner you can imagine. And the idea of the armed struggle, more precisely, the one to form this unique guerrilla group, how did it get started? We arrived with campesinos. We didn't arrive as Ladinos to go into the jungle in order to organize ourselves later. Earlier, while we were looking for different avenues, we found some indigenous campesino sectors here in the southeast, and we talked with them, and we began working with them. We interrelated. And then they started organizing themselves and doing directed work. They're the ones who said, okay, we have to get involved here, with a guerrilla group that is mostly indigenous. The indigenous peoples taught us to walk around here, they taught us how to live in the mountains, to hunt, and there we began to learn about weapons. That's how the EZLN got started, but the first phase was pure survival. We had to learn how to survive. 151. In the mountains, to get the mountains to accept us. From the beginning, it was always the indigenous political leaders who talked with the communities, because these communities would not accept a Ladino. Did you plan to take power through armed means? No. We don't think like the Maoists. We don't think that the campesino army from the mountains can fence in the cities. That's not how we think. If there are no workers, nothing is possible politically or militarily. Are you a national force? In the sense that our fundamental, core demands are national in focus and have their sympathizers, yes. In regard to the workers, are there any possibilities of alliance, of getting the workers of the urban areas interested in your cause? Well, the EZLN would have to incorporate the demands of the workers' movement among its own demands, not in the style of Fidel Schwarzenegger, of course. What I want you to understand is that when one speaks of death and misery in Chiapas, when one speaks of desperation, one is speaking of a shocking reality. That's why the Compa heroes say enough is enough. There's no question about consensus over armed struggle. We either die in struggle, or we die anyway. And they've clearly stated, it's better to die with dignity. Does that mean that the EZLN cannot come to have some points of agreement or collaboration with other popular movements? It would have to be a more open space, under a much larger flag. It would not be within the EZLN, that common point of agreement would have to be something bigger and wider. That's why we talk about a national revolutionary movement. This point of correspondence would be around a point larger than the EZLN. If someone raises that flag, we would go there. In regard to the 10 points laid out in your declaration, do you have concrete proposals to resolve them? Yes. The Compa heroes that are going to go to the dialogue have clearly defined what we want. Does that imply creating regional authorities in the zones where you are located? Autonomy, the Compa heroes say, like that of the Basque or the Catalans, which is a relative autonomy, because they have very little confidence in governments of the state. For example, in the case of the Compa heroes, it's not so much the federal army that they hate the most, it's the security forces, the state police, and the judiciary. If they see us, they'll eat us alive. So then they say that it is necessary to negotiate a statute of autonomy in which our government, our administrative structure, is recognized by the government and with which we can live without outside interference. To what extent do you think the United States could intervene? 152. Oh, against you, of course. We think that a generalized military intervention against us is unlikely. There could be intervention, but it would be against the PRI. It's not the zapatistas who are worried about the US Congress's meeting. It leaves us unmoved. The mountain is birth, and it will also be death. It's the federal government that's worried. We think it's premature to talk about US intervention. You say that the detonator of this war was the lack of land. Now, what do you want? Agrarian reform, Article 27, what? We're thinking that issues of agrarian reform should be reconsidered, but an important step would be to annul the Salinas reforms of Article 27. I'm talking about people who have poor land or those that have no land. What the Companeros say is that land is life, that if you don't have land you are a living dead, and so why live? It's better to fight and die fighting. Annulling the Salinas reforms won't be enough, but it would be a start. It would be a way to open a wider discussion in which the countryside can taken into account alongside the governmental commitment to NAFTA. It's NAFTA that really directed those reforms of Article 27. And what about the democratization? Respect of political demands. The Lakandana Jungle Declaration maintains that there cannot be a democratic transformation that's overseen by an illegitimate, or, if you don't like that term, undemocratic, government. It's absurd when 8 political parties say, yes, democracy now, and one party comes and says don't make trouble. We ask ourselves, how can that document be guaranteed? What hope is there? That's why we insist that this party has to leave so that another can come in and say, now, let us fight without weapons and see who wins. Night falls and the cold sweeps in. The sub-commander orders a military parade and the column presents arms to the journalists because, the leader tells them, they're good people. They sing their hymns for us, the insurgent and the EZLN anthem. It's sung to the tune of Carabina 3030. Let's go, let's go, let's go forward to push our struggle onward, for our country demands and needs all the effort of the zapatistas. On his way back from the camp he starts telling jokes and anecdotes. Like this one from January 1st, in the headquarters of the Municipal Police of San Cristobal de las Casas, at dawn, the phone rang. Is this police headquarters? Listen, we want to warn you that a lot of armed people are coming here, through Centenario Avenue. It's all right. We have already been informed. Don't worry. Everything is under control. 133. Marcos is the one who answered. He coordinated the occupation of the police precincts. Of course, he burst out laughing. Little by little, the campaneras from the kitchen climb the hill, carrying large pots of stew and coffee. They give the military salute, Campanero militiamen. When everything is ready, the campanera Major Ana Marfa stands at attention. Sub-commander, we are ready to serve. And Marcos gives the order, eat. But he doesn't eat himself. There's the problem of the ski mask, and the journalists are still here. 1. The inspiration came from Pancho Villa in the Sierra of Corral Chen, with one or another modification. They built a Hollywood-style film set. They used stones to make 4 streets complete with street signs. Facades of houses and of a make-believe municipal building were built with bamboo and adobe. A small bus was constructed out of wood and labeled 82 ND Regiment, and a real motorcycle was carried all the way out there on someone's back just to give the scene a realistic touch. It was on that set that the January 1994 offensive was rehearsed. When the Ajami attacked this camp half a year earlier, in May 1993, the army generals concluded, this is the plan of attack against Ocosingo. But actually, there was much more to it than that. If you look closely, Sub-Commander Marcos tells us in hindsight, the facades of the municipal buildings of San Cristobal, Margaritas, Ocosingo and several others are identical. That is how the EZLN trained to take those towns. During the 12 days of combat not everything happened according to the EZLN strategists' plans. In the case of Ocosingo, no combat had been planned. The army surrounded the town from 2 sides and the civilian population was caught in the middle. In that situation, Marcos tells us, our troops did what they had to do, die for the people. Despite his pleasure in the fact that his own stroke of genius worked, and that they were able to simultaneously seize 5 municipal authorities, he admits realistically. Right now we can't defeat the Federal Army, nor can the Federal Army defeat us. The crux of a war is not military confrontation but rather the politics put into play in that confrontation. While the Ladino sub-commander speaks, a glance from the indigenous commanders, from one of the clandestine revolutionary committees of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, present during the interview, shows their agreement. We accept that we've suffered deaths. We'll never lie about the number of casualties. To die like this is an honor for us. Right now we're already living on borrowed time. Between weapons and negotiations, between war and peace, deep in their territory, the Zapatistas know one thing for certain, it's definitely not yet time to lay down our weapons. When asked about the influence of the Central American Wars of the 80s on the experience in Chiapas, he points out that the Zapatistas learned to distrust the purely. 134. When asked about the influence of the Central American Wars of the 80s on the experience in Chiapas, he points out that the Zapatistas learned to distrust the purely electoral option from the Sandinistas. They learned to distrust disarmament from the Farabundistas. And from the Guatemalans, their closest neighbor. Well, that's perhaps the only question left unanswered. Other than that, the influence stems purely from Villa and Zapata. We also learned what not to do from the mistakes of the Mexican guerrillas of the 70s. Now, during this defensive waiting period in their own territory, the zapatistas have started to mine the roads to block the advance of the Army's armored vehicles. Subcommander Marcos wants this known, especially as a warning to those journalists who imprudently cross the checkpoints of the EZLN. It's already happened. Some madman didn't obey the order to stop and continued on. We were sweating bullets trying to deactivate the mines. May 1993, Corral Chen. In May of 1993 the Mexican army discovered a guerrilla enclave in a town called Corral Chen, in the township of Ocosingo. At the time, it was said the camp contained insurgent propaganda, leftover ammunition, and a model of a town that revealed possible attacks against the municipal authority of Ocosingo. But the official version fell short, there was much more. General Miguel Angel Godinez, commander of the Southeastern Zone, says that what you did the first few days of January was an act of propaganda and that it was a complete failure. It was an act of propaganda, and it was a total success. We have to give credit where it's due. It was a military wonder, and nobody seems to want to admit that. Now everybody says that those who speak about military matters are rash warmongers who haven't realized that the military course of action is not inappropriate for Mexico. In my view, that's the reason people from the press and the intellectuals have criticized the military aspect of this affair. We were going to start at 0 hours on the 31st of December with the New Year's fireworks. We figured people would be on vacation so there wouldn't be any civilian population. The majority of people would be at home and wouldn't be on the streets in case of a shootout. The officers of the Federal Army would also be on vacation, or maybe Godinez should explain the whereabouts of his officers' corps. I know where each and every one of them were. The entire country was relaxing. I am going to tell you once and for all how we did it, because, if I don't, they're going to say I copied the '89 offensive in El Salvador. We did what a gentleman by the name of Francisco Villa did when he attacked Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. If you remember, he feigned the attack on Chihuahua and then hit Juarez. We simulated an attack on Ocosingo, and if you check the press, 3 days before the whole country knew that a guerrilla group was in San Miguel, near Ocosingo, and everybody pretended not to know. 133. K. That's when the enemy thought we'd hit Ocosingo, and we started to move a battalion and a half towards San Cristobal. When they realized what was happening, they really got scared since they'd expected the attack to be at Ocosingo. What really happened last May in the mountain range of Corral Chen, when the army attacked you? Was it a battle you were expecting or did it happen by chance? No, it was an accident. We thought that either someone had betrayed us or that the column of soldiers had simply stumbled on our headquarters accidentally. What's certain is that not a single zapatista remained on that sierra by that very same evening. In other words, we got out immediately, and avoided entrapment. The encounters that followed were among their own troops. We had already retreated into the jungle. The army filled the sierra with soldiers, and they began advancing until they clashed and killed each other. We counted 12 dead soldiers and 6 wounded, just like that, from mortar fire. In strategic matters, communication failures make things very difficult. We suspect that those in command are unwilling to say, "We made a mistake and hit our own people." Instead they're claiming the casualties were guerrillas. So Godinez sent more and more soldiers, and they completed the circle. That's when we were finally able to relax, because the CCRI said, if they touch any of the towns, we start, otherwise we don't. But we were already waiting. The army made a mistake by retreating because they were already there. We were on the verge of activating the offensive that was planned for the end of the year. All of a sudden, Bishop Juan Jesus Posadas was murdered in Guadalajara. Then the problem reached the national press and stopped the offensive. Otherwise it would have started, and you would have been interviewing me in May. You say that the published information has hardly touched upon the military aspect. Do you think there is a deliberate effort to diminish the military importance and thus diminish this phenomenon? Yes, it seems clear to me that there is consensus among the government, all of you the press, and civil society that the world has to be shown that military alternatives are not a viable option. Why? I don't know why. The January offensive demonstrated that it's possible to carry out sizable military operations if a series of conditions are present, and that military knowledge need not to be drawn from traditional guerrilla or Central American guerrilla tactics. Rather, it can be drawn from our own country's history. I don't think anyone wants to deal with that. Would you say it's because somebody might follow the example? Yes, the example of trying it, or of planning it out well and then one day carrying it out, not the example of taking up arms all of a sudden and attacking the municipal building. They say, these are definitely desperate, hungry, illiterate natives, but they came up with a military plan. They carried it out well and ended it well. 156. Broadening the struggle, February 4 February T. Despite the military successes of the EZLN, there seems to be a certain fatalism when you talk about your outlook, as if IVE accepted that there's not much of a future from a strictly military standpoint. Like we said from the beginning, we are living on borrowed time. I have to be sincere with the people and tell them, this might be the last time that I write to you, and that's the truth. It's not cancer of AIDS, it's just that they want to kill us. Either the feds shoot and kill us or the journalists will kill us because of their recklessness. How do you expect to do anything against a well-equipped army that has logistical support? Well, what's decisive in a war isn't military confrontation, but the politics at play in that confrontation. We know that this war isn't going to define itself in military terms, not even if we had the superior weapons. What matters are the politics that move one or the other party. We don't think there has been a military defeat on either side. We know that we cannot defeat the Federal Army, but we also know that the Federal Army cannot defeat us militarily. We didn't go to war on January 1 to kill or to be killed. We went to war to make ourselves heard. In that sense, the reasoning behind the committee's enough is enough declaration is quite clear. It was neither suicidal nor adventurous. We had few casualties and our military capability is not only intact, it grew. 7E came down from the mountain with several thousand people, and when we fell back we had even more people. We don't lie about our casualties, it isn't necessary. We're not going to hide the fact that we die. For the compañeros, death under these circumstances is an honor, it's dignified. If the army says they've killed so many guerrillas, well, we say it's not true. Who knows who they killed? We're not making unfounded claims when we say that the army kills civilians and then says they're zapatistas. We have more people, more ammunition, and arms. Where's the suicide? There's a lot of photographic evidence showing that many Zapatista combatants were sent to war with wooden rifles. Isn't that suicide? No. When the combatant doesn't have a weapon, he still has to learn to move as if he has one. Carrying something in their hands and learning how to move with it is part of their training. And the tale that we sent the little Indians out with wooden rifles and followed them up with foreigners carrying ultra-modern weapons is a lie. Ocosingo, a mousetrap. What happened in Rancho Nuevo and Ocosingo? What were those operations like? The attack on Rancho Nuevo took place because an army hungry for weapons and ammunition has to go where there are weapons and ammunition. Then, on the 2nd, we faked another attack on Rancho Nuevo. I don't know who was in command at Rancho Nuevo, or if anyone was in charge at all, but whoever was there did a good job. They organized a good defense. We pretended to attack from the right in order to attack. 157. From both sides, but they defended themselves on both sides as well. So, when we sent a patrol to fight, the clash took place. There were casualties on both sides, and we did what any well-trained, fed, and disciplined army does, we ran. They had dismantled our attack. We were still learning. We are still learning. According to our plans, each municipal seat had to be cleared without gunfire, but we were thinking of Rancho Nuevo. Rancho Nuevo was secure because we had just attacked in order to allow for an orderly withdrawal, a political one, as we say, from Ocosingo, Chinal, Margaritas, Oxchuc, and Whiston. But the army sent troops through Palenque, something we were unprepared for because of tactical mistakes. As we were regrouping, the army came in and clashed with our reinforcements. And this time what happened to us at Rancho Nuevo, happened to the army. We dismantled and dispersed them, even though Godinez won't admit it. We place enemy casualties at the same numbers acknowledged by the army, but according to our intelligence services, on January 15 there were 180 corpses of federal soldiers in the 7th Military Region of Tuxtla Gutierrez. But what we haven't confirmed, we don't announce as fact. The plan was to withdraw the troops that took Ocosingo, and they were a big force. They began withdrawing in stages, but then we had a problem with the civilians. The compañeros in San Cristobal realized that civilians had mixed in with our troops, out of sympathy, curiosity, or what have you. And then they got caught in that mousetrap of the market. Our troops were in position, but we couldn't leave the civilians there. In order to remove the civilians, our sharpshooters had to start firing and caused army casualties. The army then fixed our positions and started to attack us with mortar fire. The wounded we have in our field hospital were wounded by shrapnel from rockets and mortars, not by bullets. Our combatants were shooting from a fixed position, which is suicidal for any sharpshooter, because to protect themselves they really should keep changing positions. A fighter has to protect the civilians, so they stayed put in order to allow the civilians to get out. They maintained their positions for a long time, until they surrendered them. We lost, at worst, 40 compañeros. That's a lot. It's serious because they're compañeros. Even if there had only been 4 it would have been serious. But there are only 9 confirmed casualties, we don't know if the others were taken prisoner, or if they disappeared. Some days later some compañeros started to appear in small groups in other places. Those soldiers know the mountains very well. So, Ocosingo was not a planned combat, but the troops did what they had to do, they died for the people. That is where a guerrilla cannot choose. If he has to die for a civilian, he will do it. Not everyone understands that. Were the 5 casualties in the market zapatistas? That we don't know. Compañeros have told us of a wounded fighter who was captured, a soldier tied his hands behind his back, and then another arrived and sprayed him with bullets. Another compañero saw them taking 4 prisoners, again with their hands tied behind their backs, but those were civilians. According to our ears we 158 have them everywhere. The exhumation at the public ministry was done at night, and left until the next day. The army arrived at night and dressed the corpses up as guerrillas. I couldn't say with any certainty that they were all zapatistas. This week negotiations begin. Has the time come for you to turn over your weapons? Definitely not. I've spoken /YJTH the compañeros of the committee, as well as with the troops. But since it's the committee that's in charge here, we have to do what they say. And they say that we cannot turn over our weapons because, up until now, the government has only given us promises that things are going to change. And that's what we've always gotten from the government during elections anyway, even without an armed movement. During elections, there are always promises and proclamations. The compañeros say that the surrender of arms has to be part of a later process, after negotiations, when we see that the agreements are being fulfilled. Does keeping your weapons serve as a warranty for the agreements? We think so. In this case there has to be a double guarantee. First, that the government will do what it promises, and then a guarantee of survival. Because there's something that the media hasn't paid attention to, and that is the existence of guardias blancas, which are a type of death squad. They are one of our main suppliers of weapons, by the way, since you are so worried about our weapons. When Patrocinio Gonzalez was in office, the Union for the Defense of Ocosingo, La Unión para la Defensa de Ocosingo, was organized to serve the landowners who had 400 armed men. When we went to take their weapons, we found everything from rifles to M16s and R15s. Even if the army agrees to the peace proposals, how can we turn over our weapons when there are other military forces functioning in the area? The Guardias Blancas are the ones in charge here, particularly in the Lacandona jungle. The Ranchers Guardias Blancas are the third force that needs to be dismantled. With so many people moving around, how did you keep such a big operation secret? Because the people are on our side. When the EZLN and the clandestine committee speak of controlled territory, they are referring to everything but the city area and the roads in Chiapas. The rural areas are under Zapatista control. Otherwise, how could we mobilize thousands of people from the forest, and move them to a city that is only 12 kilometers away from the largest military base in the southeast, the one in Rancho Nuevo? How could we camp for days ahead of time in the surrounding areas? There had to be complicity, support not only in those specific areas, but all along the entry and exit routes. That's what allowed us to withdraw without casualties. Are you saying that a lot of people covered up the operation with their silence? With silence and support, because you have to move the people, feed them, hide them. But most people helped us with silence. The majority may not be Zapatista, but they would say, this is aimed at those who are bothering us, so it's okay, I'm not going to report it to those who bother me. On the contrary, I hope they get through and I wish them well. That's what they told us. 159. And how is the EZLN doing now? Are they in these territories? In camps, in villages? Where? I'm glad you asked me that because they say we are vandalizing the ranches and it's not true. We are waiting for an attack, waiting in trenches all along the entry points. We can't afford the luxury of stealing cattle or pigs. Right now, in military terms, we are in a defensive situation within our own terrain. But this is what we've been planning and anticipating for a long time now, so it presents no problems for us. The attack on January 1st was the big headache because everything that's a defensive advantage is a disadvantage in an attack. Take, for instance, the dispersal of our forces. Right now we have troops in several places, armed, located, and with knowledge of the area. But for an offensive, you have to gather all those troops and take them somewhere outside their terrain to fight. That was the great difficulty we faced in January. How to orchestrate such a mobilization and concentration of troops without being detected by the enemy. Initially I had thought about doing it on December 28th, but later I thought, anyone who talks and says we are mobilizing people won't be trusted because it's Holy Innocents' Day. That's why we cancelled those plans and moved it to December 31. If everything was so well planned, why did you stop the advance? Because of the government's ceasefire. Look, I'm going to tell you what happened. We started, they gave us a run, we got into place, we fought well, we withdrew, and then we were putting mines in a road we knew the tanks would be using as their point of entry. And all of a sudden the compañeros tell me to cease fire. Chin. Hold on. Wait, something's happened. But a ceasefire wasn't supposed to happen until we'd been fighting for months. I went to the committee and told them that I'd heard the news about the ceasefire. Something has to be going on. This is not about us. Let's also have a ceasefire so we can see what's going on. We were running. We were not facing enemy bullets with our brave chests. But we started to catch on that something was happening that we didn't know about. And then we discovered what it was. We have to acknowledge, with honor, that the civil society provoked that ceasefire. And the press, what little this country has of an honest press, well, the press played a starring role. 4. These days political activity in Zapatista territories is very intense. Already, the clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees of each zone have selected 2 delegates to participate in the dialogue, and they are in the process of consulting with their communities to define the mandate those leaders will bring to the negotiations. The communities will define what they can accept and what they cannot accept. 15 zapatistas, representing committees and fighting groups, will sit face to face with Manuel Camacho Solis. 160. On the other hand, the leadership of the Zapatista National Liberation Army is preparing for a broader and more substantial dialogue. On one side, with the political parties. According to Subcommander Marcos, perhaps someday, maybe soon, all presidential candidates will be invited by the CCRICG to visit their territories, to sit down with us, so that we can see what they tell us about our problems. For them, the Zapatistas have a message: there is a larger movement, one that goes beyond the armed struggle, a movement in which everyone has something to do to make this country more just. The electoral board has changed considerably because of what has unfolded since January 1st. You aren't a political party, but what's your position regarding the August elections? Are you planning to participate in the electoral field? From the mountains that would be difficult. If the president doesn't resign, there have to be reforms that will ensure that the federal government is no longer the body that oversees and sanctions the electoral process. We can see that the current system favors only one party. Another body must sanction the process. It should be a binding principle that the Secretary of Government shouldn't participate. The Electoral College should say, this one won, that one lost. And the Electoral College shouldn't have ties with the federal government. But things don't work that way. The federal government, along with its main leader, have already chosen one candidate. Don't make trouble, they said. There aren't going to be democratic elections unless there is a change in the electoral law. If there was a reform in the electoral process that would prevent the government from sanctioning the elections, it would be like decapitating the ruling party. And that's what's happening. It doesn't matter to you if it's Colosio or another candidate who runs for the PRI. Yes, to tell the truth, it doesn't matter. We aren't concerned about who wins the elections. The Compañeros' view is that if there is really democracy in Mexico, anyone elected has to respond to what the people demand. If not, he will be ousted. That's the nature of the Compañeros' democracy. For example, they are elected democratically. If they don't do their job, their base discharges them. They say the country should work like this. If the PRI wins, it must win properly, in such a way that if it doesn't deliver what it promised, we have to remove it and another party has to replace it. And when this holy character, Aguilar Talamantes, appears and says that he could be the political arm of the EZLN, the Compañeros do not approve. They have to say no to him, they have to say no to everyone. Fight, win, but there must be something that says that whoever wins has to do what was promised, otherwise, no. Because if we support a party and it's going to be the same old thing, what we need is a space in which to make that candidate or that president accountable. In this they are quite clear and quite radical. Now they say, no, you don't need to support this or that party. If Colosio is going to win, he has to win properly, and to win properly means that he has to deliver what he promised. The same thing if Cardenas PRD or Diego Fernandez de Ceballos Pan wins. They are planning to invite the candidates to speak with them or to listen to what they have to say. If they don't want to come, then they plan to send them a letter and tell them. In the end, what Compañeros discuss with the government will be decided by the next president, and that future president, for good or for bad, will be one of the 9 or I don't know how many now current presidential candidates. Are the Zapatistas willing to constitute themselves as a political force? That would have to be considered by the Compañeros, because there is a lot of distrust regarding the whole idea of a political party. They have to consider what sort of guarantees it gives them, what type of recognition it would bring them. But then they say, okay, we didn't rise to take power. If a political party wants to take power, then what will happen to us as leaders? You were saying that the reforms of Article 27 were a trigger. And what about Patrocinio Gonzalez's government? Yes. Patrocinio was completely absurd. But more than Patrocinio himself, what was absurd was what he supported, the Ocosingo Defense Union, La Unión para la Defensa de Ocosingo, the Altamirano Ranchers Associations, Las Asociaciones Ganaderas de Altamirano, of Margaritas, very reactionary associations. They are the most reactionary of all the bourgeoisie, very aggressive, despotic, racist. Compared with other governors that either attacked or didn't do anything about the bourgeoisie, Patrocinio praised it. Yes, he had a lot to with the process of radicalization. What's your message? Do you sense that you are being heard? The message is that there is a larger movement, one that goes beyond the armed movement, and that everyone has to do something. That everyone has to work to transform this country into a just country, into a country that offers justice for all, not simply for one group. Some people understand this. I think that the ones who least understand the message are the political parties. They should be more aggressive, not in the sense that they should take up arms, but they should push further and work to secure and open more political spaces for participation. It seems that their declaration supporting peace owes more to the fact that at some point they felt obliged to say something about Chiapas. Moving from wipe them out, like Fidel Schwarzenegger, to no violence, no relax, peace, peace, peace. In order to convince civil society that armed struggle is not the way out, there has to be a truly democratic space. But what is being done to open that democratic space, aside from making statements and writing articles in the newspapers? I think that if all the political parties here, I am speaking across the spectrum, I am not referring to any one of them in particular that are a part of that civic pact, the one that Salinas annulled by saying don't dream, if they don't begin to do something different, no democratic space is going to be built. 162. They can negotiate peace in Chiapas in February, and in June the country will rise again. If the system is not revolutionized before the elections, with or without the zapatistas, whether they kill us or not, the country is going to rise up. And then it will not only be indigenous people or the guerrilla group, but there are going to be many forms of struggle, and the political parties will see themselves overthrown as they were here. Doyo see them bypassed here, asterisk. Well, the fact that the compañeros have said that there is no electoral option makes that clear. What happens if after all of this, the state returns to normal, to the way it was before? Would you strike again? That type of decision depends on a collective process. Those decisions do not depend on Marcos deciding to attack tomorrow, or the fact that he was angered by Payan's January 2nd editorial. I can't decide that. I have to consult with the committee, and, whether it is convenient or not, the committee has its own complex process of consultation with the communities. Decisions of such magnitude are not up to a single individual. On the road to Chinameca? Are you going to participate in the negotiations? I don't know. The committee still has to decide. If it decides that I should participate, 111 have to do it. I'm telling you, the compañeros in the committee and the rest of us are still carrying the remains of the Chinameca ghost and the haunting image of Carranza standing behind Salinas de Gortari as he announced the amnesty law. We do not rule out that kind of a coup, it has been considered. There is supposed to be a succession in military commands, and there's people to relieve the compañeros in the committee. As of today, February 2nd, there's no specific decision on who will participate. But the petitions to be presented at the dialogue have already been agreed on. They reiterate the declaration of the Lacandona Jungle and the EZLN communiques. There are no changes in this regard. It's not that we said that Salinas must resign, and that now we are retracting that. There is no change. In any case, some demands that were quite general before are much more concrete now. Why do you ask the question? Do you want to see me there? In other processes, the military issue prompted the dialogue. Do we need more bullets in Mexico to convince all parties that there must be dialogue? We have thought about it, but, the way things are right now, we can't take that sort of initiative. We can't say that we're going to end the game, because we haven't even begun to talk. That's the situation now. I'm not saying that's what's going to take place if the dialogue doesn't work. Then you are going to talk with weapons in hand. 163. V. Definitely. The compañeros have been very clear in that regard. The first item in the negotiation can't be the surrender of arms. The first item of negotiation is the conditions we live in. Could it turn out to be a dialogue between deaf people? It's clear to us that the government is preparing the political atmosphere to support a large-scale military operation. The dialogue process, or, as Mr. Camacho calls them, the Conference for Peace and Reconciliation, rests on an ultimatum: we negotiate or. How many delegates are going to the dialogue? All of the CCRI? No, the clandestine committee is made up of dozens of compañeros. Each committee controls a territory, and each committee is nominating 2 delegates. They're telling those 2 delegates, you can say yes to this you must say no, and this, don't even touch it. And this is what you are going to ask for. When you say, yes, I accept this, it means that it's valid, and when you say that you don't accept it, it means that no one is going to accept it. How many people will attend? We estimate around 15, counting regular combat forces and committees, because we think that representatives of the combat forces, which are the active ones, also have to go. Their voice has to be heard too. But we don't know. We just got the letter. We're just now sending it to Camacho. We'll have to see how he replies. And how will the presence of the press be handled? Will you limit it or? We said that everyone will be admitted, only Televisa will be barred for obvious reasons. We want the struggle to be known. We're not going to charge anybody a fee, on the contrary, they're doing us a favor dealing with this as they used to deal with our grandparents. And how do things stand 1 month after the beginning of the conflict? We have passed very rapidly to a phase for which we were not prepared: dialogue. We were prepared for a long process of war, of attrition, of military clashes, of political disputes over the towns and villages, of ideological struggle. And afterwards, if the government co-opted these, there would be a dialogue, but only after all that. You had no idea it would go this fast. Actually, no. That's why I say that when we were preparing the defense, the mines and explosives, and the ceasefire occurred, we discovered that something had happened, and I think it was the press that provoked all that. In some places you have the support of the people, but in many other places, not. There is either fear and ignorance or straight-out rejection. Those things are part of a strategy, an old strategy that's been around at least since Vietnam. What the Federal Army is doing is offering provisions and money to people who arrive in Ocosingo and Altamirano in exchange for them denouncing the Zapatistas and 164. Broadening the struggle, February 4 February 7. Saying that we expelled them from their communities, that we robbed them, that we beat them up. Everything that's coming out right now in the press. The committees have been examining the cases. It turns out that it's people who said, I'm going out to buy salt, and suddenly they show up making statements. According to what one of those returning told us, army personnel told him, say that they're bothering you and we'll give you your provisions. In this strategy, the Federal Army goes from being the aggressor against the civilian population to being the savior of the civilian population, positioning itself against us, the transgressors of the law, that is to say, the Zapatista National Liberation Army. But that has to be seen as part and parcel of what is being done at the national level with this strategy of a monologue disguised as a dialogue or a developing dialogue. Just as we are a developing political force, the government's monologue is a developing dialogue. Yon mean to say that, the way things are, no great results can be expected from this negotiation. Political results, yes. From what you say, it's clear that you are not going to give up your arms. But, what good are weapons if you're politically bound not to use them, as you are now? Well, right now arms can't be used offensively for political purposes, but materially they can be used as a defensive measure. We are in our own territory. To get us out they have to come and get us. That's the reason the government has to think twice about trying to finish us off once and for all. It would seem that part of the government's strategy, specifically their acting in great haste to quell the war, complicates your use of military action. Is that true? No, I have to disagree. The military conflict is a latent one, it's not taking place right now, but it's there and can erupt at any moment, and that's why we can't give up our arms. They are our defense. January 1st was our way of making ourselves heard. Now the arms are our way of surviving, of making sure that they don't annihilate us. Or that if they have to annihilate us, it will be at a very high cost to the country. We don't give arms a value they don't have. We don't worship arms, but we understand what they represent at one political moment or another. In our view, at this moment, arms are our guarantee of survival, a guarantee we are ready to defend with dignity. What lessons do you take from the experience of Central American struggles and revolutions? What conclusions do you draw? Well, what we've learned from the Central American Revolution is to greatly distrust the surrender of arms, as in the case of El Salvador, or having confidence only in electoral processes, as in the case of the Sandinistas. But our military training comes from Villa, principally, from Zapata. It also comes by way of negative example from what was done by the guerrillas of the 1970s. They started with a local military movement and expected that the base would increase slowly, either illuminated by this guerrilla force or by approaching sectors that were never going to support them. We 165. I zapatistas. Documents of THS New Mexican Revolution. Think that those were errors of interpretation and judgment made by the guerrillas of the 70s, errors we have understood well. Up until now, we can't be faulted on military grounds. Of course we haven't faced the military power of the Federal Army in its entirety, but in questions of tactics or strategy there is no connection with foreigners. There is an intellectual who edits a magazine who says that the proof of Central American influence in the EZLN lies in, 1. The fact that we withdrew our wounded and our dead, something he says we copied from the FMLN, and, 2. The attack on the cities, which he says we took from the FSLN. We took both things from Francisco Villa. He had trains to evacuate his wounded, what we did was hijack trucks to take away our wounded and our dead to our towns and villages and field hospitals. The time came to say goodbye. Perhaps we reporters were left with many questions on the tips of our tongues or in our knapsacks. On the way back, during the nighttime journey and in the comfortable darkness of blindfolded eyes, many of these questions came to the surface, but there was no way, it was too late. Subcommander Marcos, the figure who captured the imagination of many Mexicans on January 1st, had stayed behind. The militia members who accompanied us out of the Zapatista territory walked in silence, absorbed in thought. We went along thinking of one question, the only one that the sub had asked us. And all of you, what are you going to do? 166. Building ties. Solidarity letters. These letters were written in response to letters received by the EZLN as they were preparing for the dialogue. Several groups offered their solidarity, as well as sending pleas for peace. These responses continue the EZLN's efforts to reach beyond the mountains of the Mexican southeast. A letter of introduction. February 8, 1994. To the National Weekly Preciso. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financio. To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Tiempo. Gentlemen. Here I give you another series of letters that the CCRICG of the EZLN sends to various recipients. I hope that you have time to make sure they arrive to their addressees. I understand your desperation, and that of your editorial chiefs for the high expenses in hotels, restaurants, and gas stations, over the delay in the initiation of the dialogue. It is not our fault, or the commissioners, or putting on airs to make ourselves wanted. It is not over disagreements in the agenda or anything like that. It is because we still lack details on the security of our delegates, details that we must take care of in order to avoid ugly surprises. In short, serenity and patience, lots of patience. As a consolation, I will tell you that the dialogue will not be in the jungle. Among other things because there in the jungle those who can communicate through satellite would have the advantage, since telephone, or fax, forget it. Aid, if time is on the side of 169. IZAPATHTAFL documents of the New Mexican Revolution. The small ones, we prefer democracy and the equality of opportunity for the communications media, and that the news should not be only for the powerful. Good health and patience. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. A thank you to the University Student Council of UNAM. February 6, 1994. To the University Student Council, Consejo Estudiantil Universitario, CEU, National Autonomous University of Mexico, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, UNAM, Mexico City. Compañeros and compañeras. We received your letter of January 29, 1994 signed by Angel Gomez C. We thank you for the thoughts you send us. The majority of us are indigenous, illiterate, and discriminated against. We had no opportunity to finish even elementary school. We would have wanted not only to finish elementary school and junior high, but to have reached college. We gladly receive your greetings and support, men and women who struggle in other lands and through different ways to achieve the same freedoms, democracy, and justice that we all long for. We know that in other times the brave voice of Mexican students has made the evil government tremble, and that if your voice were to be united with ours and with that of all of the dispossessed, nothing would remain standing of this gigantic lie that they make us swallow every day, every night, in death and life, always. That is why we want to address you, men and women students of Mexico, to respectfully ask you something, if it were possible for you to organize, and once things calm down a bit, for you to come to our mountains to visit us and chat with us and to help us with what you know of technology and writing and all that comes in books that never come our way. We do not want you to come to politicize us or to pull us into one or another political current. In this I think that you would be more likely to learn from us what a truly democratic and participatory organization is. But you can help us cut the coffee, prepare the cornfield, and in the community work of our villages. You can help us learn to read and write, to improve our health and nutrition, to use techniques that get more from the land. You can come to teach us and to learn. You can come even for only a few days so you get to know this part of Mexico that already existed before January 1st and in spite of it. If you were to accept our invitation, then you would need to send some delegates, so that through an intermediary we come to agree on the details, because we need to organize everything very well so spies of the evil government will not come in. It does not 170 matter if you cannot come, brother and sister students, but continue struggling in your land so there will be justice for the Mexican people. That is all, men and women students of Mexico. We await your written response. Respectfully. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. P.S. Sup S section, the recurrent postscript P.S. to the P.S. of the CEU that said, to Sup Marcos, do not worry, we will take the Zocalo for you. I have told the CCRICG that Mexico City is on the other side of the world and there aren't enough fighters, and furthermore, as Titan remember who said, guerrillas that take Zocalo sooner or later become hamburguesi, a play on words combining hamburger and bourgeoisie. By the way, and taking advantage of the trip, bring 2 hamburgers without onions or ketchup. Thanks. P.S. to the previous P.S., Since we are on postscripts, which of all the CEUs is the one that writes us? When I was a good-looking 25-year-old, hey. Tell the computer at the Attorney General's office Procurator General de la Repubblica, PGR, to calculate that, there were at least 3 CEUs. Did they finally unite? PS to the PS of the PS, in case that you, oof, took the Zocalo, do not be uncool and set a piece apart to sell handicrafts, because I could suddenly become an unemployed professional in violence, and it always is better to be a sub-employed professional in violence because of that NAFTA stuff, you know. PS to the nth power, these postscripts really are a letter disguised as postscripts, because of the PGR and etceteras with their dark, well-built glasses, and, but of course, do not require a response, or return address, or addressee. There are indisputable advantages to letters disguised as postscripts. Nostalgic PS, when I was young, hey. PGR. Here is some more information. There was a lightly wooded field located more or less between the Central Library, the College of Philosophy and Literature, the Humanities Tower, Insurgents Avenue, and the internal drive of the university campus, Ciudad Universitaria, CU. We used to call that space, for reasons known to those initiated, the Valley of Passions. It was assiduously visited by various elements of the fauna populating the CU from 7 p.m. onwards, the time at which good consciences drink chocolate and the bad ones get like water boiling hot and bothered. From the areas of humanities, sciences, and others, are there others? At that time, a Cuban, hello? Ambassador Jones. Take note of more proof of pro-Castroism, who lectured in front of a piano the color of his skin, and went by the name of Snowball, would repeat, you cannot have conscience and heart. P.S. of Finale Fortissimo, did you notice the exquisitely cultured and delicate tone of these postscripts? Are they not worthy of our entering the first world? Doesn't it make you realize that such transgressors prepare themselves to be competitive in NAFTA? P.S. of Happy End, all right, I'm going. But it's because that airplane has me fed up, and the guard, for a change, fell asleep, and someone is tired of repeating who's there, and I tell myself that it is the country, and you. 171. To the Civic Front op Mapastpec. February 8, 1994. To the Civic Front of Mapastpec, Frente Civico Mapastpec, Chiapas. Brothers and sisters. We want to tell you our word. We received your letter dated February 6, 1994. The great majority of the presidents of Cayapanco townships are the result of electoral fraud, of the trampling of popular will. All the municipal presidents in Chiapas should resign or be deposed. In their place, municipal councils should be democratically elected by those who are governed. Collective government is better than the government of one person, but it must be democratic. If the state government substitutes a president imposed by a municipal council equally imposed, then the anti-democratic council must also fall. This must be so until the just will of the majority is respected. The EZLN supports, without conditions, the just demands of the people of Mapastpec who struggle for an authentic democracy, and the demands of all the popular forces which, now and in the future, struggle against the arbitrariness of imposed municipal presidents. The demand for municipal democracy is already part of the list of Zapatista demands. Out with the imposed municipal presidents. Long live the democratic municipal councils. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the municipal president up. J. Sixto Verduzco / Michoacan. February 8, 1994. To Citizen Mario Robledo, Municipal President Township of J. Sixto Verduzco, Michoacan, Mexico. Brother. We received your letter dated February 5, 1994. We are very happy to receive your greeting from Michoacan. But our happiness is even greater knowing that there are, in some municipal presidencies of this country, brave and honorable people, people who walk with truth and prudence. These people exist, and it is good that they are in government if their villages order them there. Because what comes from respect for the will of others is a good path for all. We, little men and women, have taken the task of being big, to live this way even if we are dying. We saw that in order to be big, we must look at all those suffering in this land and go walk with them. And we saw that we couldn't. And we saw that we couldn't. 172. Stop being brothers and sisters in peace and justice. And we saw that it is the evil government that separates our steps. We saw that it is for good and truthful men to struggle for the government to change. We saw that they wouldn't change willingly. And we saw them take up arms. And all this we saw, and so we did it. But we also saw that it is not only the mouth of fire that attains freedom. We saw that other mouths need to open and scream so that the powerful tremble. We saw that the struggles are many, and many carry the colors and languages of those that struggle. And we saw that we were not alone. And we saw that we will not die alone. Good health, Michoacan brothers. That the struggle does not end. Let hope not die. Respectfully, from the mountains in the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the Supreme Council of Indian Peoples. February 8, 1994. To the Supreme Council of Indian Peoples, Consejo Supremo de Pueblos Indios. To the National Coordinator of Indian Peoples, Coordinadora Nacional de Pueblos Indios, CNPI, Tenochtitlan, Mexico City. Brothers and sisters, we want to speak our words to you. We received your letter dated February 5th. Our heads bow from the honor of receiving the truthful words that you send us. Our arms are down in order to listen to the words of our indigenous and Mexican brothers from the whole country. The wisdom of your thoughts is great in reminding the whole world that Mexico belongs to Mexicans. Our essence is the community, mutual aid, justice, freedom, and dignity. We, as Indian people, Mayan and Mexican, unite our forces and our thoughts with the great word of truth hoisted by the National Coordinator of Indian Peoples. Let us not allow our dignity to be offered in the great market of the powerful. If we lose our dignity, we lose everything. Let the struggle be happiness for all our brothers and sisters. Let our hands and steps come together in the path of truth and justice. Long live the Mexican eagle and the zapata of its coat of arms, brothers and sisters of the CNPI. Long live the unity of those who struggle for justice, freedom, justice, democracy. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the National Plan de Ayala Coordinating Committee. February 8, 1994. To the National Plan de Ayala Coordinating Committee, Coordinadora Nacional Plan de Ayala, CNPA. Brothers and sisters, we received your letter dated February 5, 1994, and we wanted to share with you some things and thoughts of ours. We salute the independent and true struggle of the National Plan de Ayala Coordinating Committee. We thank you for the unconditional support of our just struggle declared in your brave and determined pronouncement. The indigenous peoples, the poor campesinos, and agricultural laborers, united, will completely change the agrarian system of exploitation and scorn that exists in our country. From the unity of our strength will surge a new Mexican countryside, more just and equitable, where the severe gaze of General Emiliano Zapata will watch, so that oppression will not be repeated under another name. Campesino brothers of the CNPA, it will be a great honor for us to be able to talk with you and listen to your words of truth and justice. With humility and attention we will stand before you who have struggled so long for land and liberty. We, small people of the land, will listen to the word of your great independent organization. Good health, brothers and sisters of the CNPA. Long live Emiliano Zapata and the organizations that honor his name. Down with the Salinista reforms to Article 27 of the Constitution. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the Regional Liberation Association for human/economic/social/and political rights. February 8, 1994. To the Regional Liberation Association for Human, Economic, Social, and Political Rights, Asociación Regional Liberación and Pro de los Derechos Humanos, Económicos, Sociales y Políticos AC, Ireland. C. Lucrecia Ortega Sanchez, Administrative Director, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army respectfully addresses you to thank you for your 174. Letter dated February 7, 1994, in which you tell us of your agreement to form the peace belt around the dialogue table between our EZLN and the federal government. We know that your organization has remained neutral in the present conflict and that it has always been concerned with providing help to alleviate the grave conditions of the civilian population, as well as to strengthen efforts toward peace. We salute this with respect, since honesty goes, invariably, with neutrality and the enthusiasm for peace with justice. We thank Yoapound in advance, for extending the invitation that you accepted to other NGOs, non-governmental organizations, since so far you are the only ones who have answered and accepted. We are asking Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, Bishop of San Cristobal de las Casas and the National Commissioner of Mediation, that when the date and location of the dialogue are determined, he promptly contact you so you will know in advance. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. To the children up. Beatriz Hernandez Elementary School. February 8, 1994. To the Solidarity Committee of the Boarding School of Elementary Education No. 4, Beatriz Fernandez, Comité de Solidaridad del Internado de Educación Primaria No. 4, Beatriz Hernandez. Boys and Girls. We received your letter dated January 19, 1994 and the poem Plegavia de Paz, Prayer of Peace, that came with the letter. We are happy that boys and girls living so far away from our mountains and misery are concerned that peace come to our land in Chiapas. We thank you very much for your short letter. We want you, and the noble people who are your teachers, to know that we did not pick up guns because of a taste for killing and dying, that we do not seek war because we do not want peace. We were living without peace, our children are boys and girls like yourselves, but infinitely more poor. For our boys and girls there are no schools or medicine, there are no clothes or food, there is no dignified roof where we can keep our poverty. For our boys and girls there is only work, ignorance, and death. The land we have is worthless. In order to get anything for our children we go out to find pay in the land of others, the powerful, and they pay us poorly for our work. Our children must work from a very young age in order to get some food, clothes, and medicine. The toys of our children are the machete, the axe, and the hoe. Playing and suffering, they go out in search of firewood, to cut the forest, and so, as soon as they can barely walk, they 175. Eat the same as we eat, corn, beans, and chilies. They cannot go to school and learn Spanish because the work kills the whole day and sickness kills the night. That is how our boys and girls have lived and died for 501 years. We, their fathers, their mothers, their brothers and sisters, no longer wanted to be guilty of doing nothing. We sought peaceful solutions to attain justice and we found taunts, we found prison, we found blows, and we found death. We always found pain and sorrow. So we had to take the path of war, because what we asked for with our voices was never listened to. And, boys and girls of Jalisco, we do not ask for handouts and charity. We ask for justice, a fair salary, a piece of good land, a dignified house, a school of truths, medicine that cures, bread on our tables, respect for our culture, freedom to say what we think and freedom to open our mouths so that the words will unite us with others in peace and without death. That is what we have always asked for, boys and girls, and they did not listen to what our voices clamored for. And then we took up arms in our hands, then we made the tools of work into tools of struggle, and then they waged war on us, the war that killed us without you knowing about it, boys and girls of Jalisco. We turned it against them, the big, the powerful, those who have it all and deserve nothing. That is why, boys and girls of Jalisco, we started our war. That is why the peace that we want is not the same one that we had before, because it was not peace, it was death and scorn, it was sorrow and pain, it was shame. That is why we tell you, with respect and affection, boys and girls of Jalisco, to raise the flag of peace with dignity and write poems of Plegaria una vida digna, prayer for a dignified life, and seek, above all, the justice that is for everybody equally or for no one. Good health, boys and girls of Jalisco. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. On addressing communications to the press. February 11, 1994. To El Sur, 21st Century Journalism Newspaper, attention Jesus Garcia, Claudia Martinez Sanchez, Pablo Gomez Santiago. Gentlemen, I received your letter dated February 9, 1994. Buffalo, if you report with half the aggressiveness of the letter you sent me, when this country really becomes free and just, you will win the national prize for journalism. I accept that you are calling me to task, in reality it is a scolding, but this morning I woke up feeling diplomatic. I would like it if, in the middle of your full indignation, you could find the space to listen to me. We are at war. We took up arms against the supreme government. They are looking for us to kill us, not just to interview us. We confess that we do not know of El Sur, 21st. 176. Century journalism, but you confess that it is something difficult to reproach us for, surrounded as we are, without food and under constant threat from armed aircraft. Fine, we have mutually confessed. A lot of honest journalists have come to the jungle, some not so honest, and others who are not even journalists but present themselves as such. We must mistrust all whom we do not directly know because, I repeat, the government wants to take our picture, dead. I know that. For the professionals in violence, death is a natural consequence, but there is a big difference between knowing this and helping the enemy. I am not trying to move you, I only want you to understand the conditions in which we found and find ourselves. We have very little room for maneuvering and, paradoxically, we need now more than ever to contact the media that tells the truth. The entrance and exit of journalists through our lines is a strong blow to our security system, and there exists the risk that in the entrance or exit, the workers of the communications media will suffer from an attack and our forces will be blamed. I do not consider myself to have been interviewed enough. In fact, the interview published by La Jornada is the only one I have given in my life, and I think that there are a lot of gaps that the journalists of that publication left open and that could have been filled with questions which were not asked. So I am not behaving as a debutante who chooses whom and that not to address with his honorable word. I am simply taking into consideration that wherever I make myself present, I place all who are present, and those who arrive, at extra risk. We are behaving like what we are, people persecuted by the government, not by journalists. Anyway, if you had begun with the support that the San Cristobal newspaper Tiempo gives you, you would have saved yourselves the just indignation that fills the 3 pages of facts that I received. For me, the word of Tiempo is enough to accept the honesty of someone, so I am sending a letter to the National Commissioner of Mediation, Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garda, to give you a pass to cross our lines and take the pictures that you want and conduct the interviews that you can. Remember, please, that we are at war. I solemnly promise that as soon as it is possible, I will have the honor of receiving you personally and replying to your questions, if they can be answered. Until that improbable day arrives, I send you this writing. All right, there it goes, without any prior anesthesia, the writing titled Reasons and Non-Reasons Why We Say Yes to Some Media. When the bombs were falling on the mountains south of San Cristobal de las Casas, when our combatants resisted the attacks of the federal troops in Ocosingo, when our troops regrouped after the attack on the Rancho Nuevo barracks, when we were fortifying ourselves in Altamira. No and Las Margaritas, when the air smelled of powder and blood, the CCRICG of the EZLN called me and told me, more or less, we must speak our words so that others will hear. If we don't do it now, others will take our voice and lies will come from our mouth without our wanting them to. Look for ways to give our truth to others who want to listen to it. That is how the CCRICG put me in charge of seeking communication media that could publish what was really happening and what we were thinking. As I have said before, newspapers do not come to the mountains. What does come are the airwaves of radio stations, most of them government run. As a result, we had to decide whom to address based on the previous experiences that we had. We had to consider a number of things. First, the publication of our communiques would bring a logical question to the media that would receive them: were these communiques authentic? In other words, were they really from those who took up arms, or forged? Afterwards, suppose they answered yes, no one could say with certainty that they were authentic. The key question would come: should we publish them? To assume the authenticity of the communiques is already a risk for the editorial committees of these media, but the responsibility of publishing them implies many other things, so many that maybe only they can tell that story of the decision to open up to a movement that no one, beside ourselves, knew well. A movement whose origin was an enigma in the best of cases, and a provocation in the worst. The EZLN had risen against the supreme government, it had taken 7 municipal seats, was fighting with the federal army, and was formed, at the very least, by some indigenous people. This was a fact. But who was behind the EZLN? What did they really want? Why through those means, the armed ones? Who financed them? In short, what was really going on? There must have been 1,000 more questions. Those media will someday tell the story, an important one, surely. We thought about all of this and asked ourselves, who will take all these risks? The answer we gave ourselves was, more or less, this one: it will be those media whose zeal to know the truth of what is happening is bigger than their fear of the risks in finding it. Well, the answer was correct, I think, but it did not solve anything. The most important thing was missing: to decide on the recipient of those initial letters and communiques. I will briefly narrate how and why the addressees that have appeared until now began appearing. It is clear that these must now be expanded. The decision to address this paper was unanimous in the CCRICG of the EZLN and, you can say, by acclamation. You must remember that our compañeros do not take up arms just like that, in search of adventure. They have traveled a long road of political, legal, economic, and peaceable struggles. They know various local and state prisons and torture centers. They also know who listened to them yesterday and who shut their doors and ears. I have explained in a letter to a journalist of that publication what tiempo means to the indigenous people of Chiapas, so I will not repeat myself. However, deciding to put tiempo among other addressees was not easy. We were sure of the honesty and impartiality of these people, but there was the problem of war, and in a war it is easy to confuse the lines that divide one force from the other. I am not referring to the front line only, but also the political and ideological lines that separate and confront both sides. What do I mean? Simply, that by publishing our communique, tiempo could be accused, gratuitously for sure, of being a spokesperson of the transgressors of the law. For a large newspaper this could mean problems, but for a small newspaper this could mean its certain disappearance. In any case, the compañeros say, send it to tiempo. If they don't publish it, at least they deserve to know what's going on. That is part of the story about the selection of tiempo. What is missing, of 178 course, is the part about how the noble people of tiempo decided to risk everything, to the point of gambling their existence as a newspaper, and publish what we sent them. Whatever that story may have been, we can do no less than salute the braveness of that newspaper which, among all, was the one that had the most to lose, if not everything. That is why the CCRICG of the EZLN has always insisted that I send a copy of everything that we send out to Tiempo. After deciding on a local news medium to address, the problem of deciding on a national news medium arose. Television was eliminated for obvious reasons. For us, the radio presented the problem of getting the material to them without additional risks. Then there was the problem of the national print media. You must remember that we did not know what was being said in the press about what was going on. We were fighting in the mountains and the cities. So, as I said earlier, we had to decide based on the record that we had. La Jornada, then we evaluated what La Jornada had previously done. Its editorial policy was, as we say today, plural. In other words, different political and economic currents had space there. In that newspaper, a wide spectrum of interpretations of the national and international reality could be, and still can be, appreciated. That is to say, that newspaper presents, with quality, a very representative ideological mosaic of so-called Mexican society. 7. I think this is demonstrated in the gradual transition from the harsh condemnation of the EZLN, remember the January 2, 1994 editorial, to the critical analysis of what was happening. Mutatis mutando, all things being equal, I think that is what happened with the so-called civil society. From condemning us, it went to making an effort to understand us. There is in La Jornada what used to be called the left, center, and right, as well as the multiple subdivisions that history makes and destroys. There is healthy polemic of a high standard. In short, I think it is a good newspaper. It is difficult to write it off as leftist or rightist or centrist, although the Mexican Anti-Communist Front, Frente Anticomunista Mexicano, places it among the former. I think that this myriad of editorial currents is an important part of the success of this newspaper. An editorial success of a newspaper during my times as a journalist meant the ability to put out the next issue. It was not the existence of this ideological mosaic that made us decide to include La Jornada among the addressees, however. What was decisive was the bravery and honesty of its journalists. We have seen brilliant journalistic pages, field work, they used to call it, in articles and interviews in this newspaper. For some strange reason, these journalists, and many others, I agree, but now I am talking about La Jornada, are not satisfied with the official bulletins. They are irksome, for those covered, to exhaustion in their zeal to know what is happening. Furthermore, when something important, as they understand it, happens, they are not satisfied to send a single journalist, but rather form a true assault unit that begins to reveal diverse sides of the event that they are covering. They have what, in my times, they used to call total journalism, as if it was a movie with various cameras with different focuses and angles of the same event. What is hypnotic in the movies, in the press moves to reflection and analysis. Fighting still with fire and lead, we thought that, maybe, they would want to know the face behind the ski mask. I am not saying that. 179. Others would not want to, including the federal government, but now I am talking about this news medium. With things this way, what makes us add the name of La Jornada to the addressees is, above all, its journalistic team. There are other reasons less determinant, such as the eventual or regular sections of La Doble Jornada, La Jornada Laboral, Perfil, and last but not least, Histrita sections in La Jornada. El Financiero, somebody asked me why we choose a newspaper that specializes in economic issues as our interlocutor. To say that El Financiero is a finance newspaper is to miss the truth in the best of cases, and in the worst it means that you haven't read it. El Financiero has, it is our understanding, a serious and responsible team of columnists performing their journalistic tasks. Its analysis is objective, and above all, very critical. The ideological plurality of the articles that make up El Financiero is also a richness that is difficult to find in other national newspapers. I mean, it is a balanced plurality. Its editorial policy is not satisfied with splashing a critical pen among those aligned with the powerful. It opens real spaces for incisive analysis of both sides. I doubt that there are only two sides, but the literary figure helps, I think. Its journalistic team has the instinct to dissect reality, which is what finally distinguishes a journalist from an observer. El Financiero seems to tell us and show us that a social event is a reflection of. I think I should say, conditions and is conditioned by, several economic, political, and cultural aspects. Like reading a history book, but of present and everyday history which, by the way, is the most difficult history to read. When I was young and beautiful, intellectuals tended to group around a publication, dig up positions, entrench themselves, and throw truths to the ignorant world of the mortals. In those times they called them the elites of the intelligentsia, and there were as many as there were magazines and ideological currents in fashion. Publications to be read by those who published them. Lucha calls them an editorial masturbation. If you, innocent earthling, wanted to brush up against these ivory towers, you had to follow a rough process. If any editorial medium seems to distance itself from this elite journalism that powers off, selects and eliminates, it is El Financiero. This national newspaper did not react with the immediate condemnation of a movement that nobody understood, it did not jump into intense intellectual study that affected, and affects, other media. It waited, which in the art of war is the most difficult virtue to learn, it investigated, it reported and, on a firmer base, it began to weave that interdisciplinary analysis that its readers can now appreciate. We did not know this until, some time later, an issue got to our hands. We congratulated ourselves for a good choice, although, it is only fair to acknowledge, we had nothing to lose. If for La Jornada it was the journalistic team that made us decide, in El Financiero it was the editorial team, notwithstanding Mr. Pazos. Preciso, for this weekly, it is worth repeating the apology for its late inclusion among the addressees. The reason for this I have explained elsewhere. I would like to recall an anecdote, of the many that run loose in our minds and chats, of January 1, 1994, at dusk, a majority of the civilian population, who had been curious and scandalized by what they saw, with us in the municipal palace at San Cristobal de las Casas, had gone into their houses and hotels, scared by the insistent rumors that the Federal Army would TTY to assault our positions in darkness. However, one or two drunks for whom the New Year's party had gone on for 24 hours, showed up. Keeping their BAL. And with difficulty, they would address us, asking what religious procession we were from because they saw many Indians in the Central Park. After we would tell them what was happening, they would invite us to a useless sip from an empty bottle and they would leave, staggering and discussing whether the procession was for the Virgin of Guadalupe or for the Fiesta of Santa Lucia. People in their right mind, or at least so they appeared, would also approach us. And then it happened, spontaneous war strategists and military advisors surged, telling us how to run when the federal troops attacked us and avoid many losses, because with respect to our defeat there was unanimity among them. One of them, later in the night and when our troops were getting ready to move to new positions before the assault on Rancho Nuevo, came up to me and, with a tone more paternalistic than doctoral, told me, "Marcos, you made a strategic mistake by initiating the war on a Saturday." I adjusted my ski mask that, along with my eyelids, was beginning to droop over my eyes, and ventured, timidly, "Why?" "Look," says my impromptu advisor of military strategy, "the mistake is that on Saturdays Preciso closes its edition and therefore the analysis and truthful reports about your struggle will not come out until next week." I continue fixing my ski mask, to give myself some time more than because it was out of place. My military advisor from San Cristobal adds, relentless, "You should have attacked on Friday." I try, timidly, to argue in my defense about the New Year's Eve dinner, the fireworks, the celebrations, the etceteras that I don't remember now, but I must have been saying something, because the character I had in front did not let me continue and interrupted me, saying, "And now who knows if you will last until next week." There was no pity in his tone. It was a lugubrious death sentence. FFE left, giving me an understanding pat for my strategic blunder of attacking on a Saturday. I have not read the preciso of that week previous to January 1st, but if there is something on which the strategist was right that night, it is in that in preciso truthful analysis and reports do appear. I can add little to the virtues that everyone points out in the journalistic work of this weekly magazine recognized worldwide. It suffices to call attention to the depth that is always present in the articles of Preciso, the diverse focuses on a problem, whether it be national or international. Others, I agree with you that there are other media, of equal or greater value than those above mentioned. We will look into increasing the number of addressees or, simply address the press in general. I believe that, finally, this will be the wisest, since there are truly many and good news media that do this, inform. El Sur, Oaxaca. I repeat that we did not know about it. I counter-repeat that we do not have the advantages of the federal army to give interviews or press conferences. I arch-repeat that we are surrounded and at war. But I propose a deal. Until a personal interview becomes possible, we could advance something by mail. I know that an interview through letters is not ideal for a reporter, but we could send something. Furthermore, I commit myself to finding interviews with other officials of the EZLN, and this without any requisite other than coming to Chiapas and picking up, at the office of the National Commissioner of Mediation, the accreditation as war journalists that the EZLN provides. 181. As you must know, the dialogue has not started. Maybe we are waiting for you. Well, journalists of El Sur of Oaxaca, I believe I must have bored you enough. However it may be, the great advantage of this long letter is that no medium will dare to publish it. All right. Good health and a sincere embrace without rancor, agreed. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast, Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. P.S. Could you send us an issue of your newspaper? We solemnly promise to pay for it in the improbable case that one day we have money. Would you accept letters instead of cash? Another P.S., that airplane simply won't fall, and the water in the pot evaporated while waiting. Why don't you bring some Oaxaca cheese when you come? They say it is very tasty. We will provide the tortillas and the hunger. You're welcome. CC, Tiempo, San Cristobal, Chiapas, CC, La Jornada, Mexico City CC, El Financiero, Mexico City CC, Preciso, Mexico City. 182. Dialogue. Communiques concerning conditions for the dialogue. The following are several communiques concerning the dialogue that were released as preparations were being made and delegates were still being chosen. A letter of introduction. February 16, 1994. To the National Weekly Preciso. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financiero. To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, Tiempo, to the national and international press. Gentlemen. Well, here I send you the communique of the CCRICG of the EZLN that defines, in general, the position that it will take to the discussion with the Commissioner for Peace on February 21. We are intent on seeing that the delegates arrive on time at the points where they will be picked up. I am not sure if the noble city of San Cristobal will welcome them, but, after all, that is the risk we have to take. While the CCRICG of the EZLN decides whether or not to send me to the dialogue, I am very worried about what clothes to wear, if I do go. I looked with skepticism through the giant wardrobe that I carry in my bag, and I worry anxiously whether winter clothes are still in fashion or if I need to take something coquettish for the spring. In the end, I decided on a coffee-colored shirt, the only one, a pair of black trousers, the only ones, a bright red bandana, the only one, a pair of dirty boots, the 185 only ones, and a ski mask in a discreet shade of black, the only one. Whatever happens, whether I go or not, The CCRICG has ordered me to written silence, therefore I will keep my powerful communique machine, a pen, until the end of this. I wish you health and good luck in the journalistic cannibalism. Note, leave something for the smallest ones. Take the political initiative and inaugurate the pro-Nassau of communication, a press pool, that is. The Merchant's Postscript section PS, how much would a dirty, smelly ski mask cost in dollars? How much more for the Attorney General, Procurador General de la República, PGR? PS to the PS, how much can you get if some brand of bottled soda appears on the dialogue table? PS. For a high interest rate, how about a striptease, is that how you spell it, of ski masks? How much for this show? In other words, how much dough for that? PS. On the decrease of the stock market, how much for 1 minute of speaking nonsense? How much for a half minute of truths? Remember that truths are more in demand than lies, and therefore, fewer are sold. PS. Macho but sought after in the stock market, how much for the half personal information from the waist down? PS. Of crack in the market, how much for an exclusive, a close-up, of the big nose? PS. Devalued by external pressures, and the communique machine, how much for it to continue? How much for it to stop? PS. It has no monetary value, and for our dead, what is their pain worth? How much light do they fill their pockets with? How much more blood so that their silence will not be useless? Who wants the exclusive on their pain? Nobody. Well. PS. Which pulls out of the stock exchange, goodbye. I thank those of you who tell the truth. My deepest condolences to those who follow the path of lies. All right. El sup in ostracization, /merengues. An invitation to the political parties. To attend the dialogue. February 13, 1994. To the Mexican and international press. To the registered political parties. To the candidates for the presidency of the Mexican Republic, attention, PAN, PRI, PRD, PFCRN, PT, PARM, PVEM, PPS. Gentlemen, we speak to you through this medium, we the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, to say to you the following. 186. First, as everyone knows, in a few days the negotiations for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas will begin between the federal government and the EZLN, with Bishop Samuel Ruiz acting as intermediary. Second, opening dialogue is an important part of the peace process, if we set out from the start in the direction of a peace with dignity, justice, freedom, and democracy. However, we think that the accords that we will be able to reach with the federal government's representative may be poorly implemented in the future electoral process and in the coming change in electoral powers. Third, because of this, we invite all of you to send delegations from the national leadership of your political parties in order to keep yourselves informed of the advances of the dialogue for peace, and so you can give us your opinion about the way in which the accords can be implemented, if agreement is possible. We understand that the presidential candidate of one of your parties will be the next federal executive of our country, and this next president of the republic will also be responsible for the implementation of the above-mentioned accords. Fourth, we hope that our invitation to participate in the dialogue will be accepted by the leadership of your parties and the campaign teams of the individual aspirants for the country's highest office. It will be a great honor for us to speak with delegates you may be able to send. Respectfully. CCRICG of the EZLN. To the CONAC LN. February 14, 1994. To the organizations that make up the National Coordinating Committee of Civic Action for National Liberation, Coordination Nacional de Acción Cívica para la Liberación Nacional, CONAC LN. Brothers and sisters. We received your letter of February 9, 1994. It is a great honor, and our ranks are inclined to recognize the words of our General Emiliano Zapata coming from the mouths of workers, students, teachers, and intellectuals, honest men and women that make up the CONAC-LN. Following the words of Zapata, we call on the Mexican people who might be aided by the just cause that inspires the song of our rifles. We respectfully salute the return of this call to unity that comes from other parts of our country. Brothers and sisters, for years and years, we have harvested our own death in the countrysides of Chiapas. Our children were dying at the hands of an unknown force. Our men and women were 187. Walking in a long night of ignorance that darkened our paths. Our people went without truth or knowledge. They wandered without a destination, merely living and dying. The oldest of our people's elders spoke to us words that came from very far away, from before our lives began, from when our voice was silent. And there is truth in the words of the oldest of our elders. And we learned from their words that our people's long night of pain comes from the powerful, that a house for the powerful was built on top of the bones and dust of our ancestors and our children. We learned that we weren't allowed to enter this house, and that the light that illuminated it fed on our darkness, and that the abundance of their table fills itself with the emptiness of our stomachs. Their luxuries were born of our misery, and that the strength of its roofs and walls were raised upon the fragility of our bodies. The health that filled its spaces came from our death. The wisdom that lived there was nourished of our ignorance. The peace that it sheltered was war for our peoples. Foreign vocations sent them far from our land and our history. But the truth that is passed along in the words of the oldest of our elders was not only of pain and death. The words of the oldest of our elders also brought hope for our history. And in their words the image of one like us appeared, Emiliano Zapata. And in that image we saw the place where our paths should lead to be true. And it returned our history of struggle to our blood, and our hands filled with the cries of our people, and dignity returned, once again, to our mouths, and our eyes saw a new world. And then we made ourselves soldiers, war covered our soil, and we struck out on our paths, newly armed with bullets and fire. Our fear was buried with our dead, and we sought to take our new voice to the land of the powerful, and we carried our truth to plant it in the middle of the land where falsehood rules. We arrived in the city carrying our dead to show them to the eyes of the blind compatriots, the good and the bad, the knowledgeable and the ignorant, the powerful and the meek, and the rulers and the subjects. Our cries of war opened the deaf ears of the supreme government and its accomplices. For years and years before our voice of dignified peace could not descend from the mountains, the rulers raised strong, high walls to hide our death and misery. Our force must break down those walls in order to enter, once again, our history, which they have stolen along with the dignity and reason of our people. In that first blow at the deaf walls of those who have everything, our blood ran generously to wash away the injustice that we are living. In order to live, we die. Our dead return to travel the paths of truth. With mud and blood we pay for our hope. But the words of the oldest of our elders didn't stop there. They spoke the truth, saying that our paths cannot be traveled alone, that our history of pain and hardship is repeated and multiplied in the flesh and blood of brothers and sisters of other lands and skies. Raise your voice to the ears of the other dispossessed, raise your struggle to other struggles. There is another roof of injustice over he who hides our pain, said the oldest of our elders. We saw in these words that if our struggle was alone, once again it would be useless. So we directed the flow of our blood and the paths of our dead to find the path of others who walk with truth. We are nothing if we go alone, we are everything if we walk together with others who are dignified. Brothers and sisters, our thoughts have reached our hands and our lips. And we begin to move forward that your paths should come towards us, brothers and sisters of the National Coordinating Committee of Civic Action for National Liberation. Our heart is open to your word and truth. We have little to offer you, since we continue to feel the huge poverty of our lands and our very small place in Mexican history. But together with your path, and that AFL good people of this world, we will grow and find, in the end, the place our dignity and our history deserve. Good health, brothers and sisters of the CONAC-LN. Liberty. justice, democracy. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. An invitation to the PDMN. The UNO to attend a dialogue. February 15, 1994. To the registered political parties. The Mexican Democratic Party, Partido Demócrata Mexicano, PDM, the National Opposition Union, Unión Nacional Positora, UNO to their candidates for the presidency of the Mexican Republic. Gentlemen, we speak to you through this medium, we the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, to say to you the following. First, due to a regrettable error caused by haste and a lack of attention, the names of your political organizations were omitted from the list of addresses of our invitation to send delegations to the negotiations for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas. We deeply regret this error and sincerely hope that you will forgive us and honor us with the presence of your delegates at such an important event. Second, the opening of the dialogue is an important part of the peace process, if we set out from the start, in the direction of a peace with dignity, justice, liberty, and democracy. However, we think that the accords that can be reached with the federal government's representative may be limited in their implementation by the future electoral process and the change in federal powers that is drawing near. Third, because of this, we invite you to send delegations from the national leadership of your political parties in order to keep yourselves informed of the advances of the dialogue for peace, and so you can give us your opinion about the way in which accords can be implemented if agreement is possible. We understand that one of your party's presidential candidates will be the next federal executive of our country, and this next president of the republic will also be responsible for the implementation of the above-mentioned accords. Fourth, we hope that our invitation to participate in the dialogue will be accepted by the leadership of your parties and the campaign teams of the individual aspirants for the country's highest office. It will be a great honor for us to speak with delegates you may be able to send. Respectfully. From the mountain of the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. Regarding the liberation of $AL6 Castellanos Dominguez. February 15, 1994. To the Mexican and international press. To Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, National Commissioner of Mediation, to Mr. Manuel Camacho Soils, Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation. Gentlemen, we, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee of the EZLN, address you once again to say the following. First, in order to expedite the prompt beginning of dialogue for the dignified peace that we all, as Mexicans, want, and as a sign of the sincere willingness of our EZLN, we announce that on Wednesday, February 16, 1994, Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez will be freed. Second, Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez will be handed over to the Commissioner for Peace, Manuel Camacho Solis, and the Commissioner of Mediation, Samuel Ruiz Garcia, in the community of Guadalupe Tepeyac in the township of Las Margaritas, Chiapas. Division General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez's state of health should be examined at the moment of his release by a doctor of the International Red Cross. Third, in order to decrease tension in the war zone during the dialogue for peace with dignity, the CCRICG of the EZLN announces also its decision to suspend the collection of war taxes in the territories under the control of its troops for the day of February 17, 1994. Respectfully. From the mountains of southeast Mexico. CCRICG of the EZLN. From the Guadalupe Tepeyac community. The following is from a manuscript entitled Popular Love in the Cayapanca Jungle, a more popular de la Selva Cayapanca read after handing over Absalon Castellanos. The Guadalupe Tepeyac community is at a hospital built with federal funds, but poorly staffed and stocked. Asterisk. February 16, 1994. To Manuel Camacho Solis, Peace Envoy, we present the following. In the following we are addressing you with the aim to show you the reality of the zone of the jungle of Chiapas. As a health concern, We would like for the clinic to begin functioning on a normal basis, that it be stocked with medical supplies as soon as possible, and that it be staffed with doctors specializing in different areas. Moreover, we still have not received all of the materials because Mr. Salinas de Gortari has provided us with an incomplete clinic, according to its director, Wilfredo Mendoza. He declared to inhabitants of the various communities that the operating room was incomplete, and for this reason no type of surgery is performed. There are also no personnel to take X-rays. While it was being built, no one received service, and they were taken to the city of Comitan or to Tuxtla Gutierrez. Also, most of the personnel have no training in curable diseases. Our zone needs doctors who are experts in different curable diseases, since the marginalization, misery, and poverty of our communities prevents us from going to the city to seek care. This is why we are asking that the clinic be made functional as soon as possible. As far as education goes, we have had no support for many years. Teachers have been divided into two sectors, those who are democratic, and those who are called Charo. We want for there to be only one class of teachers and that they be permanent at the place they work instead of working as they have been, no more than a week or 3 days per month. We also need teaching and construction materials for the development and training of our children as future professionals. We need scholarships for those who want to continue at secondary or preparatory schools and universities. Another point is the holding of land. The campesinos do not have fertile land, farm machinery, or all the innumerable things needed for production, since it is the latifundistas who get the best land, as well as the machinery, fertilizers, credit, and loans. The government has paid the most attention to them, while the poor people all over Mexico, who deserve it the most, do not have their support. Nevertheless, they are asking us for the ecological reserve and the mountains, as well as reforestation of the same zone. How can the government not figure out where to exploit wood and other natural resources that are exploited? Those that clearly have no land to survive on, what hope do they have to cultivate anything, if they have nothing? 19. Another important point is housing. The Mexican government has ignored the question of housing just like all the other issues. They say that they have helped some people, but that is not true, since the campesinos themselves constructed their houses out of materials from the region with unqualified labor. Nevertheless, they use construction costs to continue taking advantage of the people. Another thing is that when we want to make things with local materials, we campesinos are forbidden from using wood that we know will last, because that same government has implemented laws that forbid this from happening. As with the situation of using materials of the region, what can be said of the situation with electricity, potable water, and decent housing, which is what our people really need, because the majority of the income of our rich country, which has so many natural resources, comes from us. We also need bread and food. We don't even have the basic things, not even meat, eggs, fish, etc., to complement the daily, healthy diet that the health officials sent by the government talk about so often. All of this because of what was mentioned before, the bad land, lack of machinery and technical advice that would allow us good production. As a consequence of all of this, our children do not receive good education, much less what they need for good health. Democracy. The Mexican government speaks about democracy, but only for a select group of people who support it, the oligarchy, the monopoly, be they Mexicans or foreigners. It is this group of people who decide who will rule. They choose between the senators and deputies who will govern and look after their interests without taking into account the population or the Mexican people. The senators never come to propose who will govern. No, we don't elect them, we don't even know them. They are elected because they are known, and they publish in other countries that Mexico's government is legitimate so that they can get loans and help, but only for them. We know that the lawyer Salinas de Gortari is illegitimate because he got his position by cheating, fraud, violations and threats. We believe that democracy is what we put forth in our programs of struggle, that the people elect their government freely and democratically, which should have the interests that the people need. For this to happen, it is necessary that we be honest about all of the rights that belong to the Mexican people. Work. How is it possible that after all of these years we're still working with primitive tools like the machete, hatchet, hoe, etc., in these the poorest areas of all Mexico, when we have all kinds of large industries that can manufacture the best machinery for the Mexican countryside and can produce a good agricultural development like the big businesses do? This shows that the government has no interest in the campesinos, the laborers, or the working class who produce so that the government can live. The laborers' salaries are very low, and not even enough to survive on, because there is so much deducted for loans and the taxes that are applied are very high. 192. Freedom. The Mexican government talks about freedom. Mexicans don't know what freedom the government is talking about, because when we have to travel to the capital city, we face the immigration and have to show our identification, explain where we're from and where we're coming from. We think that it is not true that we have freedom, because we're not even free to GP from one place to another without the judicial police chasing us like dogs. We don't have freedom of expression either, because when campesinos, teachers, laborers, or students express their feelings, the government immediately orders them killed, tortured, detained, or threatened, and they are accused of being agitators. They do not worry about removing the bad functionaries because they are all from the same class and the same family. For this reason we say there is no democracy or freedom in Mexico. It is remarkable because the governments have been practicing it for many years. With a capitalist system we lack the means, such as television, radio, or the press, by which to spread our ideas. It is not in the government's interest to have everyone else have thoughts that could be used to defend our rights as exploited workers. Independence. As one can see clearly, we are not independent because the Mexican government is directed and managed by foreign governments that are interested in our natural resources. But also because foreign businesses can get cheap labor here in Mexico. Changes put in place are foreigners' plans and ideas that will once again lead us into slavery. NAFTA will not benefit us campesinos of Mexico, because we lack the machinery we need to be competitive. The Mexican government lets itself get easily carried away by foreign governments. This is why we say that the government doesn't, interruption in tape, of misery, inequality, and injustice. The army mistreats the people, threatens them, burns their houses, and many other things, treats them like animals, not human beings. For example, right now the Federal Army is bombing, using machine guns, and using other methods to repress the civilian population. The people want the same peace that the Mexican oligarchy has. If the people don't achieve the things we have mentioned, we will keep struggling. We have another point. We would like to ask you directly to stop coming in helicopters to chase us in the roads where we are working. We wonder what kind of peace it is that they are proposing if we can't even work in our cornfields, coffee fields, or other places where we work. They follow us and fire on us, which is why we believe that this kind of peace proposed by the government is not necessarily peace. We want for the federal troops that are still on the sidewalks of the municipal buildings and other streets where we walk, to pull out so that the civilian population can move around freely. Right now they are detaining anyone who passes by areas where there are troops. Because of them, humanitarian aid meant for our indigenous people, such as from the House of the Images Casa de las Imageries, and other humanitarian aid organizations cannot get through. We want for the EZLN to be respected and recognized with respect to the different issues it raises. All of this, Mr. Camacho, we want to be known to you. Communiques before the dialogue. On the opening of the dialogue. February 16, 1994. Those who fight with honor, speak with honor. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN is honored to address all of you, to speak its words, what is in its heart and in its mind. On Monday, February 21, 1994, a dialogue will begin between the federal government and the EZLN, with the purpose of finding a just and dignified political outcome appropriate to the present conflict. Honoring its promise, the CCRICG of the EZLN has freed General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez and has now named the delegates that will represent it in the debate with the National Intermediary Commissioner, Mr. Samuel Ruiz Garcia, and the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis. In spite of the risks to their lives, our delegates will be present at the determined location and will represent with honor and truth the minds and hearts of the men who walk in truth. The word of truth that comes from the depths of our past, from our pain, from our dead that still live among us, will fight with dignity on the lips of our chief. The mouths of our rifles will be silent so that our truth can be spoken with the words of every person. Those who fight with honor, speak with honor, there will be no lies in our hearts, being true men. Our voice will carry the voice of the majority, those who have nothing, those condemned to silence and ignorance, ripped from their lands and their history by the sovereignty of the powerful, of all good men and women who walk in a world filled with pain and rage, of the children and the elderly who died from solitude and abandonment, of the humiliated women and the small men. The dead, our dead, will speak through our voice, so alone and so forgotten, so dead and yet so alive in our voice and in our steps. We will not ask for forgiveness or implore, we will not beg for alms nor gather up crumbs that fall from the abundant tables of the powerful. We will go to demand that which is everyone's right and reason, freedom, justice, democracy, everything for everybody, nothing for us. 1. For all the indigenous people, for all the campesinos, for all the workers, for all the students and teachers, for all the children, for all the elderly, for the women, for all the men, everything for everybody, freedom, justice, democracy. For us, the smallest beings on the earth, faceless, with no history, armed with truth and fire, we have come out of the night and out of the mountains, true men and women, the dead of yesterday, Jodi and always, for us nothing. For everyone, everything. If the lies return to the mouths of the powerful, our voice of fire will speak again, for everything for everyone. Receive our blood, brothers and sisters, so that all this death is not in vain, so that truth can return to our lands. Everything for everyone. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG del EZLN. About the evictions of indigenous people. February 17, 1994. San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. To those evicted from San Juan Camula. To all indigenous persons evicted from their lands and from their history. Brothers and sisters. We received your letter of February 15, 1994. It is a great honor to receive word from you. We would like you to receive our humble word that speaks the truth. For several days the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army met in order to make a list of their demands for the Supreme Government to carry out. Since that time, the Compa heroes of the CCRICG of the EZLN realized that great injustice is alive in the hearts of the Caciques and that the truth is that all men and women deserve the freedom of and respect for their thoughts and beliefs. For this reason, the demand for the unconditional return of all evicted persons to their rightful lands and the punishment of those who oppress their own race and bleed their own brothers and sisters appears high on our list of demands, and on the world path of truth and justice that will have to come from our death. Your voice, brothers and sisters, and the voice of all of the evicted will be heard in our voice. Men and women all have the right to freedom, to justice, and to democracy. When we achieve this, the world will be a world, and not this long chain of injustices that bind and oppress our history. Percent. Good health to our evicted brothers and sisters. Your demand for justice and respect is our demand. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. Interview with Marcos. E for the dialogue. Frociso, 2/21. Vicente Linro reporting. By reporters from Preciso, El Financiero, and the New York Times. Did Patrocinio make a fool of himself? Did he misinform the president? The first military action was in May '93, when the army accidentally discovered a camp where the January attack was being planned. Then the army proceeded, as an army should proceed. It discovers an enemy, begins to